experience. What the heck, Luke? He didn't even ask me. He didn't even ask me to take my marathon. And now he's twisting it into something of his? Dog, why are you staring at me? I just don't understand. Who's coming? My mind just keeps racing. Who's coming now? I feel like everybody's gonna steal everything of mine. What are you gonna steal now? Gosh, I keep seeing things.
It's time. Hello, and welcome to 24-hour movie marathon completing Carpenter. Holy shit, I'm excited about this. This is awesome. This is, for me personally, this is a great day. For a bit of context, it is currently the 12th of January, Saturday the 12th of January 2018, and way back in the end of October 2017, I announced 24-hour movie marathon completing Carpenter, which is a project that I had in mind where I would go through all of the films from the director John Carpenter that I hadn't seen before and make a 24-hour movie marathon of me watching all of those films. The idea being that at the end of those 24 hours, I would be complete as far as John Carpenter's filmography is concerned. He's one of my favorite directors. And even as I sit down now, I didn't quite realize, because I have 2 stacks of Blu-rays in front of me. One of the films I haven't seen, one is the films that I have seen. And the films that I have seen is considerably shorter than the ones I haven't. So I've only actually seen 8 John Carpenter films. It seems like so much more. And I have in my collection the 13 movies of his that I haven't seen, including a TV episode movie thing. In fact, 2 of them are TV movies as well, and also I have a film that he wrote. So I've kind of bended the rules a little bit, but for all intents and purposes, his directed works and feature films I will watch in their entirety, and by the end of this I will have seen all of his films, which is really exciting, not only because I have like more than a dozen John Carpenter films to watch for the first time over the next few days, but also because at the end of it I'll be able to kind of decide where I rank them all, and if I have any new favorites, or if my favorites, my top 5 remains kind of untouched. That'll be really fun to see at the end of this. So one thing I should say, if you're new to this, the 24-hour movie marathon that was started in 2012 by Ryan Chattaway, and I've been doing it every year, annually for the past 7 years. So this year, 2018, will be the year of 24-hour movie marathon 8. This is not Marathon 8. You can kind of think of it as Marathon 7.5. It's kind of the first spin-off for me, and I really want to try doing this format with a specific theme. Unfortunately, I am doing this alone. Connie has gone home to Norway for a week and a half to see her family for Christmas. Unfortunately, she didn't have the time to go home on Christmas, which is, awful. It sucks. So I'm glad that she's getting to spend time with her family now. But I'm all on my own. And today I finished work at 5 in the evening, and I now have a full week off of work. So that adds to the excitement to me. I'm not going to lie. That's a huge part of this. It's like, yeah, I have a week in which to do nothing, although I'm challenging myself to do a lot of things. But watching movies is just about one of my favorite things in the world, so it's a pretty good time to be Luke right now, I have to say. I'm really excited about this, and I hope that this 24-hour movie marathon spin-off goes well. Now, I think that's everything kind of wrapped up in a neat little package as far as what I'm going to be doing.
Then everything is wrapped up in a neat little package.
I will be going chronologically. I think it would be a bit more fun to mix it up, but I'm kind of set in my ways now to start at the beginning and end at the end. I will be starting with John Carpenter's first ever directed film and ending with his last directed film. Also, yes, I didn't mention this actually. No, it wasn't wrapped up in a neat little package. No, there's one more thing to make this a neat little package wrapped up with a bow, and that is, if you're unfamiliar with the 24-hour movie marathon series as far as I present it, the way I do it and have done it since 2013 is that I watch 24 hours worth of movies. The original idea was to do a 24-hour stretch, not going to sleep and just watching movies rolling into the next day. I don't have the stamina for that. I used to when I was younger. I prefer to enjoy the movies and to be able to talk about them fairly in depth, and so we have these big, epic 3, 4, 5, 6 hour long videos, and I really enjoy doing that. I enjoy that format, so I will be doing this for the next few days until I've seen 24 hours worth of movies, which, believe it or not, covers everything in this stack of unwatched John Carpenter films.
Oh, I see.
Apart from the TV episode, it is bang on 24 hours. So to me, I didn't even add that up until now. It seems meant to be. I had bought all of these films in 2017. So, I was ready to go, but the timing just needed to be right. And I have a week off, no plans. The timing is right to do this. And also, I feel like it was meant to be because since that period when I was going to do it in December 2017 and I put it off, last year I think it's Shout Factory released Someone's Watching Me, which is a TV film he directed in 1978, I believe, either way in the late 70s, and so that's a new Blu-ray of one of his films that got released, which can now be added into this marathon, which then brings it to 24 hours. So I feel like it was meant to be now, it was meant to be today. And I was thinking I could start on on Sunday, sorry, and do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but I wanted to start tonight because I was so excited about this, in work all day thinking about it. And one thing I will say actually before we get to the actual films themselves and the marathon itself, hey, it's me. It's me. You know this is going to be a ridiculously drawn out intro, but I like to make these things a bit special, at least feel a bit special to me. So it is currently 8:33 p.m. in the evening. My plan was to finish work at 5 o'clock, come home, get changed, get ready, and start doing the marathon at like 6 p.m. That way I could watch like 3-4 movies, get a real head start, and then Sunday, Monday I can finish it up, and then Tuesday onwards I have like nothing to do. Except it's now 8:33, so why did it take me an extra 2.5 hours to start filming this damn thing? Well, I got home and I just felt like tidying up. You know, I have a week to myself, literally on my own, and I just wanted to do a little bit of tidying. And it's like that thing. It's like in Aliens when Ripley is cleaning Newt's face. It's like, oh, there we go. I made a clean spot, and now I've got to finish the rest. So I did the dishes. I cleaned the kitchen, swept the floors, did all the cat's litter, hoovered everywhere, which is quite a task given how big our flat is compared to the previous place we lived in Norway. Decluttered everywhere, kind of tidied up the TV unit and stuff. The PSVR was like all tangled up everywhere. I got my region-free Blu-ray player out of storage to get that set up because most of these Blu-rays are American Blu-rays. And then setting up in here to do this introduction. And one thing that this marathon will be marking for the first time is actually the first 24-hour movie marathon in which I'll be using a microphone, because this flat is so big and the ceilings are so high that the sound just does not register on the on-camera microphone. So I'll be doing a mix. So I'm going to film a kind of segment in the kitchen in just a second to show you some of the snacks I've got. That'll just be the on-camera microphone. It'll probably sound awful, but you just have to get used to the kind of the changes in audio quality because you know, I can't set the microphone up for everything. Well, I can, but it would delay me, and I'm already delaying myself right now. So before we get into this, I wanted to show you, in order, my favorite John Carpenter films, so that at the end of this whole thing, I can show you which were my favorites of all the films I'm going to watch in this marathon, and then after that, put them all in together, all of John Carpenter's films, and then order all of those and see, you know, if any of these new films crack my top 5. So we'll just do that very, very quickly now. Number 8, we have Ghosts of Mars. I really enjoy this. It's not a good film, but I really enjoy it. Then we have The Fog, which is this was actually the moment when I decided he was one of my favorite directors, even though I grew up with John Carpenter's films in films like Big Trouble in Little China and The Thing. This one I watched, and there's some sequence in this film where it's just like a shot inside a grocery store at night, like there's no one there, I think, and just the mood and atmosphere of this one throwaway scene. I remember sitting back and going, I fucking love John Carpenter films. I don't know what it is about the way he makes movies, but I love it. So I always think of that with The Fog, but obviously The Fog is so much more than just a scene inside a grocery store. That was number 7. Number 6 is Escape from New York. Love me some Kurt Russell, and even more than that, I love me some Kurt Russell, John Carpenter collaboration. I wish they'd just make another movie together for old time's sake, and John Carpenter would make another movie in general. So then we move to, no, I got this wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I didn't. Okay, number 5. So all the editions I have are like different widths and like all sorts of different editions. So number 5, Halloween. Oh yeah, I know some people will probably be a little bit taken aback by that. I do love this film, actually. The first time I saw it, I thought it was pretty good. I didn't love it. I didn't think it was all it was cracked up to be. The more I've seen it, the more I've really, really gotten what it's about. And I loved the recent 2018 Halloween film. So yeah, Halloween is my number 5. Number 4, this will really take people aback, and there might even be some people coming and going, that's not a true John Carpenter film. You don't know what you're talking about. Body Bags. Holy shit, I love this film. This is a fucking amazing film. It's not a great film, but it's a pitch perfect midnight movie, an anthology film, 3 stories. I believe the one that isn't directed by John Carpenter is Tobe Hooper, and the first one at the gas station, just incredible. You have John Carpenter himself kind of serving as a a host to the whole kind of the whole proceedings, and he's really funny and goofy and wacky, and I love this film so much, and I really think the opening like gas station short is like a really great horror film, and you got like cameos and stuff from like great. There's Mark Hamill appears in the last story. Anyway, I love that film. My number 3. Big Trouble, Little China. I grew up being terrified of this. The guy with the long fingernails. My dad used to watch this, and my cousin Jamie used to kind of tease me because I found it scary. I watched it for the first time properly about 4 years ago, and I loved it. And I feel like I've almost forgotten it all because it's been so long. It hasn't really been that long, but because I've only seen it once properly, it isn't fully ingrained in me, but I loved it that much to put it in number 3. And I feel like, depending on how jazzed up I am at the end of this whole thing, I might make this the final film. And even though I've seen it already, once I've completed Carpenter, I might just wind down with a revisit of this film. We'll see how we get along with that, though. My number 2 is They Live. I adore this film. I love the vibe of it. You know, I love the concept of it, but you know, it's just so many different things, so many different elements make me love this film so much. And of course, number 1, is it anyone's surprise, and would it really be anyone else's? You know, I mean, I should say everyone else probably has the same pick as this. It is The Thing at number 1. It's a masterpiece, one of the best horror films of all time, and one of my favorite films of all time. Period. Incredible film, and that is my ranking of the films of his that I have seen. Now, I'm not going to go through all the ones that I have. If you're a John Carpenter expert, you'll know all the ones I haven't seen, but here is the stack. If you want to pause it, by all means, take a look at the Blu-rays, and you can see actually the order in which I'll be doing this. And so, yeah, there we go. That's the stack. I'm amazingly excited right now. Now, when I was cleaning and everything, I really got drained of energy. And so I was getting ready to film this segment. I was just sat down like I got no energy now because I've been cleaning and I've been working all day. But I'm now energized now that I'm here and I'm talking about these films. So let's head over to the kitchen, see the snacks that I've got, and then we'll start this thing, hopefully by 9 o'clock. And if I do that, I don't know why people say that when they're doing online stuff, like they're playing a video game, like, we're going to do this, guys, we just need to get over that hill. No, you need to get over that hill. There's no we in this, you know. Yes, there's a we as far as me and you watching this, but I'm the one doing this. Let's not forget that. So I'm going to go to the kitchen. I'm going to start this thing hopefully by 9 o'clock, and if I do, then I should be able to do at least 2 movies tonight and just get a nice head start, if not 3, and then I'll be able to kind of relax a bit Sunday, Monday, and finish it in 2.5 days. 2.5 days is my goal. I don't want it to spill over to Tuesday. I want to watch other films while I'm off, and also relax a bit from watching films after this, no doubt. And I'm just really excited to see all these films. This is Christmas to me. This is actually better than Christmas to me. Yes, that's how sad I am. Right, to the kitchen and to the introduction of the snacks. So you know what this flat really isn't good for? Lighting, acoustics, and sound disturbance. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try and bring you into the I'm going to leave that in for free. I'll bring you into the kitchen a little bit closer, and I'll show you the snacks. And also, it seems like my camera battery no longer charges, so I have to have it in charged all the time, which is going to be difficult, I think, but I'll make do. I also purchased a new SD card for this marathon, specifically a 128 gigabyte memory card, which gives me 23 hours of recording time, which made me think I could almost record the whole marathon and my full reactions, of which there would be nothing interesting to see, so that doesn't even matter. Why am I still talking? Let's get further into the kitchen. Okay, here we are. We're in the kitchen a little bit further, and if you're wondering why we have plastic over the windows, it's because I'm a part-time serial killer, and it did the blood spray. Far easier to deal with and manage if you have plastic over windows at all times. But of course, the real reason is it's very cold here and we have no double glazing windows, so plastic over the windows actually helps. Anyway, enough about how hot or cold it is or isn't. And in the summer it was this flat. I like it, but to be honest, when it's hot it is roasting, and when it's cold it is freezing. Like, it feels colder than Norway here. Anyway, so much snackage going on here. First of all, what am I going to be drinking? Well, last year I had a root canal on one of my front teeth, so I'm trying to be really careful with certain things. I still have crap, but I'm constantly kind of swilling my mouth out and using mouthwash and brushing my teeth a lot and everything. But for the most part, when it comes to drinking, I purely stick to water, so I always have many bottles of Highland Spring on, not tap, on bottle. I have it on bottle because the tap water in London is fucking disgusting. Like, it's grim, like it really is. And when we first moved here, it was like, okay, well, we'll just mainly drink bottled water. Now it's just nothing but bottled water, and you know, luckily it's fairly cheap. But I have like bottles everywhere, just all over the place. So I'm covered as far as water is concerned, and all these noises are kicking off behind me. It's just, the flat is not good for noise, it really isn't. I'm just worrying about this too much. Who gives a fuck? You don't give a fuck. It's just me. So yeah, little background noise is not going to hurt anyone. I have some juice. I have this purple grape, which is really, really nice. I thought I'd try out this new squash, which is Fruit Creations and Barley, rich pear, blackcurrant and cherry. I love pear and cherry flavored things, so I'll give that a try at some point. I have some yogurts. I got some of my Muller Corner toffee hoops, my favorite, with kind of like a caramel, not caramel, toffee flavored yogurt with the hoops, chocolate hoops. I have a very small carrot cake here, which is perfect because they sell the big carrot cakes. I never finish them, so tiny little carrot cake slice there is perfect. I grabbed some chicken goujons, the southern fried version, which are really, really good. I'll probably have those for dinner tomorrow. I also got these light and free Greek style yogurt, cherry flavor. So I give that a shot. I love cherry flavored yogurts. I have a couple of these speedy snack chicken burgers for a quick snack while I'm watching the films. Got some Rolo desserts, which are really nice. Stocked up on the Ginster's steak slices, because these are just the best. Pop them in the microwave for like 70 seconds. Beautiful. Got a little bit of chocolate, you know, some Kit Kat Chunkies. I got some Christmas holdovers of Maltesers and things like that. Crisps I went a little bit overboard with. I have squares, can't go wrong with squares. I've offset the salt and vinegar flavour. We've got some Quavers. I also grabbed some Sun Bites, which are really nice. I've got lightly sea salted flavour and sour cream and cracked black pepper flavour. And for dinner tonight, I'm going to have this Chicago Town stuffed crust loaded pepperoni pizza. I'm getting flashbacks. I think the second 24-hour movie marathon when I was showing the pizza. Pepperoni pizza, really expensive over here. So, and that was another marathon where I was supposed to start hours earlier and ended up going to the shop. I didn't mention that. I went to the Big Morrison's down the road after I finished work, before I came home, because the Big Morrison's has so much more to offer than the small supermarket that I work in. Which, by the way, was selling off some of the Christmas stock, including a lot of gift sets. So I got this Jägermeister shot glass set thing for like, I think it was £1.70 or something, probably more with my discount. So I thought I would grab it and get a couple of shot glasses and maybe drink a little during this marathon. You know, I don't really drink that much. As a matter of fact, I can show you just off camera. If you'll just, in fact, I can kind of show you both. And for anyone who's wondering when is he going to get to the fucking movies, there'll be a link somewhere in the description to tell you what time I actually start. This is the way I do things. So you'll remember, maybe if you're a 24-hour movie marathon completist and you've seen them all, I occasionally drink this Fireball whiskey with Coke. And I do have one can of Coke in the fridge, which has been there about a month. I'm really proud of myself. Just in case I feel like it and want to kind of be a little bit dangerous. So I usually have Fireball and Coke, but I haven't had it for a very long time. But I recently thought I would try the Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire, which is basically exactly the same as Fireball. It tastes a little bit more, I don't know, expensive, I guess. Not that much though. The Fireball and the Jack Daniels were around the same price, but yeah, I quite like this, and I might have a little bit of this, and maybe in a shot glass. Who knows? I do quite like just having a little shot of Fireball whiskey from time to time. So let's open this up actually, and in fact I should do this when I start the film, shouldn't I? But I want to take it out and actually see what the shot glasses are like. Fairly small, so that's kind of manageable, because I have a shot glass, which I believe I've used in a video before when I was ranting about those awful movies. Where am I? There we go. Okay, so this shot glass I won in a pool tournament, a beginner's pool tournament. Billiard 1, Trondheim, and this is, as you can see, it's a it's a big shot glass. So this will be better for kind of not, you know, having way too much alcohol. So yeah, I might have a couple of shots of these mini bottles of Jägermeister. So I also have one more thing, which is kind of like an alcohol-free version of Fireball and Coke. It is zero sugar cinnamon Coca-Cola. They have like the new flavors like mango, and I think they've got lemon and vanilla, of course. And I think they did the cherry is another kind of mainstay. But they recently released for the festive season cinnamon Coca-Cola, which is pretty good. I mean, the zero sugar, not very nice. I've had this for like 2 months. Haven't even touched it yet, but you know, just in case, who knows. And Shelby, are you going to make an appearance in the video? Yes, you are. Okay, so Shelby is now with us, and has been for the past year or so. So she'll be a new dynamic to the 24-hour movie marathons going forward, won't you, Shelby? Yep. Okay, so there we go. That's the snackage. Now, oh no, I got more. These are really nice though. So just 2 seconds. These are going on sale, or have been on sale at the Tesco down the road from us for 90p, and they're these new crisps from Walker's called Poppables. I'll try again. Poppables. These are sweet chili flavored ones. I also have the barbecue rib flavor. So these are really nice. They kind of just, they can kind of melt in your mouth kind of thing. Anyway, enough about all that. I really thought I was going to go without all the snacking, and I've gotten more than ever before, but that's what I get like when the 24-hour movie marathon's around. I'm just so excited and like just getting all this stuff. It is what it is. So time now to actually go and watch the first movie, and it is already getting late, so hopefully I can just get 2 movies in tonight, and then I'll be set up, I'll be ready to go to kind of just jump in and really get stuck into this tomorrow on Sunday. But let's in fact, let's see if I can do this. I'll take the camera off and I'll show you my what do you call it, my viewing station. So I'll unplug the camera. Okay, we're still going. It says change the battery pack, so I'll take you now into the living room and show you around a little bit actually, because we won't be here for much longer. So this is Connie's piano, her desk, her drawing desk that I bought for her for Christmas, which you can kind of tilt up and stuff. Over here is my desk with my laptop. It's my little Luke Skywalker crate Funko Pop. The microphone I'll be using for hopefully some of this, and I'll be using this lamp to somehow try and get more light onto me while I am filming. So here's the sofa, there's Lily sleeping by the radiator so she can get warm. Aww. She's literally on the radiator. But it is very cold, isn't it? And it wouldn't be a marathon without Lily. And there we go, is the TV, and that's my region-free Blu-ray player and the stack of films. So let's go. I'm going to light these candles to get a bit of warmth in. We have Spicy Cinnamon Apple and Pine Tree Fresh. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is probably the longest intro I've ever done for a movie marathon. And I'm going to keep all of it in, just to annoy the people who moan about it when they can just skip ahead the video and get straight to the movies anyway. So if you've joined me throughout all of this, I apologize. But hopefully the good stuff is about to begin, and I'm about to start completing Carpenter. I'm going to put the pizza in the, I can't see the fridge then, in the oven, get it cooking, and start with the very first movie, which let's just do it now. Let's do it off the cuff. I mean, I don't need to set the microphone up for every single little thing, so let's just kind of take it off the bottom of the stack, which is a little bit difficult, I have to say. There we go. This is John Carpenter's first ever film that he directed, and he made this film with Dan O'Bannon, who was the guy who wrote and came up with the idea for Alien. So he's got quite a sci-fi pedigree, and this is before that. I believe this is some kind of like almost student film, like expanded to a somewhat bigger budget. I might be completely wrong on that. It's a spaced out epic of strange love proportions, Dark Star. So this is a sci-fi comedy apparently, and this was released in 1974. And actually stars Dan O'Bannon, so I'll be intrigued to see that, because I mainly know Dan O'Bannon from the making of Alien documentaries when he was an old man. So to see him younger would be interesting. I just noticed there's like a print on the back of the disc that covers some of the specifications saying disc made in Mexico. If you could even see that on camera, especially not with the lighting. Interesting stuff. I actually bought this from Karate Popcorn. In fact, I bought a few of these Carpenter films from Karate Popcorn, fellow YouTubers. Shout out to you. Let's get started. I'm excited. It's far too late. But finally, The Rock has come. Finally, the John Carpenter 24-hour movie marathon begins. Alright, here we go. Beginning of the first film, Dark Star from 1974, as I talk over the extremely loud menu. Cheers. Oh, that's lovely. That's really good. That's warming me up inside, which is really nice. So, awesome, let's get started. Interestingly enough, we actually opened this with a written intro by Dan O'Bannon. So, I'm gonna, well, okay, let's actually read this. This movie is a comedy. I wanted to be sure and clarify that right up front, because when the film was first released to the paying public, they didn't seem to realize it was supposed to be funny. That was back in February of 1975, and on opening night, John Carpenter and I went around to a few of the 40 theaters it was saturation booked into to see how people liked our movie. It was our very first feature film, and we were both wound up tighter than a drum. So we introduced ourselves to the theater manager and said we'd like to take a peek inside to judge the audience reaction. In the sourest tone of voice imaginable, he said, "What audience?" There were 5 people in the house, and they looked like they were attending a funeral. We were traumatized, and it took me years to regain my sense of humor. My second film, Alien, was basically Dark Star made scary. I figured if I can't make them laugh, maybe I can make them scream. The rest is history. Dark Star began as a student film, I knew it, at USC and grew out of proportion. Even so, it was cheap. The ultimate cost was $55,000, and where that came from, I still don't know. It took 3.5 years to make, starting in July 1970, and it was a labor of love. We prepared this so-called signature edition because all of the existing cassettes that I've seen are of such poor quality they make me writhe with shame. They look nauseating. They've been through so many generations they could join the DAR. I do not get that reference. I can't stand to have our picture seen like that, so the print you're about to see is pretty close to the original quality, the way we wanted you to see it. 2 trivia questions. Number 1, see if you can tell which character is played by 4 different actors. Number 2, see if you can tell which actor in which scene is under the influence of LSD. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dark Star. You are under no obligation to laugh unless I'm present in the room. That's really cool. I like that. I don't know whether it was worth me reading all that out, but I quite enjoyed doing it in that form. And yeah, so there we go. That was the written introduction. And once again, this feels like the opposite of Return of the King. This marathon has had like 17 different beginnings, but I assure you, this is now the beginning of the movie and the beginning of the marathon. In full, in proper. Into Dark Star I go. Alright, so I'm 6 minutes into Dark Star, and that Jägermeister is really swelling in my chest right now. The oven's hot enough to put the pizza in, so I'm taking a quick break. But the character of Pinback, played by Dan O'Bannon, the writer, also the guy who wrote Alien, at least the first draft of Alien, the original idea of Alien, and I don't know how anyone would have thought this isn't a comedy when Pinback is communicating to bomb number 19 on the ship and says, "Oh, you wouldn't happen to know what time you're supposed to go off, would you?" And the bomb's like, "Oh yes, I'm scheduled to go off in 6 minutes and 30 seconds." Like, I mean, it's not hilarious, but it quite tickled me, and I don't know how anyone would take that at face value. I just thought that was such a fun. I wouldn't have to know what time you're going to go off, would you? So I think I'm going to enjoy the humor of this, but so far, I mean, it's very difficult to say. But you know, it started with like a section like that was shot on video, I think, and like in square frame, and I thought, oh, is it all going to look like video-y? But then the film's expanded to widescreen and it's shot on film, so it looks nice in that respect. And I'm one of those weirdos who really likes the way that film looks. So yeah, pizza in the oven, on with the film. I probably won't talk anymore until the end of the film. I need to keep in mind how long I ramble about these things and not to just have this thing drag out forever. But I just wanted to comment on that in the moment while it was fresh. Well, I'll be a son of a bitch. Okay, the time is currently midnight. It's actually bang on midnight. Oh boy, okay. Dark Star then. Probably one of the worst films I think I've ever seen. Just pretty awful from start to finish. I really didn't like it at all. Actually, just terrible. So, you know, pretty bad start to completing Carpenter, really, because it was, I actually really liked it. I'm sorry. It's really late and I tried to make that like a joke and it just didn't seem to work out very well, but I'll leave it in like I always do. Dark Star, I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. It's one of those films where you've got to consider the fact that it is a first film, that it is in essence a student film and a low budget film, an independent film, and so the special effects, you know, being a science fiction film, are not going to be all that great, and everything else that goes along with that. But I think that amidst its flaws, of which there are numerous and many, there's a cool heart to this film in the sense that you have a bunch of guys who made a movie, you know? And like I said earlier in that clip before, I really found it funny how the bombs were kind of sentient beings who they were kind of having conversations with. And, you know, couldn't let us know when you're about to explode, would you? And then later, I tell you what, the menu screen is really distracting me. I'm going to turn the TV off for a second. So, yeah, the humor of that, of the sentient bombs, was interesting to me. The rest of the humor didn't quite play as well for me. I didn't find it as funny as that. You know, I thought, oh, this is going to be quite a funny film. The humor kind of dipped and, you know, poked up a little bit, but not much. The thing that really made me laugh was the ending. You know how I said earlier, because I've got like 22 and a half hours on my memory card right now, I could have just recorded myself watching all these films in case there was any good reactions. I wish I'd done that because I laughed so much at the end. There is a ridiculous joke at the end of this film I thought was hilarious. And it was brilliant. Like, great way to end the film. I think the film really drags in the middle, like, really drags. There's a whole sequence where Dan O'Bannon's character, is it Pinback, I think? He is going to feed the alien they have on board, which is probably one of the worst looking things you'll ever see. It's just an inflatable beach ball painted kind of green or brown or something. I'm partially colorblind, but it was painted a vaguely alien color. And and then he's like chasing it around and getting into a fight with it. There's some slapstick, and then he chases it throughout the ship. And it goes on and on. There's an elevator sequence, which actually visually I thought was really well done. But, it gets a bit laborious at times. I found a lot of humor towards the end where the shipmate who was up in the observation deck for most of the film and kind of keeps to himself, he's trying to fix this ship because all these problems are happening, and there's a malfunctioning laser on the ship called Dark Star. And he's like trying to communicate with them, and they couldn't care less. And so they ignore him, even though he has vital information to get. So I found that funny, how, they probably could have saved themselves if they weren't being so, narrow-minded and kind of just in their own zone, which it kind of goes into where they've been out, in space for 20 years. The beginning sets up very well that the government aren't really, giving them a high priority and stuff. So they're kind of just out there, and their mission is to just destroy and bomb these planets that are going to collide with stars anyway. I like the stuff where they're talking about, a possibility of finding life, and there's a really good scene in the observation deck where the two characters are talking about the Phoenix asteroid. And that scene was really well done to me, and kind of funny as well, actually, when the one character, Doolittle, is talking about how he just misses surfing back home in Malibu, and like the the joke in that scene is when he's just like, I wish I had my board with me, just so I could wax it every once in a while. Which I thought was really funny. Dan O'Bannon's acting, I think, is one of the kind of weaker aspects of the film. There are moments where he's good-ish, but for the most part, it's like, this guy ain't an actor. I thought the twist at the end where the commander who previously had died because of a malfunctioning seat, they've kind of kept him alive in a kind of cryogenic chamber, frozen, was like a real haunting kind of visual and idea. And the way that his voice was very slowly coming out in kind of a fuzz, and it was almost like you had to kind of tune in on a radio to hear what he was saying. And to put that kind of a device into the film where you have a character who you can't hear very well, he's slow to respond, and it's a situation where speed is of the essence and the utmost importance. So I thought the tension building up to the final climax of the film, where the bomb is jammed and is about to self-destruct, and they can't convince the bomb to turn itself off, which again was really funny. And then the final fight of the film is Doolittle, I believe, basically talking philosophy with this bomb. He goes outside the ship and is just like, why do you believe in life? Why do you believe that you exist? And the bomb's like, well, I think therefore it's a really funny film. I think it drags a bit for me, and some of the limitations of the production design, it feels very cheap. And as a result, I find it difficult to let my imagination build that as an existing space in my head. I'm just looking like, yeah, that's like a really cheap corridor. But there are moments in this that I thought were good visually, as far as like some of the space stuff. Obviously, it doesn't look crisp and kind of as clean and beautiful as you'd see in other science fiction films of the period, before this and after it. But really nice kind of just like the planets and things like that, and some of the nebulas, they looked really nice. And also the music done by John Carpenter, who, famously has done music for most of his films, or a lot of them anyway. And this was his first film that he directed and produced and wrote and also did the music on. And there's some really good pieces, actually. There's one when the alien sequence where he's kind of like looking around the corridors and stuff, and there's kind of a tension-y kind of tune, and that felt like kind of classic Carpenter score right there, which I really liked. And there's other stuff where they're kind of listening to like country music at the beginning, which was a lot of fun. And as I showed you with that clip, the hand and the knife scene, which, you know, you see in Aliens. So kind of a weird connection there. Anyway, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can go into. I want to try and keep my thoughts on each film to like 10 minutes or so, much like we've been trying to do in the past few years of the 24-hour movie marathon. And I'll give myself maybe, you know, 2 or 3 Ridley Scott's no. If I really feel like I want to continue talking about a film. But yeah, that's Dark Star. Not a great film, you know, not even a really good film. Just an okay film. You know, you really have to judge it on its own terms, I think. You can't go in expecting something like Alien. And you can really see, actually, a little bit of a through line there to Alien. Not much, but you can see kind of the germs of certain ideas, the computer voice, the female voice that's ringing out throughout the ship. I mean, I don't know, maybe that was a trope of science fiction before that. I have no idea, but there are elements that feel alien-esque at times. So, Dark Star I really enjoyed. There's a documentary called Let There Be Light, The Odyssey of Dark Star, an extended version. A couple of interviews, an audio commentary with a super fan. Don't think I'm really interested in that, a commentary with a fan. And then the written intro, which we saw, and I think a trivia track perhaps as well. So I enjoyed it. I thought it was okay, and certainly really what I expected. And it made me laugh a few times, and it made me really laugh at the end. Like the laugh I gave at the end of this film is louder than I laugh at most modern comedies. It was just such a ridiculous gag to end the film on, and kind of perfect for what they were trying to say with this film, which was not all that much really. It's just a bit of a laugh, you know. It's a bit. It felt like the kind of boys making a movie, you know, where it's just let's make a movie, let's have a good time, let's just have it be ridiculous, and we'll throw in elements of science fiction that we love. I'm assuming they must have been science fiction fans. And yeah, I think it's for what it is, it's successful, I think. But obviously it didn't do too well, and has since become somewhat of a cult classic. So, the next film I'll be watching, moving on chronologically to 1976, we have Assault on Precinct 13. So, I know very little about this one, actually. I think it's some kind of like urban, gritty kind of like, you know, cop thriller, you know. I'm assuming, like, I think people get kind of, what was it? Someone told me that Ghosts of Mars, which I have seen, is kind of a loose remake of Assault on Precinct 13. So I'm assuming a bunch of characters get together in one space, and they have to defend it or something like that. I mean, let's have a look on the back. Isolated and cut off from the city inside a soon-to-be-closed LA police station, a group of police officers and convicts must join forces to defend themselves against the gang called Street Thunder, who have taken a blood oath to kill someone trapped inside the precinct. So this sounds like quite a bit of fun, actually. So, yeah, I think I'm going to give it a shot. It is, you know, almost 12:15 now, so, and I was feeling a bit sleepy through Dark Star. I also had a bit of an issue with the pizza. It kind of defrosted, and it was like just dough in my hands. I couldn't really place it into the oven. Really frustrated me. I had to essentially just abandon it and, you know, waste the food. I had some of those chicken goujons instead. But yeah, I was getting a bit sleepy with Dark Star, I have to say, and it's all too easy to lie down on the couch while I'm watching a film. Then I kind of rest my head on the pillow, and then, you know, I start to kind of drift. But I kept rewinding back if I ever nodded off, and I made sure I got everything. So, yeah, I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to go for Assault on Precinct 13, and then I'm going to call it a night for sure. Because, you know, I don't want to be staying up till like 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning, and then not getting up until, you know, 12, 1 or whatever. So, yeah, I'll do this one, and then get cracking on tomorrow. Hopefully brightish and early-ish. But yeah, so there we go. Dark Star. I enjoyed it for what it was. So, on with the next film. asleep on the desk? Alright, it is 2:31 a.m. Yeah, how does it take 2.5 hours to watch a 90-minute movie? Well, I was falling asleep, and so I kept rewinding back. I went on my phone for a bit to kind of wake myself up, and so I eventually got through the movie, which is no reflection on the movie whatsoever. I thought this was a really, really good film. I really enjoyed it. In fact, I would say, oddly, I think most people would probably say that they enjoy the second half of this film, Assault on Precinct 13, where all the action happens. But I think my favourite part was the first half of the film, the setup. I enjoyed probably more than the payoff. The payoff was really good, but I loved the setup of this story. We have this police officer called Bishop who's out on his first night, I believe, which doesn't seem to make too much sense because he seems like he's in his 30s. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but they keep talking about how, like, oh, it's the first night out or something. Regardless, he has been tasked with going to, I think it's like Sector 9, District 13? Oh, no, Precinct. So it's like District 9, Precinct 13, something like that. It's not Precinct 13, no, it's Precinct 9, District 13, I think. So it doesn't even quite make sense with the title. But regardless, Bishop gets tasked with going to this rundown police station, which is in a period of transition, actually. It's no longer really an actual functioning police station. The next morning, they're turning off the electricity and everything. He's just there to kind of answer the phones throughout the night, nothing too demanding. Only all these events happen in the first half of the film, in which a bunch of characters all end up at the police station, and the street gang, Street Thunder, I believe they're called, yes, they kind of surround them, basically, and there is an assault on Precinct 13. So what I loved was the setup, where we have these different characters. We have a couple of inmates, prisoners, who are being transferred to another prison in a prison bus, and one of the prisoners is very sick, so they stop at the police station in question to kind of stay for a little while and call a doctor. And so that's kind of adding the prisoner element to the police station. But the whole reason that the gang end up at that particular police station is there's a father and his daughter who are out driving, and it seemed like there was a really interesting backstory between them and what they were about to do, because it seemed like he was going to ask someone to come and live with him, but he's trying to get his daughter to kind of ask the woman herself to kind of manipulate her a little bit. I was intrigued by the storyline because I thought the guy who played the father was a really interesting actor. And there's a beat when they're driving past the police, and he kind of looks at them, and it just suggests something that made me really intrigued. What's going on with this character? And the young girl was sweet, and so I was intrigued to see where their storyline was going to go, and it gets really... I don't think it's spoiling much to say that his daughter gets killed by the street gang. And it's brutal. Like, they actually set a squib off on this young girl. The blood, it's shocking stuff, and the way they did it with the ice cream truck was just, that really hit me. And I thought that the father's reaction was so realistic. He's always just stunned, and he goes after the gang. He kills the guy who killed his daughter, which I was really satisfied about. I was like, fucking kill that guy. Because it was there was no need for it whatsoever. In fact, we set up at the beginning of the film, this gang, and they're doing like a blood pact together. And the fact that they were like all like different races and stuff, very diverse, I actually thought that we were going to get a sympathetic view at this street gang. I thought it was going to be like, look, here's these different people from all different walks of life, and why they've come together to form like literally a blood pact with each other. But after that, they just turn into like complete like personification of evil, just want to kill anyone who's in their way. That there's no kind of no shades of grey with these guys, there's no complexity, just kill us, and people to be feared. It's a simple movie, really. The girl gets killed, the father goes down, he kills the guy who killed his daughter, but then he gets chased into the police station, and he doesn't say anything else for the rest of the movie. He's just in shock. And I thought that was really realistic, and I really appreciated that little nuance in the film, because they so very easily could have had him go like, oh god, my daughter, oh my god, and just been like a, you know, one of those over the top characters. But he really just, the fact that he said nothing then for the rest of the film really resonated with me. I think it made the situation a bit more believable, I suppose. I don't know, I just thought that character was really well done, even if I wish we'd got more of his backstory, but I don't mind that we didn't. We have a woman in the police station who becomes kind of a central figure as the assault takes place, as the siege takes place. I thought she was a good actor, and I liked her character. She was very strong and played off very well with Wilson. Napoleon Wilson, one of the prisoners, who is a very charismatic person indeed, and he was the highlight of the film. Very, again, charismatic, entertaining to watch, and I loved how his character really projected a sense of coolness, to the point where, yeah, he's a prisoner, yeah, he's kind of a bad guy, but you kind of like him anyway, and he has a way with people. And I loved his witticisms, and the whole running gag about his name, Napoleon Wilson, that never really gets resolved or wrapped up at the end. And just really clever, funny writing with that character. Probably the highlight of the film, I think. I really liked, is it Austin Stoker, who plays the lead character, Bishop? Yes, he was really good. I liked him, and he showed like kind of the sense of compassion and rightness that I think a police officer should embody, and so I think he made for a great moral center and compass to the film. And it's just a really entertaining kind of small scale, siege, assault movie where you got these characters stuck in one location and you got guys all outside. And I loved how one cop gets killed on the outside the police station, and then the gang moves in, and the people inside the police station are shooting them out of the windows and stuff, and it all gets crazy, and then it quiets down, and they look outside and they realize all the bodies are gone, like they've cleaned up everything, and so that's another thing that John Carpenter did really well, is he wrote into the film another sense of believability as to why all this ruckus is going on. There's people shooting and stuff, and they're attacking this police station, and none of the police are doing anything about it. And it's and you get cutaways to this other duo of police who are driving around, and they're kind of on patrol, and they're requesting helicopters to kind of see what's going on. There's like a power outage and stuff, but the powers that be say, nope, all the helicopters are already, you'll get one when you get one, basically. And the street gang are using silencers as well, so that isn't arousing too much suspicion. There has been reports of like gunfire or firecrackers. The locals aren't too sure. The surrounding area is pretty desolate. There's not many people living in that neighborhood either, so it really sets up this idea that they're stuck there and there's nothing they can really do, and no one's going to really hear it. And at one point when the police do turn up, all the bodies have been taken away, so the street gang really becomes an ominous and threatening and silent but deadly presence, which I thought was really effective. This, to me, really shows you how good of a filmmaker John Carpenter is, because he takes a very simple story here, which is small stakes, and ultimately the reason I don't love it is because of that, But I think what really works is the sense of build-up and tension, and kind of almost even at this point a mastery of putting together a visual story in that sense. I think he really just has an eye for making a really good film, I think, and this is where it shows. With Dark Star, there were some good moments there visually, where the camera was moving, things like that, the placement of things, and the way the whole film was put together, but it still felt very, I won't say amateurish, because that is not the case, but Dark Star felt like what it was, which is a first film and a low-budget film. This felt like a proper movie, and it felt like a proper movie that was executed very, very well, and there was an emphasis on character, and the writing was really, really good, and the acting, for the most part, was really good too, which only helps things. And then his score, I loved his score, which, I'm not musically inclined, but from my very, very recent memory, it felt like it was all kind of calling back to the same kind of theme. But I think the main theme was really good, and I just love his style of music. I think it suits his films really well. And from what I remember from reading interviews, I think John Carpenter scores his films mostly out of necessity, I think. Not like I want to do it because only I can do it the way I want it to be done. More just like, well, someone needs to do it, you know. I might be wrong on that. Maybe I can look into that as we go through this. But I really, really enjoyed this film. I think it's really, really good. It's definitely one I'd watch again. And this is the Shout Factory Blu-ray. I know that there has been a re-release from like a new restoration that came out a couple of years ago in the UK at least. And I meant to pick up the limited edition set, but it went out of print. And so I got this Shout Factory version for now, which I think came out a few years ago maybe. It doesn't really seem to say on the back. But regardless, yeah, I really, really, really enjoyed this one. And would recommend it, actually. So yeah, Assault on Precinct 13. And it's always fun to just see, like, and I'm already going over the 10 minutes, but it's always fun to see films like this where, I say fun, you know, where people are getting shot and there's like actual physical, you know, squibs going off and actual blood. And, you know, I just think that it just makes it so much more, you get into it more, you know. And I love how they're kind of they're short on ammunition as well. That it's not. It seems like it's a film that's just going to be full of gunfire, and it kind of is. Especially the sequence when the street gang are just shooting down all the windows, but there's not that much because they only have like a very, very scarce amount of ammunition in the police station, and so I think that makes the situation seem more desperate, and you really feel that sense of desperation, I think. So I just think it was really well executed all around. And yeah, so that is that for Assault on Precinct 13. I feel like this is his first proper movie. You know, it's like Dark Star was like kind of just a fun little side movie. This is his first movie. Like it felt like a John Carpenter movie. The aesthetic, and I don't even think he has an aesthetic that's like, you know, that comes across in a very overt kind of auteur kind of way. You know, in like, oh, it's like Wes Anderson. Like you see a Wes Anderson film, it looks like one. You know, it's just so, you know, full of its own aesthetic, I suppose. But there's just something about his movies, at least the ones that I really like They Live and Assault on Precinct 13, The Thing. There's this building sense of dread at times and kind of playing things out slowly in moments, and emphasis on characters. And yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm talking bollocks at, you know, almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and I cannot wait to go to bed. Oh my god, I'm so excited to sleep. As much as I enjoyed this, I couldn't wait to be ready to get to bed. So tomorrow, Sunday, I will pick things back up. I'm going to say probably around 12 or 1 o'clock, knowing me. Probably have a nice long sleep. And then hopefully power through a lot more movies tomorrow, because I want to get this done 2.5 days. So I'll be starting, we'll just jump right into it tomorrow with film number 3, which is a 1978 TV movie from John Carpenter. Don't know why I said from John Carpenter. It's always going to be from John Carpenter. It is the John Carpenter 24-hour movie marathon. All right, let's bring this home for tonight. Someone's Watching Me. It's a fairly new release, I'm assuming from Shout Factory, Scream Factory, if you want to call it that. So this is Los Angeles newcomer Lee Michaels moves into a chic high-rise apartment building. She loves the view. So does the peeping Tom, who lives somewhere in the adjacent tower. I like the sound of this already. So yeah, so this is a TV movie, and it's one I'd never heard of before, and I'm very much looking forward to checking it out. So this will be the first movie for tomorrow, movie number 3 overall, and I'll see you in that segment, which will be instantaneous for you, and in about 9 to 10 hours for me. So it's been a good start, a late start, but again, I was always planning on starting on Sunday, so I feel like I've kind of made up for, you know, I've kind of like got a jump head start, put myself ahead of the game. I'm losing my train of thought very quickly here. Okay, so wrap it up, Luke. Yeah. Good night.
I don't think this house is gonna be safe. Alright, so what you're gonna do, you're gonna take a shower, and you're gonna get out of here. You're gonna get out of here, not give anybody any other chances to harm you. And steal your stuff. You gotta get all this off you. Ryan, you're just having one of your paranoid delusions again. What did my doctor used to tell me? What did my doctor used to tell me? I don't know why this is happening. I just really hope that everything turns out okay. Nobody's stealing anything from you. Nobody is stealing anything from you. Then why is everybody stealing stuff from me? Ryan, this is not reality. Okay. You're back. I gotta get out of here.
Why is this happening? Yellow.
Yo, when are you doing this John Carpenter Marathon gimmick?
Oh, hey man. I actually just started it last night. But it's not just a marathon, it's a 24-hour movie marathon.
Oh. Well, excuse me then.
And this isn't a gimmick. This is still real to me, damn it.
Come on, let's stick to kayfabe.
Sure, just don't work yourself into a shoot.
Why would I want to do that? Listen, I'm just curious to see what movies you're going to cover for this thing.
Well, I started with Dark Star.
Woof.
And then I finished off day one with Assault on Precinct 13.
Wait, day one consisted of 2 movies? 2 90-minute movies, no less?
Hey, it's me.
Well, you got to pick up the fucking pace, man. Watch some of those proper Carpenter films. I mean, you are going to watch They Live, aren't you?
Nah. It's completing Carpenter. I'm only watching films of his I haven't seen.
Motherfucker. Why bother?
You know what? Shut up. We're done.
Okay.
God's sake, man. First thing in the morning. Mother of a fuck, what now? Hello?
Hey, look. How's it going, man?
Oh, hi, Graham. Yeah, I'm alright. I'm just feeling a little fucking attacked right now. But apart from that, I guess I can't complain. Just in the middle of doing my 24-hour movie marathon.
Yeah. The John Carpenter thing. That's exactly why I'm calling.
How do people always know exactly when I'm doing these things?
I just wanted to make sure that since you're covering this huge project of yours, 24 hours covering the master, John Carpenter, that you spend a good amount of time covering his best movie, The Thing.
Alright, I see what's happening here. Either no one got the memo, or you're all just coordinating one big rib on me. I'm only watching Carpenter films I haven't seen.
You haven't seen the thing?
What?
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I didn't say that. Of course I've seen the thing.
Right, so you've seen the thing. And just let me get this right. You have 24 hours of movie watching time and you are actively choosing not to watch the thing.
Yes, because I'm only focusing on...
Look, I'm going to stop you right there. You're dead to me.
Carpenter films I've never seen before. Why can't people seem to grasp this single, simple piece of information? And yet they know exactly when to call me and bug me about this shit. Feels like... someone's watching me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is day 2 of 24-hour movie marathon completing Carpenter, and the time is currently 4:35 p.m. So I went to bed around 3 o'clock in the morning and I woke up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Had a full 12 hours. No, I didn't really. I went to bed at 3 o'clock, I got up around 11, snoozed for another hour. I really needed that sleep. I think the thing is working all week, and then as soon as I get back from work, cleaning the whole flat for 2 hours, then diving into filming this and watching 2 movies just wiped me out. So I got up around 12 and I've just been doing nothing, watching YouTube videos, just not stressing too much about this. So it's probably going to bleed over into essentially 4 days or 3.5 days, I think. I don't know, which I didn't really want to do, because that means, 4 days taking up this thing is more than I would like, but it's all good. I'm not going to stress too much. I need to just relax about it and just continue on. But I think tomorrow I really need to be on the ball and just get going straight away and wake up earlier, I think. So we'll see how tonight pans out, but I'm going to kick off, as I said in the last clip, with someone's watching me. Put a pizza in the oven. I went down to Morrison's, bought another one of those pizzas, and it's not defrosted, so I can cook it and eat it, which I'm looking forward to. Having an early dinner tonight, and as you just saw, poured myself a shot of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. So cheers to day 2 of completing Carpenter. Oh, that was like having what were they called? The hot jawbreakers. That felt like having one of those in liquid form, shot down my throat and up through my nostrils. Really nice. So that's about it. No, there's one more thing which is really interesting. This is why I love doing these things. This is just such an interesting oddity that I had no idea about with this Blu-ray, and it's not listed on the back of the cover either, so let's take a look. So this is the pre-menu screen for someone's watching me. And it says aspect ratio, so you can choose between 185:1, which is widescreen, or 133:1, which is side matted. Now if you look at the widescreen, it fills the whole screen. The side matted doesn't, so there's black bars on the side. It doesn't look like it's a full kind of, or maybe it is square. I'm not sure actually how much 133:1 is. I'm not completely an expert on those aspect ratios, but regardless, if you look closely, you can see that there is more of the image on the side matted version. So I want as much image as possible. I don't want things stretched or cropped to fit a widescreen television, so I'm assuming that's the way it was shown on TV, and it has more of the image, so that's the way I want to watch it. So where's my remote? I'll change that now. Alright, we're on the menu screen now, and it says there, go back to aspect ratio select. So I like that they give the option for people who really don't care about getting all the image and they want the full widescreen filling up the whole TV. Then that option is there for them. So I'm glad that I can kind of get to see the full whack, so to speak. And yes, it is actually a full, what some people would call 4:3, 1:3:3:1 aspect ratio. So there are black bars on the sides. In the preview image, it looked a little less extreme than this, but that's fine. I certainly want to see all of it, so looking forward to this very much. Someone's watching me. Feels like a John Carpenter film already, I have to say. Okay, 1 minute 55 seconds into the film, and we've already established in the first scene that already there's a woman who's being stalked slash, peeped on by a guy in an opposite tower in a city, and he's calling her and she's saying she's going to move, she's had enough of all this, and he's saying don't go, don't leave me. And then we have the title sequence, which I loved. I thought it was kind of like a low rent kind of Hitchcock opening titles, so just take a look at this. I love it. Awesome. The pizza is ready. Slightly burned, just how I like it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're out.
And now I properly start to watch the film. Okay, it is 1 minute past 7 and I'm done with the 1978 film Someone's Watching Me, originally called High Rise. I actually watched the interview on the disc with actress Adrienne Barbeau, who stars in the film as Sophie, the friend of the main character, Lee, who's played by Lauren Hutton. And a really good interview, and she was talking about some of the background of the film. It was John Carpenter's first studio film, made with Warner Brothers, originally going to be a feature film, and then they decided to kind of demote it, I guess, to television. And he said in an interview as well on the disc that he found that he was surprised to see that he quite enjoyed the kind of studio system in a way, working with a union crew on a film and so on. And so this obviously leads right into Halloween, which I won't be covering in this marathon because I've already seen it. But I loved this. Oh my god. This was great. I wasn't expecting too much. No one ever talks about it. It might be because it has never been given much of a big release, or I don't know. The fact that it was on television. Again, she was saying in the interview that all of his films, they go to the, any film goes to a cinema and people go and see it again and again. It plays for a couple of months or whatever, and then it comes out in video. This was shown, one night on TV, and if you didn't see it, you didn't see it, and it would be years until it would come out on DVD and things like that, and then get a new life. So I love that this was released. The Blu-ray looked fantastic. I'm glad I watched it in the original TV aspect ratio. There's a couple of shots in there where I feel like if it was zoomed in to widescreen, you'd miss some of the detail there and the framing and things like that. Specifically a shot of the main character when she's lying down, and there's a close-up of her face as she's looking at this device on the floor. Brilliant shot. So the story actually, because I was saying at the beginning of the film, it looked like we were jumping into a story in which a woman was already getting stalked by a man who's looking at her from across the way in two different, high-rise towers. But that's kind of like the prologue to the film. And then after the title sequence, we get into another woman who's moving in to a high-rise apartment block for the first time. That is Lee, played by Lauren Hutton, who I think really makes the film for me. She's a woman who's moved from New York to LA, and she's decided to kind of start a new life for herself, and she works in TV. She gets a job very quickly where she meets Sophie, played by Adrienne Barbeau, who was Carpenter's wife, I believe, for a number of years, or at least they were together anyway. And she says that in the interview as well. For anyone who isn't aware, I was with him for quite a while, and she gets asked what was her favorite day on set of making this, of which was apparently only a 10-day shoot, and she said probably the last day when I realized that John was interested in me for more than my acting. So that was kind of nice, even though obviously they weren't together for a very long time, or they split up in the 80s at some point. I don't know the timeline of that she can still look back fondly on something like that. Anyway, so the film itself, we follow Lee as she, comes to a new city, to a new life, to a new apartment, a new job, and she gets these phone calls from a weird guy. And what I loved about this film is how it builds up the suspense and how it doesn't rush anything. It's only 90 minutes, it's an hour and a half, and it doesn't rush anything to the point where our main character, Lee, she isn't taking it very seriously. And I loved the actress's performance. Lauren Hutton, I think she really makes the movie for me because she's such a likable character. She's very quirky, she has her own sense of humor. She talks to herself quite a bit, which is really endearing. And I think that it would be all too easy for a character like that to become really annoying. But I just found her so likable and charming. And, to begin with, at one point she gets back to her apartment and the door's open. So she walks in and she's just like, well, if you're in here, I have to warn you, I did train with Bruce Lee before he died, And she's very playful and confident and strong in that sense. But once it gets too far, once these phone calls and these presents that she keeps receiving in the mail keep building up, it gets to her, to the point where we see a woman who is so completely rattled and emotionally traumatized by this. And I think she just did a wonderful job. There's a couple of moments where her acting is a little bit off, especially the opening scene. At one point, she seems to be looking outside like this. It just doesn't seem very realistic, But those are minor quibbles. I think she really did a fantastic job of maybe not giving an incredible dramatic performance, but giving a performance that I bought into so much that I really cared about her character. And the same can be said for Sophie as well. I think that Adrienne Barbeau is a really good actress. I enjoy her in The Fog, particularly as far as John Carpenter films go. But she's a really likable, again, personality, and it's quite notable in that this is a 1978 film, and the character of Sophie is a lesbian. And what's so great about it is that's it. It isn't kind of used for titillation. It isn't sexualized in any way, shape, or form. It's just, I'm gay. That's it, and that's just her character. And there's nothing, they kind of play with it a little bit where they're having a meal together, and Sophie says to Lee, you don't mind at all, my preference, and she's like, no, why would I be threatened by it? It's just the same as being around men who might be interested in me. It's no difference to me. So it's a real kind of a gay character who's just accepted for who she is, and this is like 40 years ago now. So I think it was one of those rare things where, a gay character, let's make them over the top or stereotypical. And this is just a woman who happens to be gay, and that's part of her character, and that's it. So I think that was, for the time, I think, really ahead of its time. But that's neither here nor there, and it really doesn't make any difference to the movie, but I loved and appreciate that it was there in a time when perhaps that would be discouraged, or would be a call or a reason to have that really emphasized and placed into a different, kind of priority where it becomes more of a deal than it should be. Cameo from Shelby there. So anyway, so there's this guy's calling the woman and harassing her, but they play with it very smartly to the point where he hasn't threatened her at all. So the police aren't stepping in to do anything because they can't. And whether or not, especially in today's day and age, that would hold up is neither here nor there. Within the context of the movie, it means that she's still fairly helpless. She meets a man who, again, I thought was a really likable character, who would be played, I'm assuming, by Charles Cyphers, because he was the only other kind of main male character in the film. Really, really likable. Just the trio of main characters, I think, in this really make the film for me. Particularly the main character, but, I just thought that it made the film so much more enjoyable because I really cared about the characters. They seem like nice people. There's a real chemistry between all three of them, actually, between each other, and it just felt so genuine. This was this written by Carpenter? Yes, written and directed by John Carpenter. So I really think that he is almost an underrated writer in that sense, because he really makes, in a film like this, the characters so believable. And this is certainly, you could call it the John Carpenter's Hitchcock film. You know, there's so much influence from Rear Window in this movie, with the looking through the telescopes to the other apartment block, but there's other elements in there too, the surveillance, the recording that's going on, the manipulation of all the electronics in the building, the way this guy is terrorizing this woman without touching her. They go into that kind of idea of he needs to keep his distance. You know, he wants to get to you. He wants to hurt you without touching you, without getting close. He wants to keep his distance, and I almost feel like at times he wants to get caught, you know. And there's this whole mystery: who is he, you know? And they toy with that throughout the film, and you do get the obligatory we found him, and then you're like, well, there's 20 minutes of the movie left, so it's probably not him, you know. So you have to try to figure things out. I was wondering if there was going to be some big twist, and it was someone we'd already seen in the movie. And then it reaches its climax. And there's even a bit in the interview with Barbeau where she talks about kind of her criticism of the film, where there's a scene in which a character gets killed, and our main character Lee is looking through a telescope, and she's saying, why wouldn't she just run out the door to try and save the person? Why does she have to stay there and just look through the telescope? And I agree with it. That doesn't feel like a realistic character decision, but it makes for a very dramatic cinematic moment when you're focusing on her eye looking at the telescope and seeing this person get murdered, and it kind of reverses the role of, you know, she's the one being watched, and now she's being made to watch something else. So I think it's a conceit I can live with and let slide. Some of the cinematography is really, really good. I really enjoyed the way that he shot this. Nothing too elaborate, but just the way that the camera moves at certain times and builds with the suspense, and also just frames things in a aesthetically pleasing way. You know, just the way that it looks is very well shot. Overall, fantastic film. I'm going to say it. I know people don't think very highly of this one, but I thought it was a great thriller, built really heavily on a foundation of likable characters and genuine, believable chemistry between those characters. So really a testament to the actors here. You know, the plot is nothing you've seen before. There's nothing new to a plot like this, but I think that you know, going into that voyeurism aspect and also just the way that the character, I feel, believably reacted to being watched. You know, I mean, the title, "Someone's Watching Me," with an exclamation mark, I think it even says. Yeah, that's the official title. There is an exclamation mark in there. I was almost expecting at one point for it to turn around and going, "Someone's watching me, damn it," you know, like to be just really over the top, but I think it plays it really down the line in a way that I just think really made for a great film, actually. And also, a very, very minor note, if you remember, I was pointing out that the back of the Blu-ray of Dark Star had printed on it, disc made in Mexico. This has the same thing. You can't really see it because the cover is dark, but because the Dark Star cover is white, you can see it. So I guess it's just one of those things that certain Blu-ray cases have in American releases. They're printed in Mexico for some reason. Anyway, so this is a fantastic Blu-ray. I'm definitely going to watch this film again and again. So this is my current favorite for sure. And I was probably the one I was least looking forward to, so that's really cool. So big thumbs up for that. And very minor thing I want to talk about, and I'll forget things as we go along, but Assault on Precinct 13 from last night. Huge vibes of Night of the Living Dead. I don't know why I didn't mention it before. And, you know, just the whole setup and the fact that the street gang felt like the zombies. This kind of like, you're just almost faceless. You don't really see many of them in close-up or anything once the siege begins. Kind of like a faceless kind of just collective of evil. And I believe I read online that Carpenter had been influenced by Night of the Living Dead, which just, you know, seems like a no-brainer, really. But yeah. Just wanted to cover that very briefly before we go into the next film. It is currently 7:13, so hopefully I might be done with the next film by 9 o'clock roughly, which means I should be able to get another film in. I really wish I'd started earlier, I really do. But I'm glad that I watched this film when it got dark, because this feels like a kind of a night movie, you know, so that's cool. I like that. Had the candle going, you know, had my Jack Daniels, so that's cool. The next film I'm going to watch is from 1978 also, but it ain't Halloween, So what the hell is it? How was John Carpenter so busy in the year of 1978? Well, this is not a film that John Carpenter directed. So I'm bending the rules a little bit. But this is a film that he wrote. And I just talked about how much I loved his writing in that. So I hope to see more of the same in this. This is Eyes of Laura Mars. This is a film from my favorite director of all time that I've only seen one film from, being Irvin Kershner. He directed The Empire Strikes Back, my favorite film of all time. I love him as a director because of that film. I listened to his audio commentary for The Empire Strikes Back, and I love the way he talks about movies. So I love Kershner, and I've only ever seen one film he's ever done, so it feels like high time that I got around to seeing this movie. And the fact that it stars Faye Dunaway, Tommy Lee Jones, actors I really like, and the fact that it is directed by one of my favorite directors, who again I've only seen one movie from, makes it really exciting to me. And then the fact that it is written by John Carpenter himself, so I'm just really excited about this and can't wait to check it out. It's a thriller. I believe it is right. So the tagline says, "She saw all life through the camera's eye, then suddenly she saw death." So I think she's a photographer, and then she starts seeing murders or something like that. So we'll find out as we go. I'll find out as I go, I should say. Eyes of Laura Mars. Let's just get right into it and continue on with this marathon.
Don't you think it's a total hype?
I don't understand.
Hype, hustle, ripoff?
I cannot, for the life of me, wrap my head around young Tommy Lee Jones.
Do you know the artist?
He should just always be an old man. I don't know. It's just weird.
I know her very well.
Well, if you see her, will you point her out to me? Because
Alright. Let's talk about the eyes of Laura Mars. So it is currently 9:45. I don't know where this time just keeps slipping away from me, you know? Anyway, so let's just waste no more time talking about that kind of stuff. Eyes of Laura Mars, the glare of Laura Mars. So this film is about a photographer called Laura Mars, played by Faye Dunaway, who specializes in a controversial type of style of photography in which he depicts these glamorous models in various states of murderous actions. So she has kind of like half-dressed women, you know, half naked, killing people and all this kind of in weird situations, and she gets very popular and also very hated at the same time. She has this big gallery opening at the beginning of the film. Everyone's clamoring for a piece of Laura Mars, and she's the talk of the photography town in New York. And at the beginning of the movie, we see a vision that she has of one of her subjects that she took a portrait of in one of her books get murdered. And the next day she finds out that that person was murdered. And so we find out that basically Laura Mars has this ability to see into the eyes of a killer who is tracking down and murdering people connected to her. It's always someone who has worked with her and is connected to her closely and intimately. And so the police are trying to figure out who it is and trying to figure out just how crazy Laura is when she tells them that she can see through the eyes of this killer. And it's like this thing that comes every now and then. She'll get this vision. Tommy Lee Jones plays a detective called Neville who is trying to help her and eventually ends up falling in love with her. I think this element of the film, I got a little bit, you know, rolled my eyes at a bit, especially in this scene where they kind of realize that they love each other and they kiss and stuff in the park. It was losing me a little bit, but the way they handled it, I thought afterwards, like they kiss and it's like, okay. And then they're both just like, oh, this is just crazy. Like, I thought that was kind of a nice moment of believability there. But it gives the story more stakes, you know, if they become an item, and that certainly was the case. Laura's ex-husband, played by the great Raul Julia, it was great to see him. Always been a fan of him, and he's not in the film very much, but he makes a couple of appearances throughout. We also have a very young Brad Dourif playing Tommy, who's Laura's driver, who has a prior criminal record, which kind of brings him into, you know, into a potential Words of failure. It brings him into the light of being a potential suspect. There we go. Okay, I dragged it from the bottom of my ass then. It just feels like as I talk more and more about these films, I start to kind of get a little bit loopy in the head. So that's the setup for Laura Mars, Eyes of Laura Mars, and it was written by John Carpenter, a spec script titled Eyes. So I didn't actually realize this had been rewritten, and I rewatched the ending with the commentary from Irvin Kershner, and he basically almost speaks disdainfully about the original script, saying it was nothing more than just a regular old thriller, and he would only agree to direct the film if he could change things and make it into a story that had more resonance towards the end. So the identity of the killer and the ending were reworked pretty heavily from what I understand. I also read that Tommy Lee Jones actually wrote his kind of, I guess, main monologue in the film himself. So not so much of a John Carpenter original as I had thought, but he is credited at the beginning for the screenplay and the original story, so it is his idea, but it was changed quite drastically, apparently. I'd like to look into and see exactly how drastically it was changed, and of course this was actually released just a couple of months before Halloween, so you know, he got to make his mark in 1978 regardless, Mr. Carpenter, but Eyes of Laura Mars, how was it? I really, really liked it, actually. Looking online, not a lot of people love this one. They think it's pretty misguided. Didn't get very good reviews at the time. And yeah, I think someone called it at the time, The Eyes of Lurid Mess. So, one of those things where it's been a little bit divisive. Perhaps even worse than that, a film people are very meh on. You know, they don't really particularly dislike it, they don't particularly like it, which is just a death knell, I think, for any film. But I really, really enjoyed it. Not as much, actually, as Someone's Watching Me. And I think that this film is a much more accomplished film than Someone's Watching Me. I think the acting in this film is a lot better. I think that the direction is a lot better. I think that there's some really good stuff in this. The way that it's shot and everything, the way we see through the eyes of this killer, the mystery of who this killer is, why Laura has a connection to them. That psychic connection is never really explained. I think that's probably best left unexplained. I would have hated a kind of Psycho style, so here's why she could, at the end of the movie, just a 5-minute explanation scene. So, yeah. But the ending I thought was awesome, because it is a kind of whodunit, who's doing it, I suppose. And I just thought that was towards the end, when it became apparent that, okay, we're in the home stretch now. We're going to find out who it is. Is it someone we know? Is it someone different? Is it Laura? And I thought the way that the ending was handled, like I was literally just like, my heart was almost pounding a little bit faster as I was watching that ending unfold. And I thought that the gravitas of the ending, despite my kind of, perhaps some of the film isn't as engaging as the rest, I think that the ending, the last 5 minutes or so, really made up for any other moment in the film that wasn't as good or as engaging or compelling. And the performances of Faye Dunaway and the killer at the end, I think, were remarkable, actually. Really, really resonant and powerful, actually. So there's a real great visual at the end as well, which kind of goes away to explain the killer more than, again, a 5-minute kind of sit down, here's what happened, exposition scene would. So when you can convey something visually, I mean, it's kind of hinted at in the dialogue, but there's a visual with the mirror that I think worked so well. Like, that was a really nice touch. And I think that probably is where Irvin Kershner stepped in, or at least there is another man who's credited with writing the films. I'm assuming he came in to rewrite certain sections of it, but I really, really liked it. I thought it was a very good film. And I enjoyed seeing New York in the 70s, just really, really enjoyed it. And we'll definitely watch it again. But I'm surprised, for sure, that I preferred Someone's Watching Me. That's been quite a shock so far. Let's see if the shocks continue to roll in. So I'm going to have my last sip of Cinnamon Zero Coca-Cola, which isn't that good, actually. I remember it tasting a lot better than this when I tried the first bottle, but on we go. It is now 9:53, and so chronologically we move to 1979. We're of course jumping over the much talked about, much praised, much loved Halloween, and we're going to another TV movie, actually. And this, again, released in 1979, we get the king playing the king, Elvis. I'm a huge fan, or as Donald Trump would say, huge fan of Kurt Russell. And I'm a pretty big fan of John Carpenter. So those two together always produces dynamite as far as I'm concerned. You look at Escape from New York, you look at The Thing, Big Trouble in Little China. So we got this one. We also have Escape from LA, which I haven't seen. So two more Kurt Russell Carpenter collaborations. The Carpenter Kurt collaborations. And yeah, I don't have high hopes for it. I really don't. But I think that a young Kurt Russell definitely could pull off an Elvis, and this is a very young Kurt Russell, so I'm really looking forward to this one. The only thing is, it is 3 hours long. All of these films, bar this one, are like 80 to 90, 100 minutes at the most. I think there might be one that's 2 hours actually, but regardless, in fact maybe a couple of them are, but most of them are fairly short-ish. This one is 170 minutes, so two things I wanted to say about Someone's Watching Me. Again, I'm jumping back and forth all over here, but I do forget these things. When I was saying that the how like funny the performances were from the main cast in Someone's Watching Me, funny in a kind of natural, kind of genuine way. A lot of that goes to the writing as well. So I think that Carpenter's writing was really witty, like the back and forths, like particularly when the main character Lee meets the man in the bar and kind of decides she wants to kind of, approach him and basically flirt with him. And throughout the whole film, everyone's like trying to get, flirt with her. And she's like, nope. They make an effort to really show this woman going, no means no. And then she sees a guy in a bar and she's interested in him. So she goes over and talks to him. And just that whole exchange and all of the exchanges were really kind of vibrant and kind of bubbly, which is down to the performances. But I do think the writing goes a long way to making those things work. And I think there was something else that I just forgotten as I was about to. See, I had something. There were two things, and then the other thing went. So it was kind of like jumping all over the place. Maybe it'll come back to me. I do not know. What was I was saying? It was a TV movie. We're doing Elvis. 100. That's it. It popped back in my head again. Okay, because I was thinking this is a TV movie. 170 minutes. I'm not sure whether this was shown over a couple of nights, whether it was like a marathon, like 4-hour event, because obviously you have adverts on television. And that's what jumped out to me about the second half of Someone's Watching Me, is there were very specific kind of cliffhangery like scene endings, where like the main character Lee is in her bedroom, the phone rings and she's like, oh my god, and puts the phone down, then the lights start dimming. So he's controlling the lights in her house and she just has this like breakdown, and then it fades to black. And it very much felt like now to the ads, and just a couple of times in the second half of the film I really noticed the kind of ad break section. So I'm intrigued to see if this will have similar beats where it feels like kind of the end of a certain chapter, almost as if it was a book. So yeah. Oh, wow, this actually says Bing Russell, Kurt Russell's real life dad, plays Vernon Presley, who I can only assume is Elvis's dad. That's really cool. Kurt Russell's dad gets to play his actual father in the film. So let's jump into it. Let's check it out. This might be the last one for day 2. I would like to push on to a fourth film. We'll see where I am in approximately 3 hours. Or knowing me, it might take 5 hours to watch this, because I stop. I check my phone every now and again. I really need to get away from that. That's the thing. That's something. I'm sorry. I need to go into this just a little bit. It's difficult for me. It really is to sometimes just sit down and watch a film. Not generally, but if I'm doing one and one. It's difficult. It really is. I need to remove myself from that mindset. I really do. I'm trying so hard. I feel like today's been a real failure as far as that's concerned. Even though I enjoyed doing nothing at the beginning of the day, I should have just gone on with it, and that has cost me, I think, being able to do this by the end of Monday. So I think we're going to definitely roll into Tuesday. Regardless, this doesn't mean anything. I don't know why I keep this shit in. It's me. I just do it, I guess. It's all part of the journey, all part of the marathon experience for me anyway. So, tomorrow I will try to be more on the ball, not really pay attention to the internet too much, and just get on with it. So that's what I'm going to do now. So let's get on with Elvis, which also happens to be my brother's name. So, Elvis, shout out to you. He can't watch this, he's like 3. So, alright, the movie. it seems like John Carpenter has a bit of a Hitchcock thing going on. Yeah, just 3 minutes into the film. Hello! There he is, a man himself, smoking a cigarette, would you believe it? Alrighty, it is 2:22 a.m. and I'm done with John Carpenter's Elvis. He didn't write this one, and where do I even go with this one? It's difficult. It's really difficult, this, because I feel like I could do an hour-long review on this film. There's just so much to get into, and so many elements to discuss. I loved it. I know it doesn't have a very good reputation. I think most people can agree that Kurt Russell is pretty great in this as Elvis. But for the most part, I think that the film is viewed in a fairly negative to mediocre fashion. And maybe I can even understand that. Maybe I can see that this film, as much as it tries to be extensive and to cover as much ground as possible in the life of Elvis Presley, it ultimately does skirt over a few things and even drags at a few points in the film. And there are certain little mini scenes that just don't seem to feel necessary, I think. There's a couple of those in the film. There's one where his grandmother is playing Silent Night on the piano. You know, it's a fairly kind of, for like a one-shot kind of little mini scene. It just I don't know. I guess it announces that it's Christmas, but her character in the film isn't really there that much. And this is I don't know why I'm going into like really small, minor things that I thought wouldn't go in there first, but there was something else. There's a little scene where he's trying to start this toy plane. He's trying to spin the propeller around, and he stands up and he's like, he needs a light, and all of his friends jump in with a lighter. And it just shows you how like everyone is just there kind of waiting on him, hand and foot kind of thing. And then he tries to spin the propeller again. And it's just one of those things. The scene just went off like a minute, and I was like, did we really need that? We could have just had the bit where they hold the lighters out for him, and it would have taken 10 seconds as part of another scene. So there are a few things I think that maybe could have trimmed it down just a little bit, but I do love that it took so much time. Essentially, and I went to this film completely blind as far as what kind of story this was telling, as far as Elvis is concerned. Obviously, there's so many things you could do, and I think that many biopics try to cover sometimes too much ground, or they don't cover enough. You know, there's so many ways to get it wrong. There's so many ways to get it right, and I can't really judge how right this film got a lot of the things that it portrayed. And you know, I'm not a big Elvis fan in the sense of knowing a lot about his life, and so the reason it took me like 4 hours to watch this film is because I kept pausing it to look on Wikipedia to find out if that person was real, if that really happened. And I was quite surprised and pleased actually to find that even down to like lines of dialogue, they were trying to keep as true as possible. You know, when Elvis goes to Sun Records and they're like, well, who do you sound like? And he's like, I don't sound like nobody. And it's just like, that was apparently a real thing that he said. So I love that they included that stuff. Now, from what I understand, there was a lot of drug use that went on in Elvis's life, and that is completely omitted from the film. And you got to understand, this was made in 1978, released in 1979, I believe. And so just after his death, you know, a couple of years. So do you really want to be making a film about someone who just died and going into all of their, you know, their dark, you know, real life, you know, tragedy in that sense? And in another sense, do you show him in his final days? And they don't, ultimately. So the film opens in 1969. He's about to start kind of doing a concert again after many, many years. He'd done the 68 comeback special. I'm at least familiar with that as a quasi, you know, medium level Elvis fan. That's a fairly, you know, a big point in his career, I think, the 68 special. But 69, he went to Vegas to start this concert tour to get back to doing that side of things, and by all accounts was trying to see if he could do it again and to kind of shut up some of the naysayers who thought that because he'd been away from the public eye for so long that he kind of lost it. So we open the film then in 69. He gets to the building and he's sitting down and he picks up his guitar and he reflects back when he was a kid, when he first got his guitar for Christmas. So we get a fairly extended look at him as a young boy, about 10 years old. And I thought, okay, now we're going to go back to present day. No, that flashback lasted 2.5 hours. I mean, this has got to be the record, or at least, it's up there as one of the longest flashbacks in film history. We get back to 1969, I think, like 2 hours and 35 minutes into the movie. So, it was kind of funny. It was almost getting more comical as the film went on to me, thinking, wow, we really still haven't gone back to 1969 yet. But I loved that they did actually try and tell a big chunk of his life, and I really enjoyed those childhood sequences. And then we see him as a young teenager in high school. That's where Kurt Russell steps into the role. We follow him through his rise to fame and becoming a megastar, going to the army, the passing of his mother, meeting Priscilla, eventually marrying her, having their child, Lisa Marie, and then we kind of meet up with 1969 and this concert tour. So that's what the film does. It kind of tells you most of his life and the broad strokes of his very successful career. And the thing that I really enjoyed about this is that it goes into a lot of the fame aspect. And again, I can't speak to how close to reality this was, but from now on, I'll react to this as if everything in this movie is completely true, just to kind of, save myself stopping and going, well, I don't know if it was completely true, Obviously, it's not going to be, to the letter. It's not going to be verbatim to real life, but I'll go on what the film presents me with, which by all accounts, again, looking into it, seems to be that they've tried to keep as true to things as possible. So he very much felt like the fame was a blessing and a curse, a blessing in the sense that he was able to reward his family after years of struggling, and being poor, and wanting to give his mother a house to live in, wanting to buy her a fancy car that she never would have had before. All these things he can do for his family and for his friends, very generous, very giving, but at the same time, a curse in that he can never be a normal person again. He laments the time when he could just go somewhere. He wants to go to Europe and travel the world and see places, but he can't. He'll be mobbed, and it would be worth $1 million to him if he could just, for a couple of weeks be a normal person. And, there's a scene where him and Priscilla are dancing at some get-together, and everyone just kind of like separates and just watches them. And he's like, doesn't that bother you when, everyone just drops everything when we come into the room? Priscilla wants to have one of her friends come over to Graceland, the house. And Elvis is like, I don't like outsiders, I can't be myself, So he becomes very closed off and paranoid to a degree. And then he gets to a stage in his life when he's kind of really searching for meaning and trying to deal with the losses in his life. And I'll tell you something that really connected me to this film. Number one is that my dad is a big Elvis fan, and I grew up hearing the music, and I was really almost moved at the very end because the movie ends with his first performance concert in Vegas, and the two songs were, I've already forgotten what the first one is, Blue Suede Shoes, and then the final song that he performs at the end of the film is The Wonder of You, which is my favorite Elvis song. At least it was when I was a kid. I love that song, and it reminds me so strongly of being a young kid and being with my dad, and I'm almost welling up thinking about it because that's just kind of the shit you cherish, It's a really nice feeling, and that song takes me right back to those days, almost as if I can see it now, in front of me. And also, in another sense, because I had no idea that Elvis had a twin brother who was stillborn. And I was so touched throughout the film as he talks to his brother. Both when he was a kid, he would go to the grave and then to the stream nearby and talk into the stream and bring his brother like presents. Absolutely heartbreaking. And he feels a connection to his brother and speaks to him at times. There's a kind of great device in the second half of the film where he's sitting there kind of just, thinking about his life and talking out loud to his brother Jesse and looking at his own shadow. And it gets to a point where right before he goes on stage at the end of the film, he's there and he's kind of like steeling himself. He's emotional. He's away from his daughter, but he has to do this. He has to go on stage. He's worried that he's going to get shot and killed like JFK and Martin Luther King, these big famous figures, and he feels like that he's almost marked for death too. but he's really kind of, again, steeling himself to do this show, and then he turns and looks at his shadow. And I don't know if that was intentional and part of that whole Jesse kind of arc in the film, but to me that felt like he looked at his brother and said, okay, let's do this. And I don't know, there's something, it depends who you are, what you think about mortality, what you think about people's souls and everything. And I certainly err on the side of not so spiritual, but at the same time I think that it's a very positive thing, and that there is something to energies. And for me personally, I had a brother who didn't make it. 2 years before me, he was born, lived for a month and died. And so I've always had that kind of, is there something there, and ultimately I don't think there is. At the end of the day, I don't think there is. Not that I would take anything away from anyone who does think that, but I've had those moments growing up where I looked at my reflection once in the window and just thought, like, I don't know, can I speak to him? Can he speak to me? What would he have been like? And throughout my life, I'm thinking, like, hey, he would have been, 15 now, what would it have been like to have an older brother? And so, I don't know, there's something about that really hit me hard and hit home. And the scene when he gives his mother a car was very sweet and touching, but then he pulls out this little piece of jewelry that's real diamonds, and it's 2 hearts, and he said, that's one. I'm gonna cry. He says, that's one from me, one from Jesse. I don't think I've ever done this on video. Oh man. Wow, that's crazy. That is actually crazy. And the laughing is trying to mask me actually crying. That's really strange. Wow, okay. Whew. I can't get through it. Jesus Christ. Let me have a drink of water here. It's funny because I've talked about films that are so much more emotionally impactful than this. I guess it's just a personal thing, you know. Oh man, I'm gonna keep this in. I'm sorry. All right, that just really touched me, and his relationship with his mother, which is almost a bit too over the top. It gets almost a bit kind of like, his mother is his whole world, and I can certainly, as someone who, I love my mum, and she raised me. My dad was there, but he wasn't always there, and so, I can relate to that too. Maybe not as much as Elvis in this film, but it was very sweet and touching, and I let a few tears roll, but I certainly didn't get as emotional as I just did then. Holy shit, I was really trying to hold it back there. I mean, if the camera wasn't on, I probably would have had a little cry there, but okay, we're good. All right. So that's really strange. Now I know what happens if I'm in a kind of like a public situation where I feel really emotional and want to cry. I try to mask it with laughs. I didn't know that. Okay, so back to the film. That part of it really resonated with me and touched me, obviously, as you just saw. But also what I really liked was that I think that there's limitations in the film in the sense that they didn't have a huge budget. And a lot of that kind of Elvis mania is seen from the inside. It's insular, because does that work? I don't know. Where you're literally in Graceland with Elvis for like long stretches, where you don't see the mania, you don't see the fans going crazy. You do at certain concerts and things like that, and they capture that brilliantly, actually, especially like with the girls going crazy with the hip gyrating and stuff. But the idea of him kind of being closed off. And again, I think the limitations of the budget that they probably had for this, where you do just focus on his perspective of everything, where to him, I'm just a guy, and it's hard for people sometimes to take an icon. And there's a short making of from the time that this film was released in the late 70s on the Blu-ray, which I watched, and John Carpenter was saying that, he becomes this kind of mythical figure, but we kind of just want to show him as just a guy at certain points, very loosely paraphrasing there. And I think that works really well. And I empathize with the character of Elvis in this film, because you see him come from nothing. You see his parents struggle. You see him get rich and famous and gets to kind of give his family and everyone and everything they could ever want. And then what? you know, and his mother seems to struggle with that. Like, you know, I just want him to be proud of me now, you know, and she seems to struggle there. And so I really loved that focus of it. And almost, you know, when the mother does pass away and it really hits him hard, it's almost like it's never the same. And I do feel like the second half of the film, I don't want to say suffers from that, because we're talking about people who really died, and you know, everyone dies and everyone goes through loss. But you know, it seems weird to say, like, you know, someone's mother actually dying wasn't good for the second half of the film. But I do feel like a piece of him died, and from then on he never is truly the same. He is and he isn't, you know. And the whole Priscilla thing is interesting. I understand that they met when she was very, very young, and they do kind of touch on that, you know. It's there, they don't dwell on it too much, but it is there. And their relationship seems quite tragic towards the end as well, and very sad as too. And Kurt Russell, you know, incredible, I think. He's a great actor, he's one of my favourite actors, and I think he does a brilliant job of not impersonating Elvis. And again, something John Carpenter said in the making of was that, you know, there's no point getting someone who just looks like Elvis. You know, you need a good actor, you know. And that's true. Kurt Russell doesn't look just like Elvis. Looks quite vastly different, in fact. But he has the same kind of build. You know, he has the kind of hair that can kind of go along with it. And he certainly has the acting chops to pull off the swagger and the aura at times, and the showmanship as well. I think the voice is really good for the most part. There are certainly times, and I think I find this whenever an actor does an accent, when they start shouting, their real voice comes through. And there are moments when he gets heated in the film and is real. You can hear the real Kurt Russell coming through, but that's okay, you know, that's all right. It's, for the most part, a really incredible job. And I really empathize with him as a guy. It really made me see him as a man, as a person, more than the legend. And I think that's a really good thing. And I'm a big fan of this film, despite the general consensus, I have to say. It could be better. I think it could have been trimmed down, or certain elements could have been expanded more. There's a lot of people who are part of his group, his band, that don't really get explained or explored. But again, you'd be looking at like an 8-hour movie if you were to really go into everything. It's a big life, and it's very bold to tackle as much of it as they did. But I think that the heart was in the right place when making this film, and I think it really comes off. Now, the singing is not done by Kurt Russell. You know, they clearly had the foresight to say, okay, he can't sing like Elvis, so we're going to get someone to come in and do an Elvis singing voice, who I believe did the audio commentary on this, which isn't listed on the back of the Blu-ray, so I can't tell you exactly who it is. Here we go. Elvis vocals by Ronnie McDowell. So he did the Elvis vocals, and it takes a while to get used to. The first time is when Elvis is outside his school playing his guitar and singing, and the lip syncing isn't perfect. It really isn't. And throughout the film it remains that. At times it really works, at times it throws you off a little bit, but you just kind of get used to it, you know. And I think that Kurt Russell does you know, pretty much the best job he could with that kind of I'm not sure how they did it, if they had the vocals, you know, playing on set while he was lip syncing to them. I don't know the process of that. I'd love to know that. I'd love to have like some proper real behind the scenes on this, not just a fluff piece from when the film was made. There's not much on there at all. You know, I would have loved, oh my god, I would have loved for a Carpenter Kurt Russell commentary special on this one, because their commentaries are so funny and enjoyable that it would be amazing to hear that on this, but one hasn't been done, nor has any kind of contemporary special features material been made about this film. I wish there would be. I hope that maybe, you know, like Arrow Video or someone can kind of get their hands on this and re-release it, and maybe do a new master of it, because it looked fine to me. I enjoyed it. It looked good, but it could look a lot better. And I'd love to see some new stuff from Carpenter and Kurt Russell reflecting on it. If only to look back on the beginning of one of the great director-actor collaborations, in my opinion. So, yeah, and there's a lot of other great actors. Shelley Winters does a great job as Elvis's mother. I mean, that is really the beating heart of the movie, is that relationship, I feel. And a lot of really good kind of side characters and performers. And yeah, I just, I'm trying to think that I feel like there's so much more I could go into. Bing Russell, who plays Vernon Presley, does a good job. There's not much for him to do, I don't feel like, sometimes, but just be there occasionally. But it's nice that he's kind of Kurt Russell's father as well, so it's kind of a nice familial link there. And interestingly enough, Kurt Russell's first ever movie was an Elvis movie, or at least a movie that Elvis was in. And he played a part where he runs up and kicks Elvis in the shin. And apparently he also played an Elvis impersonator in a 2001 movie. I forget what the title is. And they kind of homaged that and had a young kid run up and kick Kurt Russell in the shin. That's really cool. But it's interesting that he was actually in a movie with Elvis. And the actress Shelley Winters, who plays Elvis's mother, I forget her name, Gladys, she knew Elvis when he was in his early 20s. So that's kind of fun. And yeah, so I mean, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, the music is great, even though you're not hearing Elvis sing. I mean, that's the one thing you'd think maybe like just use the Elvis tracks, but then you need to kind of work your own way into it because there's lots of different things that they do. For instance, I believe the story is when Elvis was like very young, like 10 or 11 or something, or 9, he was in school and he sang Old Shep. In the movie, it's when he's like a teenager, you know. So, I mean, obviously, there's no recording of that, and so they need to have someone. So I think it's good that they just stayed consistent and had this Elvis vocal performer, Ronnie McDowell, kind of just do all of the Elvis singing. I think that makes sense, and to kind of dip in and out of the actual Elvis, you know, real-life recordings probably would have just mixed things up a little bit too much. And, you know, should they have gone into more of the darker times? I think at the time, probably not. Maybe these days it would be interesting to explore. But, you know, at the same time, I almost feel like I fell in love with Elvis a little bit with this movie to the point where I don't want them to dwell on all that bad stuff because it is what it is. And he had a very tragic and young death. And it's really sad. And, you know, do we really need to dwell on that? Sometimes it's nice just to have a made-for-TV movie kind of gloss over everything. As much as it's nice to get to the truth of everything, you know, sometimes we can just, you know, I don't know. Ignorance is bliss sometimes. I don't know. It really depends. It's really tricky when you're dealing with real-life people, I think. But, you know, I think it was a nice way to end it with the kind of the legendary kind of, as you see in the front cover here, the Elvis, the white Vegas jumpsuit, and to end with the beginning of that portion of his career, not so much the end of it, which is, you know, the whole Fat Elvis period, and of course his untimely death. But again, they made this so soon afterwards, it's still really raw, you know, so it's, what do you do? I don't know. But I thought it was a very, very good film. I loved it more than it's a good film, I think, again, because of the personal connection I felt to it. And just because I think Kurt Russell did such a good job, and I really bought into his character. And, you know, there are moments where he turns into a bit of an asshole, and I can kind of understand why without them really even breaking it down too much. At one point, he's like, why am I like this? Why is this happening to me? And it doesn't really get answered. There isn't some kind of big resolution to that. And it even ends on a note where things aren't perfect with him and Priscilla and his daughter. And that's just the way it is sometimes. But yeah, I really was quite taken with this, and I'm really glad that I finally saw it. So I think I'll leave it there for Elvis. Again, I feel like I could ramble on so much more, but it's probably best to leave it there, I think. I mean, there's so much ground to cover, so many scenes that I could talk about, but I'd just be here forever, I think. But you know, for the most part, I was, again, very taken with it. Maybe a little bit too long, but not even by that much. I think 2.5 hours would be kind of perfect for it, actually. Just that section when he comes back from the army and, you know, is kind of mired in kind of isolation for a little bit, and kind of the difficulty with Priscilla and so on, that really slows down proceedings. And again, it did have, just like Someone's Watching Me, very obvious kind of ad break endings on scenes where it would fade out and then just start again. So almost a little bit jarring, but not too much. It really felt fine as a feature-length presentation. I read that they did actually, screen this in cinemas as well. So there we go, Elvis. Next up, which will not be tonight. I feel like I need to go to bed. and we'll start day 3 off hopefully a lot earlier, and I can power through some more films. If this was like an hour and a half, I might have gone for it. It's now 2:46. I probably could have gone for an hour and a half, but the next film is almost 2 hours long, and it is from 1983. So we're now leaving the 70s finally and jumping into the amazing decade of the 80s, and we're gonna check out next. I'm gonna check out next. Christine. Yeah, I've heard really good things about this. In fact, I think my dad was talking about this recently, and my brother. I might have to ask my brother about that actually, and maybe get back to you tomorrow in the next clip. But yeah, anyway, so Christine is about a killer car, apparently. Isn't this something to do with Stephen King? Am I completely imagining that? I really don't know. Yes, based upon the novel by Stephen King. So we've got Keith Gordon in this, and Harry Dean Stanton. Awesome, I love me a bit of Harry Dean Stanton. Rest in peace. So Christine will be the next film number 6. And I don't know how many hours I've done now, but it's quite a few. Not as much as I would have liked at this point in the marathon, but I'm really enjoying this, I have to say. And yeah, that was quite an experience pack. I'm still thinking about the fact that I was almost about to burst into tears, and I got really choked up in a video. Whew. Okay, so I'm good now. It's all fine here now. How are you? So it's good night from me, and rolling on with day 3, which I'm really looking forward to, because there's quite a few films now from the 80s and then 90s onwards, which I'm quite excited to check out. But yeah, thinking about it, I would probably put this at my number 1 now of the films so far. I think Someone's Watching Me might be a better film actually, just because it's it's hour and a half, nothing feels wasted. So yeah, maybe that's my main gripe, just a little bit too long perhaps, and maybe some other elements could have been clarified just a teeny bit. Like the Colonel, that's one last thing. This, the guy who managed Elvis, I believe, the Colonel, he just seemed to appear, and I don't quite know, because there was someone that they went to audition for, and he wasn't interested, and Elvis got really mad. And I'm not sure if that was the same guy who then decided to take them up. Then his friends had a meeting with the guy in a diner, but I wasn't sure who the friends were either. The only kind of mainstay in his life, in the movie, as far as his friends in his life, is Red, who I had to look up was a real guy, and he was a real guy. But it isn't even made clear what he does. He's just one of the helpers, I guess. But there's a scene at the beginning of this film when Elvis is kind of styling his hair in the bathroom. Look at me. I was just about to wrap this video up and I'm going back into it. He's styling his hair, and the other kids are kind of like, we're going to beat him up because he's like a girl playing with his hair. And Red comes in and he's like, what are you doing there? Stop doing that. He's like, if you're going to cut his hair off, you're going to have to cut mine off. Now that's a whole other different situation. And they all leave. And to me, the actor who plays Red looks like he's about 30. So I thought he was a teacher. I didn't realize he was one of Elvis's high school friends. So he just kind of looks the same age from like, teenager all the way up to like 20 odd years later. But yeah, Red, I like the actor who played him, and I liked his. They got into it a little bit with him, how he wasn't invited to the wedding and so on, how he was a little bit raw about that. But I would have liked a little bit more clarification about his relationship with Elvis. So yeah. And the hair, I didn't know that Elvis dyed his hair black, because at the beginning it's brown, and I'm thinking, oh, okay. Well, maybe it was brown when he was a kid and it got darker. And then Kurt Russell's hair is just brown. I'm like, oh, well, I guess they didn't decide to. And then he's like, I want to dye it black, jet black. And then they kind of touch on the fact that it's to look like his mother, or to always a tribute to his mother. And then he got his wife Priscilla to dye her hair black. I'll leave that one in for free. And so that's kind of an interesting, there's a bit where he's like looking, he's like, you look just like my mama. And I'm just like, little bit creepy, he really had an obsession with his mother. But I tend to look at it in more of a sweet kind of loving way, and a touching kind of way as well. So I'll leave it there for Elvis. Christine tomorrow, and yeah, we'll leave it there. I'm probably going to be thinking about my brother tonight as I go to bed, and like I always do every couple of years, and think about the what ifs and all that kind of stuff. And it's important, I think. I'll end on this. I think it's important to remember people who have been, not around for very long. I mean, obviously, and when anyone dies, you remember them. But when it's someone who never had a chance to even make an imprint, which I feel like that's what my brother was to an extent. I mean, he was there for like a month, and he wasn't supposed to be. My dad said to me once, it was. you know, he was in my hand, I had him, he was there, he was alive, you know, he wasn't supposed to be, but he was there, he was breathing. And that in itself is kind of special to my parents, I guess, but the fact that I never grew up kind of not knowing about him and was always talking about it when I was a kid, you know, my brother up in heaven. So I think that's really important. Not something a lot of people go through, but when it does, I think it is important to remember and have that respect for that person to the point where you are kind of keeping them alive in a little way by thinking about them and remembering them. And that's certainly, at least as far as the film is concerned, is something that Elvis always did and was probably instilled in him by his parents and probably his mother especially. And, you know, to just remember and kind of honor his brother's memory in that sense. And then there's a funny moment on the Blu-ray. There's like this selection of vintage clips, and there's a guy reading out Elvis's life story, and he's like, yeah, he had a twin brother who didn't make it, and he's like, boy, what would that be like if there was another guy walking the face of the planet who looked just like Elvis Presley, which I thought was, I think everyone thinks that probably when they hear that he had a twin brother. It's like, wow, that would have been like a real case of double trouble, especially if he could sing like him too, holy shit. But yeah, so I think that was the part of the whole story that really I liked the most, and I never knew. And so that's the film did its job. It taught me something about Elvis I didn't know, which, you know, turns out there was a lot of things about Elvis I didn't know, but something I think really important about him. And I really do hope that that was true, that he really held his brother in high regard in that sense, and, you know, that it was special to him, you know, in that sense. And, you know, again, I'm just waffling now, but that's kind of something that I take to heart for sure with the film. And yeah, so there we go. I'll leave it there. So thank you. I was going to say thank you for watching, and see you in the next video, because it feels like I'm finishing a video. But no, we're going to roll on to day 3. So I'll see you in the next clip. It's good night for now. See you in a second. Man, I can't get over how affecting that was. Weird. Hello?
Luke, hey man, how's it going?
Oh, hey Brian. Yeah, not too bad, man. Just in the middle of my...
John Carpenter Marathon, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know why everyone seems to know that, and yet no one seems to actually get the idea of it. Anyway, I've had a few phone calls since I've started doing this, but yeah, I'm doing the Carpenter Marathon just at the end of the second night. You know me, really dragging it out and stretching the credibility of the 24-hour movie marathon concept as usual.
Naturally. So tell me, which films did you watch for it today?
I started with Someone's Watching Me, which was great, surprisingly, and then I went to Eyes of Laura Mars, which was pretty good, and then I finished up with Elvis, which really emotionally affected me for some strange reason.
Whoa. Hang on. Laura Mars ain't a Carpenter flick, mate.
Well, technically it's not, no, but he did write the film, so, you know, it's kind of just bending the rules a little bit.
No. That's not bending the rules, that's breaking them.
Well, technically, I make the rules because it's my marathon.
It doesn't matter, he didn't direct it, so it's not a Carpenter film.
Well, even so.
You do know that Carpenter only wrote the first draft of the script, right? Director Irving Kershner, who made a Star Wars film, by the way, which you probably didn't know about, he wasn't even all that fussed with what Carpenter did in the first draft, so he had someone else come in and rewrite it.
Well, yeah, but...
Hell, Carpenter himself even said that his script got, and I quote, shat upon.
I know, but I really wanted to see it, and...
So you can't tell me that it counts as a Carpenter film, because it doesn't.
Yeah, from a certain point of view.
Because it doesn't!
Yes, Brian.
And what am I again?
You're always right.
Damn straight.
Right, I'm going to bed.
Okay, Luke, go now. Luke?
Enough of this shit.
Cheeky bastard.
I feel nice and rested today. It is 1:30 in the afternoon. Got up around 12, took my sweet time doing it, and it feels like I've been off work already for like half a week, and this is only like the second full day. I don't know whether that's good or bad, but yeah, this is the morning after the night before, and I'm ready to get back to it now with Christine. One more thing I wanted to mention about the Elvis movie, because I was saying that Kurt Russell gave such a good performance in the sense that he felt like Elvis and sounded like Elvis, and, you know, pulled off all the stage mannerisms and everything with great, you know, likeness. But I think also just as an actual tender, emotive performance, he did a great job as well, because I actually just really felt for Elvis as a person, and it really humanized him in my eyes, because I'd never really known much about his backstory or anything like that he literally came from nothing, but also that family was everything to him, even if when the fame hit, and I don't know how anyone really realistically should react, or should be expected to react to that level of iconic fame. I mean, you're talking about one of the most famous people, you know, over the past 100 years. I mean, his name is just synonymous with himself, and to live through that in your 20s, you know, to get thrust into that is unimaginable, you know. So the film does show that he loses his way somewhat, even if his heart is always in the right place. You know, that phone call with his daughter at the end, and he's kind of cracking up as he's speaking to her. It shows you how much he cares about family, even if he's constantly being pulled from two ends of the spectrum, to family, to, you know, to that kind of side of his life, to the, not so much the fame, but the craft and the addiction he has to performing, you know, and to be gifted with such a charisma and a talent for singing and so on. I think that that's something most people would be inclined to follow pretty heavily anyway. So I think Kurt Russell did a great job of actually making me feel for him. He wasn't just this tough kind of bravado-filled guy. He actually had a really emotional side to him. Most specifically in the scene, sorry, the camera's really close. Most specifically in the scene when they go to Memphis, I think. No, they go to Tennessee. No, that's it. Memphis is in Tennessee. They go to Nashville. I'm pretty sure it's Nashville. My geography in America is not very good. I'm pretty sure they go to Nashville to kind of audition for someone, and it's like the Grand Ole Opry or something like that. And he performs, and the guy's like, yeah, don't quit your day job. And he gets really pissed off about it. He goes backstage, he smashes his guitar, and, you know, and he's like really pissed off. He rips his shirt open, very manly kind of, I'm mad. And then he starts getting a little emotional, wiping a tear away and stuff. And that to me just felt so fucking human, you know, because it was that typical kind of manly reaction. I just smash things up. And then you see him actually, you know, kind of have a little, not a cry, but, you know, he gets emotional about it, you know, as people do. It doesn't try to mask away that stuff. And I can only assume that's what the real Elvis was like. So I wanted to kind of mention that, I guess. And it was nice to hear all that. I love the music as well, so it was kind of great to hear that throughout the film. So yeah, I've had a shower, which just, I'm wearing like just clean pajamas. Oh, it feels so nice, you know, just had a shower, get into clean clothes, really good. Just nice, fresh feeling to start the day. 1:30 in the afternoon. So I'm going to crack on now with Christine. I'm going to get myself a steak slice for breakfast, lunch. I'll probably have that carrot cake slice as well for afters. So anyway, on with the marathon. I guess in thinking back to the little breakdown last night, again, I'm assuming I'm going to keep that in. I've watched it back, and it looks so much tamer than it felt. You know, it's really weird actually, because it looks like I get a little bit choked up, and then I just start laughing because I feel ridiculous because I choked up a little bit. But that whole time I was laughing, I was literally like half a millisecond away from, you know, like it was right on the brink for about 20-30 seconds, you know, and it really, my inner self-defense mechanism to disguise it with laughing, almost like a nervous tick, really seemed to work watching it back. But I can tell you, I can assure you that I was so close to, you know. So yeah, that was just a weird one, man. That was just an interesting day at the office, filming a video for a movie, a review for a movie, and I talked for like half an hour last night. So I mean, this video is going to get so long, but it'll only get longer if I keep sitting here talking about that fact. So on with the marathon. So I was just dusting with a feather duster, and one of the feathers came out. So I'm going to see how Lily reacts to it. Lily, what's this? Yeah. That's what she usually gets because she makes kind of weird noises. What's that? Oh. You're just getting a bit old, aren't you? Lily. Bit early in the day for you, isn't it? Now, one not last thing, I'm sure there's going to be one more things throughout the rest of this video, but jumping all over the place, I just took out, because I'm going between my region-free Blu-ray player and the PS4 for American and UK or European releases. So The Eyes of Laura Mars was an Indicator UK Blu-ray, which I played through the PS4. So I jumped over to the PS4 now because Christine is a UK Blu-ray from Indicator. So as I took out The Eyes of Laura Mars disc, I remembered, because you see her face on the disc, just how expressive Faye Dunaway's eyes are, which is totally appropriate to the character. And in the last few minutes of the film, like her eyes are like so wide, it's almost comical, but she really toes that line where, to me, it really worked and felt impactful. So I didn't mention that part about her eyes, which was so fitting to the film, and I think she did a good job with. All right, now Christine. Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads. Okay, it is 4:46. Yeah, so it took me like about 3.5 hours to watch this hour and 50-minute movie. I had to do some things on the computer, and I felt the compulsion to tidy up the kitchen a little bit. Sometimes these real-life tasks just they get in the way. There's no avoiding them sometimes. I'd feel too distracted if I just sat down and just watched movie after movie and did nothing else. I needed to get some things done work-wise, so yeah, it's a week off, but not a complete entire week off. Regardless, the film Christine. It was, I think, one of John Carpenter's best movies. This was awesome. Holy shit. Now, this is the new favorite of the marathon, I think. There's not a thing I didn't like about this. There really isn't. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. I didn't know where it was going until it went where it went, you know, and then once it settled into that, you have like a good hour and 10-15 minutes to kind of follow that kind of through line. But the setup, I really wasn't sure. We followed two friends. I can't even remember their names. Oh my god. Arnold was the main character. I forget his best friend's name though. I guess it's because he kind of disappears for kind of half the movie almost. But we have these two best friends, and I love the relationship because the one guy is the kind of, you know, semi-popular jock type in high school, and his best friend is Arnie, who is this stereotypical geek with glasses who, you know, is just one of those kids who gets picked on and all that kind of thing and isn't very popular. And it was kind of heartwarming to see that they were best friends. I kind of almost found myself imagining like them growing up together, and kind of despite their completely diverging paths as, you know, young individuals in high school, they still remained best friends, and I thought that was really nice. And he sticks up for him when he gets bullied and things like that. And one day, Arnie spots a car out in this kind of, you know, this down this little dirt road to this small house, and there's this beat up car, this red car. I don't know the make of it or anything. I'm not a car person at all, but a beautiful looking car in its prime, and it's run down, it's dilapidated, it's just completely a wreck. But he wants it. He really, really wants it. And so they speak to the old guy who wants to sell it, who I kept thinking, that's Old Man Marley, isn't it? Or is it Old Man Marley or Old Man Murphy? Old Man Marley from Home Alone. I thought, is that Old Man Marley? And so I looked it up, and it is motherfucking Old Man Marley. And he said some things that I didn't want to hear coming out of the mouth of such a kind old sweet man that I remember from Home Alone, but he was a very memorable, if brief, character in the film who wanted to sell this car that he said was called Christine, and his brother used to own it before he died. So there's a history with this car, and we have a prologue actually which shows the car in the 50s getting built on the assembly line, and it stands out immediately, and someone gets killed by the car, apparently, it seems to us, the viewers of the film. The film picks up in 1978, I guess 2 decades later, and Arnie decides to buy the car. His parents are mad about it. They don't want him making these rash decisions, but he's bought the car. He's standing by it, but they won't let him park it outside the house. So he takes it to this this old warehouse where they work on cars and things. There's a scrapyard and everything, and the man who runs it is the old guy from Last Action Hero, one of my favorite movies. Robert Prosky, I believe, is the actor's name, and I just couldn't believe it was him because he just sounded so different. Like, he really did this great accent. Really, another really memorable, if brief, character in the film who doesn't take any shit and has one of those real wise-cracking kind of personalities, which was really fun. You can tell this comes from Stephen King. There's a lot of the humor, the sexual dialogue and things like that. I don't know how closely it follows the book in the sense of that, but it really felt like the kind of Stephen King book that he was writing, at least at that period, where it was about teenagers, and there's a realism to the way they talk. The main character, Arnold, his second name is Cunningham, and so all of the bullies call him Cuntingham. That's just something that would happen. So yes, it is rated 18 for very strong language and strong sex references, which makes complete sense to me. What I wasn't expecting at all, there's a moment in the film where I literally put my hands on my head and went, holy shit, right? And that's when I wish I'd been recording my reactions, because there's this girl who comes in, this new girl, and everyone wants to go out with her, and Arnold only rolls up to the football game with her on his arm, kissing her. And I couldn't believe it. And we see this transformation from Arnie, where he becomes a completely different person when he has Christine. He spends a couple of months kind of putting the car back together and making it brand new and pristine. It's his pride and joy, and it becomes his everything. It becomes his love. It becomes his addiction, and it changes him as a person. And I loved it because I felt so strongly about the characters in the film. I felt so badly for his friend who was losing Arnie as a friend, as the person he used to know. He was being changed, and I really felt for the girlfriend who really kind of loved Arnie, but he was being twisted and manipulated by this car, which is a crazy thing in reality to think about. So how do you even deal with something like that? Because you can't really quantify it in any realistic sense, where it's like, well, the car is changing him. It just doesn't really make much sense, but things start happening in the film which gives some of these characters a reason to believe that the car is actually changing him and is actually operating under a mind of its own, perhaps. And I really love the slow build of that. I think that it could turn into something really cartoony, a car with a mind of its own. I think Carpenter toes the line so perfectly with the way he portrays this in the film that it always feels, I don't want to say believable, but believable within the world that it's operating under. So I really felt bad for Arnie because he's like, you feel sympathetic towards him at the beginning of the film. He said that he wanted the car because he finally found something that was uglier than him. Only with this he could actually fix it. So you really sympathize with this guy, and there are people out there who are, again, to very loosely and quickly describe them as geeks, who are unpopular and never really get the kind of the fairness that other people do who are perhaps better looking or whatever. I always empathize with that kind of a character because it's a really rough spot to be in, I think, when you're growing up as a young person. And so instantly, sympathize with the character, and then you see him gain this confidence. And he finds a talent in actually fixing up this car and everything, but it changes him, and he's got the most beautiful girl in school who loves him for his personality and for the things he's interested in and all that kind of stuff, but he can't appreciate her, and he can't keep her because he is pushing her away because of his love for his car, you know. And I just think it's such an interesting and unique story that is another brilliantly put together tale from Stephen King. And I really do love that combination, that 1-2 punch of a Stephen King story, not adapted by John Carpenter. I think someone else wrote the script for this one. The screenplay was by Bill Phillips, but brought to life on the big screen by John Carpenter. I think this is one of his best films. I think this is an underrated John Carpenter classic. I really do. He did the music for this film. Haven't talked about that much because there hasn't been much reason to. I loved his score for Assault on Precinct 13. He didn't do the music for Someone's Watching Me, which Adrienne Barbeau was actually lamenting in her interview, and she's like, I wish he did the music for the film. And I agree, you know. And then Elvis, obviously, that's mainly just all Elvis songs. So this, we get the full original John Carpenter score. From what I believe, I may have already said this, I think that he scored some of his films more out of necessity than anything else. But I think he's a brilliant musician. And I really love that kind of synthy, kind of electronic sound that he brings to his music. And I'm a big fan of his 2 recent albums that he put out called Lost Themes. So I love his music, and I think this is a really good score, but also interspersed with all of these great kind of 50s rock and roll songs, which kind of give you this hint as to, you know, Christine's backstory in a way. This is a car that was born in the 50s and as such only plays on its radio 50s music. And there are often, you know, musical beats where a song is played at an appropriate moment that kind of plays along with how the car is feeling at that moment in time, which I think was really clever and smart without being too on the nose. And it builds to a finale where I had no idea how it was going to wrap up. So there was tension there and excitement. There is a fucking incredible scene at a gas station when Christine just wrecks shit up, blows up this gas station, and the car is just completely on fire, and it drives away like a vision out of fucking hell. Like, it's just an amazing sequence where if it was done now, it would be CGI, which would probably be for the best as far as the safety of people involved is concerned. But to see it done for real in the 80s, holy shit, what a visual. And I just loved it from start to finish. Thought it was fantastic. Loved the vibe of it. Just loved it. Had that John Carpenter feel to it, to me, which does go with the music, but goes with the kind of, I don't know, the characters. The performances are really good. Harry Dean Stanton turns up, and I wish there was more of him, because he's a detective who starts kind of cottoning on that some strange things are going on with the car, and then once a death happens, he gets involved. There's a brilliant scene between him and Arnie, which is so full with like this kind of underlying tension, and I just love Harry Dean Stanton. It just brings a big smile on my face to see him, and I loved that scene so much. I just wish he was in the movie more. That would have been great. So yeah, I think that all around fantastic film. I absolutely adored it, and I'm even more excited to kind of be flicking through the disc, which also delayed me a little bit in filming this part of the video. There is a feature-length audio commentary with John Carpenter and the lead actor, Keith Gordon, who played Arnie, who's now a director. And also there is like a almost hour-long 3-part making-of documentary. There are 20 deleted scenes, almost total 30 minutes, in which I flicked through, and they looked like they were actually, if not high definition, but looked really good. They weren't kind of like those. Sometimes on these DVDs or Blu-rays, you get kind of the old DVD versions of the deleted scenes, which are like all boxed in a letterbox, and you can barely see them. They're awful quality. Looked like there was some pretty good quality going on for the deleted scenes. So I look forward to diving into this. It has an isolated score option, which is really cool. But loved this film. Absolutely loved it. So I will leave it there for Christine. I think I've pretty much covered everything, and I really loved the final beat of the film, which was kind of like a 1-2 kind of fake out where you're like, oh, okay, and then the last shot is like, I thought that was just a brilliant touch to end it. And I looked on Letterboxd, and everyone I know is very on it. You know, like 3 stars out of 5, 2.5 stars out of 5. Full marks kind of film to me. There's nothing I can say that I didn't like about it, and I will watch it again and again. So yeah, this is a new favorite for me. Loved Christine, not as much as Arnie loves Christine, but I loved Christine all the same. And now I'm just even more excited to get to the next one, because this features 2 actors that I really love and a genre that I really love. And actually going back to the days of the Blu-ray brothers, me, Robbie Webster, and Ryan Chattaway, which is We almost did that channel 5 years ago now. Jeez, that's ridiculous. But we did a John Carpenter week, and one of the things that we did was a first watch. I can't remember what mine was, actually. What was my first watch for John Carpenter? I can't remember off the top of my head. It might have been The Fog, maybe. But regardless, Robbie Webster's first watch was this film. So I've always wanted to see it based on how much he liked it.
But yeah, it's on Netflix in full HD, and it's widescreen, so yeah, I'll watch it on there. And I've got a glass of cherry Pepsi, so it's one of my favorite sodas. I like it for the most part. So far I've picked out a lot of plot holes, but it's really something that you kind of can't take too seriously. Believe it or not, I just looked it up, and Jeff Bridges was actually nominated for Best Actor for this movie, and man, this performance would not hold up nowadays. It was pretty cheesy, but
and it is from 1984, I want to say. Yes, it is. Starman, starring Jeff Bridges, who I love, and Karen Allen, who I haven't seen in many things, but I love her in the Indiana Jones films that she did. And I think there's something else I've seen her in. She's just got such a luminous quality to her. She really has a captivating aura when she's on screen, I think. Just a real spark of charisma, especially in those Indiana Jones movies. So I'm hoping to see more of that from her. But regardless, this is a science fiction film, which I believe is about Jeff Bridges falling down to Earth, basically. His spacecraft is shot down over Wisconsin, and Starman arrives at the remote cabin of a distraught young widow, played by Karen Allen, and clones the form of her dead husband. I didn't realize this. Holy shit. Okay, so he's an alien, but he takes the form of her dead husband, being Jeff Bridges. Okay, so, and he needs to get to his mothership in 3 days. So, it might be a road movie. I'd love that. I love road movies. So I'm super excited to get to this next. And at this point, even though I'm running late, relative, I've got a week off, but, I want to get this thing done in 3 days. I guess that's not going to happen, but I'm just loving doing this at a more leisurely pace. But I definitely do think that Connie really helps me with the regular 24-hour movie marathons and just getting going. I really think that's an issue. But hey, I started earlier today than I did yesterday. Maybe tomorrow I'll start even earlier than that. Now let's get on with Starman and the 7th film of the marathon. Alrighty, it is 7:42, and I'm done with Starman. There's a Starman somewhere in the sky, and it is Jeff Bridges, and he comes down to Earth, and apologies for that was terrible. He comes down to Earth and is in the form of a ball of energy, and he comes into the house of a widow, played by Karen Allen, called Jenny, whose husband recently passed away and looks exactly like Jeff Bridges. And he assumes that form. It's a really quite elaborate and incredible sequence when she comes into the living room and finds this grotesque baby writhing around on her floor and kind of its body growing. And this alien creature finds a strand of her husband's hair and uses that to kind of create himself in that image through the DNA. And so he becomes this, this clone basically of her kind of deceased husband. And he has limited English. He's learnt some from a disc that was sent out on the Voyager satellite. In fact, it might have been Voyager 2 or something, where they had a kind of a vinyl disc with recordings of different greetings in different languages. And it was kind of an invitation, which is accepted. And they go into more detail about that especially towards the end, as to whether or not Earth has been visited before by this species. But he needs to get to Arizona because his ship was shot down by the government. So he didn't land where he was supposed to. So he has 3 days to get back to where, you know, he was supposed to be in the first place, which is, I mean, obviously it's not spoiling things to say that they get to the place where he's supposed to be picked up by his mothership. It's a huge real-life crater, which is apparently around 49,000 years old, and just, it isn't even really shot that kind of grandly or anything, but just seeing that crater, this real-life massive crater about a mile wide, hugely deep, it was just staggering. You know, and you look at something like that and you think, Jesus, that was created by a rock that came from space. You know, makes you wonder, you know, what the flat earthers think about craters. Where do they come from? Oh, it's a reflection. Anyway, that's a whole other topic for a whole other video. In fact, I wouldn't even ever get into that. But regardless, Starman is actually a road movie, which I was so glad of, because I love road movies, or movies where characters go on a journey together. And Jenny, and he isn't called anything in the movie, but we'll say Starman for the sake of argument. That's what he's credited as in the credits. Starman, Jeff Bridges. Starman and Jenny, they go on a road trip. She at first feels like she's being strong-armed into this, kidnapped in a way, and she tries to get out of it, and then she eventually learns to kind of understand him a little bit and empathize with him a little bit. And so the film actually deals with this theme of understanding and of trying to learn more about other people, in a sense. And he is very fascinated by humans and Earth people. And he, you know, his English is limited, his understanding is limited, but he learns as he goes and remembers everything he hears. And there's lots of funny moments where he kind of repeats things back to people, both in a way that makes sense, like when a waitress comes up and says, here's your pie, it's terrific, and he tastes it and he goes, it's terrific. That, you know, something like that works. Or whether a guy comes up to him and punches him in the face and goes, bingo, and spits out his, you know, his spittle, and then Starman stands up and punches him in the face and goes, bingo, and spits out too. So really, really funny moments like that. And there are a lot of funny moments, but it's not a comedy. For me, it's a romance, you know, between these two characters. And it isn't this kind of, you know, for the most part, when you deal with romance movies, yes, it's emotional, but there's always an emphasis on the physical, I think. And this was, there is some physicality there to this romance, but it's more, it felt like a much deeper bond. It felt like an unexplained thing. I mean, how could you ever begin to understand a romance between a human being and an alien life form, because it's never going to happen. But so it's one of those things where you can't really understand it on a level that makes sense in your own reality, but you just wonder what would happen if I was on a 3-day road trip with an alien species who happened to look like the love of my life, who's no longer, I mean, it's a very loaded movie in that sense. And I think Karen Allen plays it perfectly. You know, she doesn't overdo it so that it's like kind of really sad to see her all the time. You know, I think the sadness is behind her eyes. You know, she's going about kind of this situation. And there is a time when she speaks about her husband and she gets a little bit emotional, but I think that she does a great job of conveying that while at the same time making her character, I don't want to say enjoyable because she's not always miserable, but you know, you get the sense this is a woman who's been through something, but it's not like this, she's not an emotional wreck the whole time. And as the film progresses, you know, we get to see her lighten up a little bit, and that's kind of the Karen Allen I love from, you know, the Indiana Jones films. There's just such a spark in her eyes, and her smile just lights up the screen. So it's great when she kind of loosens up a bit and begins to enjoy spending time with Starman. And I found their relationship really touching, and the music seems to be kind of based around a central theme that keeps getting kind of reprised, and I loved that central theme. It's not a John Carpenter piece. And again, he didn't write this film, but he did a great job directing it, I think. And I read a couple of things on IMDb, some trivia. There's nothing on the Blu-ray, unfortunately, no special features. But he was saying how it's a film that people wouldn't have expected of him. You know, going from The Thing and Christine, you know, in the 80s, Escape from New York, and then you have this rather tender, you know, kind of romance story with this lovely dash of science fiction. I loved seeing what I first thought was the planet that Starman is from. It's like this huge kind of planet with a ring around it, but the planet, it reflects the stars. It's just an amazing visual that reminded me a little bit of Interstellar, actually. Obviously not as accomplished visually, but there's some nice kind of intergalactic visuals in that sense. But then you find out later on that that's actually their ship, which was really cool and a nice reveal. I've probably spoiled for some people who haven't seen this film, but it's not too much of a big deal, I don't think. But it was making me wonder, like, wait, so if they sent that Voyager satellite out, how did it get so far out into space to reach this, like, reflective planet? You know, turns out it was a ship, so it wasn't, you know, so that kind of made sense in the end, funnily enough. But I love road movies where, you know, the transportation gets thrown around and the characters get separated, they come back together again. At one point they get on a train. The only thing I didn't like about the film is this one beat where they need a car, they need transportation, and so there's these travelers driving by, and Jenny says, hey, so the truck stops and they jump in the back of the pickup truck, and that's it. They don't say, hey, can we catch a ride? They just jump on the car, and then the driver drives off. There's no kind of dialogue there whatsoever. Fair enough, whatever. And then when they drop them off at a train station, or a train yard, I should say, and it's pouring down with rain, I want to say Nancy again, Jenny and Starman, they run into a kind of, you know, what do you call it? An abandoned, it's not abandoned, it's on a train, so it's not abandoned, an empty train cab. There we go. So they run onto the train to get out of the rain and to, you know, continue their journey to Arizona. And one of the women who is traveling in this pickup truck, she runs out into the rain with a blanket and she goes, here, take this, it's dry, you know, which is a really nice thing. And they just go, yep, and they take it. They don't say thanks, they don't say nothing. I'm just like, it just seems so utterly rude. You know, it's just like someone's helping you out and doing it. You know, they're running out into the rain, getting soaking wet. You know, they're going to be traveling on the back of that pickup truck in the cold night, and they ran out to give you a blanket so that you'd be warm and be able to dry yourself off in the train cab for the rest of your journey, and you couldn't even say a single word to them. See, that's the thing. If I was making that movie, I'd say, make sure you say thank you to the person, because it just, I don't know, that was just a really random minor nitpick. Like a lot of these movies, like the kind of Spielberg, you know, Amblin, you know, E.T., Close Encounters films, we cut back and forth to the government, and we have a man who is, they don't really make his role entirely clear. He works with the investigation of the extraterrestrial, but the government seems to be kind of hiring him on a kind of, you know, case-by-case basis. And he comes in and he's, you know, he's much more empathetic to this alien life form, this potential alien life form, than the government. And in that sense, the government are very just, you know, shoot to kill. Like, it's just no empathy whatsoever. There's this alien, kill it. You know, when they get to the crater at the end of the movie, and you have Starman and Jenny, we have Jenny and Starman in the crater, the helicopters there, they're just trying to gun them both down. Like, I mean, maybe it was warning shots, but I mean, they're shooting down like missiles and stuff to this innocent woman. It just seemed a bit over the top for me in that sense, but that's something I can easily let go of. I love the road movie aspect. I loved seeing like kind of just that, the great American landscapes, and lots of fun scenes, you know, and a really touching central relationship. And I think Jeff Bridges gives an incredible performance here. And he was actually nominated for an Oscar, and I believe it's the only time someone has been nominated for an Oscar for playing an alien. And he didn't win. But yeah, I just thought that I assumed wrongly that he would turn up, be an alien, and be all very, you know, I am speaking in English, and then like halfway through the film, he's just Jeff Bridges, you know, and they just could throw that out the window, and he can kind of pick up and speak in any kind of accent and, you know, vocabulary he wants. But no, it's true to the very end. He stays very kind of stilted, but meaningful, and I think it's a really affecting performance. His mannerisms are very, you know, and the way he speaks, even the way his mouth moves. Very dedicated and interesting performance that to me felt like an otherworldly alien. So I think this is a fantastic film. I absolutely loved it. It's another full marks film for me. One I'll revisit again and again and again for the rest of my life. So really, I can just tap out now. Really, I found a couple of really great favorites in movies like Elvis, Starman, Christine, and even Someone's Watching Me. Not so much on that one, but those three for sure. I've absolutely loved, and this just, yeah, I really did love it. It did feel very familiar in that sense, like I'm saying, like E.T., but it's a different story. It's a more adult kind of alien landing and needs to get home and kind of bonds with someone's story. It's not as good as E.T. E.T. is like an emotional powerhouse, you know. But there is a very touching moment in this, and I just there's one thing that's set up in this film that kind of is, I won't go into it actually, but there's a thing between the relationship between Starman and Jenny where she tells him something, and as soon as she told him, I thought, I see where this is going. And so it was really predictable what happened next. It's a thing that he tells her in the train cab, if you've seen the film. And I knew it was coming, absolutely knew it was coming. Didn't know when it was going to happen or when it was going to be revealed. But when it did, I was like, yep, I could see that coming like 2 miles away. But the way that it was done was really nice and understated and different than what I would have imagined. And so sometimes you might know what's going to happen in a film, or you might guess what's going to happen in a film, but it's all about, it's not always like what they're going to do, but it's how are they going to do it? What's the execution of a certain idea going to be? And I thought the execution was beautiful and made it a really memorable moment in the film, which I, again, absolutely loved. So I believe we're now going to movie number 8. I am going to go to the shop first. We have a Tesco like 2 minutes down the road, which is great. So it won't take me too long or eat up too much more of my night. But the next film will be, jumping ahead to 1987, we have Prince of Darkness. I know nothing about this one. We have Donald Pleasance, I believe. Is that Donald Pleasance? Yes, it is. From Halloween. Fantastic actor. Fantastic character actor. And we also have Alice Cooper. Interesting. I don't recognize any of the other names. And I'm not even going to read the synopsis. The tagline just says, "It is evil. It has awakened." So, Prince of Darkness. I'm going to imagine it's pretty dark. But yeah, this is the Scream Factory / Shout Factory release. So I'm going to check it out. I think that they've recently re-released this, or there's been a 4K re-release or something, but I'm sure this will do just fine. This is the regular old collector's edition that was probably released a few years ago. Doesn't say on the back immediately what year that it came out, what year it was printed, but yeah, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. So on with the 8th movie, Prince of Darkness. So this will be the 3rd movie of day 3, and I'll definitely get to a 4th. My brain isn't keeping up with my lips and my tongue. I'll definitely get to a 4th film tonight, which will kind of beat my record of yesterday, but I'd really like to get to 5. That'd be really good. So now that we're just looking at like 90-ish minute movies, then, because Starman was like 2 hours again, so I think I should be able to get 2 more done tonight, so that'll be good. Anyway, enough waffling. I need to get off to the shop and get cracking with Prince of Darkness. So, very happy movie watcher right now. I loved Starman. The ending was beautiful too. The final shot of the film, really tastefully done. That's going to stay with me. Awesome. So there we go. Rolling on with completing Carpenter. So I may have already mentioned this, but this is my Region 3 player, and I think it was in 24-hour Movie Marathon 5 that Connie dropped my Alfred Hitchcock box set onto it and broke off a piece of the disc tray. Then the disc tray just stopped working about a year later. Then when I moved it from Norway to the UK, it got dented, so I had to take it apart and kind of put it back together again. Still works, but when I open the disc tray, it doesn't actually open, it gets jammed. So what I need to do, hopefully this will work, is press the open button whenever it decides to let me do that, which you can... Oh, there you go. And pull on it, otherwise it doesn't come out. So there we go. That's kind of the stresses I have, that at any moment this Blu-ray player is going to completely... That was Elvis. It's going to completely conk out on me. So hopefully I haven't jinxed myself in saying this, and it'll serve me at least until the end of this John Carpenter Marathon. So in we go with the Region A disc into the Region 3 player, currently set to Region A. Let's do this. got myself some Volvic sugar-free watermelon water, which is super, super nice. Really like this drink. And now, without any further ado, on with Prince of Darkness. Really intrigued by this one because I really have heard no one say anything about it. I know nothing. That's exciting. One thing I want to mention is that I love that most of Carpenter's films have the same font in the opening credits. Like, I just really love that connective tissue between a lot of his films. It's almost like a comfort blanket, that font, you know? Alright, looks like some heavy stuff is happening. I should turn the camera off and stop talking, but the John Carpenter font, I like it a lot. Here we go. Very ominous intro there. Ominous intro. That's not like John Carpenter at all. / sarcasm. Yeah. Okay, I'm like 10 minutes into the film. I have put some dinner on. I'm cooking some chicken goujons again. There was a 2 for £3 deal, so I had another pack to put on. I got a salt and pepper pack and a southern fried pack, so I'm just cooking the southern fried chicken right now. And I'm really enjoying the beginning of this film. Obviously, it's way too early to tell, you know, even what the full story is going to be or if I'm going to fully enjoy it, but there's something about the score, man. I have to say, it's his music that is really drawing me into this already. We're just getting kind of vague scenes, and the way that it's set up visually, with kind of characters looking up to the sky and, you know, conversations going on, things like that. I mean, it's engaging already, but the music, as minimal as it is just such a great tool to drawing me into this story, even down to the editing of, you know, cutting to black and showing you like more of the cast list and you know, crediting like the music and the production design, all that kind of stuff in between these little kind of scenes that are building up the beginning of this film is such a good, like, it gives you a little break. Like, you can look at like the, you know, music by John Carpenter and so on and so forth, and then you get back to the kind of build up. I don't know, I just really love the editing, the timing, the music, and the composition of the framing. Like, I'm just in love with this first 10 minutes of the film. I really just think John Carpenter was on a completely different level in the 1980s. Like, that to me just seemed to be like his, I mean, just thinking about all the other films that he did in the 80s that I love so much, of which I can now add to that list Starman and Christine, almost unparalleled. You know, he had a hell of a run in the 80s without taking this into consideration, and if this continues to hold up the same kind of quality, and if the payoff is as good as the intrigue is already at this point, then I'm really excited to see how this is going to pan out. So yeah, just thought I'd throw that in there because I'm really, really digging the vibe, the atmosphere that's been built up in this opening 10 minutes of the film. In fact, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about right here in this short little moment of the film.
He died before his appointment with the Cardinal, but he left a diary.
It's a plot intrigue.
You must help us.
Something urgent.
Please.
What will he say? Music, more credits, more time to think about that just a little bit. And then we're back to the movie. I love it. I just love the timing of that shit. I don't know, man. It's great.
He was never here before. It started a month ago.
What started?
A change in the earth and the sky. His power.
I don't get it. The whole thing, it doesn't make sense.
Is it future or is it past?
Oh wait, this is a John Carpenter Marathon, not a David Lynch one. This is a clip recorded the day after. So I watched Prince of Darkness last night. You're about to see my thoughts on that as soon as I finish watching the movie. Well, actually not as soon as, because I started watching some special features as well, which you'll hear about in just a second. But I had to reference that throughout the entirety of the clip that I filmed for Prince of Darkness, some 15 minutes, I have a bit of chocolate on my lip. And it bugs me so much. Like, people might not have even noticed it, but I just had to reference that I saw it, I'm aware of it, in case anyone comments on it, and it bugs the shit out of me, and I almost feel like re-recording the whole thing, but it's my raw reaction, so I can't delete that. So I had a chocolate croissant. The Tesco down the road, after 7 o'clock, they reduce all their pastries to like 75% off. So I went and got a few things yesterday, and along with it a chocolate croissant, which I ate at the beginning of Prince of Darkness. So that bit of chocolate was sat on my lip for about 3-4 hours. Just abysmal, honestly. But there you go. So with that being said, on with my thoughts from last night of Prince of Darkness. Okay, it is 2 a.m. Yeah, 2 a.m. I kind of went down the rabbit hole on this one, Prince of Darkness. I actually watched like almost an hour of the film again with the commentary from John Carpenter. I watched the interview with John Carpenter that was produced for this release in 2013. And I'm knackered right now. And I'm actually getting hot. This blanket was useful when it was cold. Now it isn't. Prince of Darkness. Try and get a little bit alert here. So this film is about a secret basement in a church in LA that is discovered by a priest played by Donald Pleasance. He is given a key that was left with one of the old priests who died unexpectedly. And with this key, he goes down to the basement and finds this holy or unholy shrine. And it has this mysterious object at the end of the room. This tube with something swirling inside it. It's an ancient looking device. And so he gets a friend of his, I forget his name because it was a weird name, played by Victor Wong, I believe. He gets a friend of his who is a philosopher, I would say, a teacher of philosophy at a university, and he enlists all of his students and other departments from the university to come to the church for a weekend to basically study this device and also this ancient book that is thousands of years old and is written in many different languages, Latin, and has been written over and tried. The parts of it have been potentially tampered with to conceal its truths. So they have all sorts of quasi-experts. I mean, they're all students, but they're very smart and switched on. So we have Donald Pleasance and Victor Wong. They come to the church along with all of the students, and they try and figure out what this thing is. And it is an ancient evil. You can kind of guess where it's going. And that's it. That's the whole movie. Some of the students start getting possessed by this thing in the basement, and shit goes fairly south from there. I think this is one of my favorite horror films of all time. It's really difficult to unnerve me, to make me feel that sense of unease that is, surely the primary goal for any horror movie. Obviously, to scare the audience. I rarely get scared at anything, movie related, which I've said before and I'll say again, isn't a point of pride with me. It's just something that doesn't really, it's hard for me to kind of buy in so much. But this is a creepy fucking film. Like, there is some imagery in this. Even just the way it's been built up and the way you have like Donald Pleasance kind of acting his ass off to really sell the weight and gravitas of this, potentially I don't know, I can't remember really, because there's a lot of talk of Satan and anti-God and all this, the devil, whether it's meant to be the devil or the devil's son or, the father of Satan. I mean, they talk about father and the son and the prince of darkness and all this, but regardless, this ancient evil. is a really creepy and spooky idea. It's not one I buy into or believe in any way, shape, or form, but it's one that I can allow myself to believe in within the prism of this movie. And I think that it really got under my skin a little bit. And towards the end, there is this physical manifestation of the Prince of Darkness, which I thought was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen, and just beautifully done from a makeup point of view, because it was really fucking creepy. And it actually reminded me of the one thing I say is like the scariest thing I've seen in a film, and it's the old naked lady in The Shining. It almost reaches that level, only it's a physical presence that's in the movie a lot longer than in The Shining with the old naked lady, so it has more of a resonance for the whole movie. And there is a death towards the end of this film that I think is one of the most haunting and horrifying deaths I've ever seen. And it isn't a bloody death, it isn't a gory death, it is an absolutely horrific and filled with despair, and you know, just a death that is just like unimaginable. You know, I'd like to talk about it, but I don't want to spoil it for anyone. You know, I'd say it's the last major death of a character in the film, and it was just like the visual of it alone, the way that they set that up was impressive, but the idea of it and the way that was conveyed visually was just stunning, I thought. And I loved just the kind of claustrophobic nature of the setting of the majority of the movie. And, you know, it recalls other films, even, you know, Assault on Precinct 13, where you have all these people outside the building who won't let them leave, in the form of these homeless people who have been kind of entranced by this presence. Most notably Alice Cooper, who you know, gets like a almost starring role on the front cover of the Blu-ray, and he's in the film probably for about 1 minute and 20 seconds. But it was fun to see him there. The only criticism I guess I could have is that some of the characters aren't as memorable as the others. There's a few in the group who aren't really developed. But do you really need that? I don't know. You know, I enjoyed the performances very much, especially specifically from Victor Wong and of course Donald Pleasance, but I liked some of the other main characters as well. But really it was less about the characters and more about the evil within. And I loved how it was diving into like subatomic particles and kind of real scientific, you know, the scientists there as well. And perhaps maybe even Victor Wong's character was more of a scientist than a philosopher. That might be more accurate. But like I was saying, like the way that the intro, the very long credit sequence plays out is just really intriguing, and like, well, where's this going? And I just love the reverence that Donald Pleasance was giving to a lot of this stuff. That was just building it up beautifully, and then, you know, you have these characters stuck in this building, and things start going really south, as I said, and I just thought it was so entertaining and really spooky and you know, dread-filled, absolutely dread-filled. The recurring dream that everyone was having was like, you know, grainy shot on video, but it has a real, like, just spooky, like, I don't know, like rip your spine out of your body kind of, you know, creepy. I don't know. I thought this was tremendously impressive as a horror film, and just goes to solidify, I think, one of the best director runs of all time was John Carpenter in the 80s. I mean, he did What the Fog, great film. Escape from New York, really, really good. The Thing, masterpiece. And now I can kind of fill in those gaps and go to something like Christine, which I think is phenomenal. Starman, which is beautiful. Big Trouble in Little China, which is just one of the wackiest, most enjoyable films ever made. And then this, which I think is just like, I think this might even be a better horror film than The Thing. I honestly, like, I prefer The Thing vastly, but I think as a horror film that really unsettles me, this might take the John Carpenter at least top spot. I don't know. You know, The Thing is great and so impressive, and the paranoia and everything, but as far as actual, like, evil, I don't know. It really captured something here. I don't know, man. I love this film. I really did. Great stuff. Great stuff. And then moving on, I think after that was They Live, which is another fantastic film. So, yeah, I really wasn't expecting this. I'm going to call it a night now, I have to say. I could watch another film, which means we'll roll on to day 4. And probably day 5 too. I think it is going to be the longest 24-hour movie marathon I've ever done. The record is Marathon 2 in 2013, which was 4 days long. So yeah, but I'm kind of happy to do it, I think, because Christine, Starman, and Prince of Darkness, which I just dropped because I'm so tired, I would say are 3 films I would all give, a 5 out of 5 rating. Not to say they're masterpieces or perfect, but films that, in very different ways. Christine, Starman, Prince of Darkness, 3 very different films that I loved for very different reasons, and just, loved everything about them. Didn't really have anything negative to say about them. And, there's some great shots in this as well. The cinematography, the effects, it's deceivingly simple stuff like the water that's dripping upwards to the ceiling, and the hands going through the glass. Like, that's when I would, like, the last, 10 minutes, I was just like, I was literally like, watching some of that stuff. This is what fucking movies are all about to me, man. It's watching films like this and getting so fucking jazzed up about them. Fucking love it. Alright, so I'm going to leave it there and just completely let go of the fact that this is running over as far as the amount of days I want to do it. It's all good. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films and 1 episode of television left. I'll be picking things up tomorrow with movie number 9, I believe. We're now moving into the 90s, unfortunately, but this one should be interesting. Memoirs of an Invisible Man, starring Chevy Chase and Daryl Hannah. So yeah, that'll be an interesting one for sure. But I'm not going to really think about that too much right now. I'm going to just revel in the 3 incredible films I watched today. Nothing's going to top today for this marathon. Nothing. There's no chance that there's going to be, 3 back-to-back movies that I'd never seen before that I ended up completely loving. Then I would say this is probably the best 3-movie run of any 24-hour movie marathon, unless I can think of something that I've forgotten of something in the previous year. One very happy movie fan right here. So yeah, that's it for now. Good night. The score, Carpenter score, just again minimal but kind of just pounding and kind of rhythmic and unsettling, just perfectly set the stage for everything. And in the interview on the Blu-ray, he was saying that he really wanted to go back to a low budget style after doing Starman, after doing like the kind of studio films he was getting a little bit disillusioned with, which kind of makes an interesting kind of arc from Someone's Watching Me, where he apparently really enjoyed working with like a union crew and everything, and liked the studio system a little bit. And then, flash forward almost 10 years later, he's getting a bit sick of it, and he wanted to do something like this, which was a bit more low budget, where he had complete creative control. And actually, this is credited, written by Martin Quatermass, or Quatermass. Regardless, that is a fictional name. Carpenter wrote this film himself, but gave himself a pen name for whatever reason. So this is one of those kind of, again, JC originals, wrote, directed, did the music for. Awesome. I'm going to leave it there. Again, I was about to say thanks for watching. It ain't the end yet, not by a long shot. But we are more than halfway through, so that's good. I'm going to go to bed now. And that's a reason I definitely could have pushed on and done this one. But throughout Prince of Darkness, the characters, I'm gonna have some sleep. They've set beds up in the church, and they're constantly talking about wanting to go to sleep, and there's the dreams, and so I was just like, I wasn't falling asleep or getting tired, but I was just like, oh, I can't wait for bed. So the plan is go to bed now, try and get up a little bit earlier tomorrow, and just jump right in with the next film. So hopefully I'll get in earlier tomorrow and at least get 4 films done. And that way I'll be ready for a light 5th day. Alright. It's good night for now. Good morning, afternoon. Alright, so not stressing with the time anymore. I got up early, actually, and got some editing done. Got some work done on the computer as well. And I'm about to sit down and watch the first film of day 4 of completing Carpenter, which is the Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Looking forward to this one. I'm hoping it's going to be just a fun kind of Invisible Man-y kind of story. I love the original Invisible Man. It's one of my favorites. In fact, it is my favorite Universal monster movie and one of my favorite kind of films of that genre and era for sure. I love that film so much. So, not expecting anything as good as that. But I love the idea of being invisible. This is kind of like a great fantasy that a lot of people have, I think. So I'm looking forward to checking it out. I can see from the menu screen that Michael McKean is in this, which is fantastic. I love Michael McKean. Such a great actor. He was amazing on Better Call Saul. Such an unbelievable performance throughout the those seasons that he did. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of the special effects of him being invisible. Chevy Chase. And yeah, Sam Neill is also in it, which is great. I love Sam Neill. So, Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Let's get cracking on with it. I have a chicken burger. Nice, unhealthy start to the... I haven't eaten at all today. I've been up for a few hours, but I haven't even eaten anything. So, it is currently 12:30. So, I'm going to get on with this and take my sweet time and give you my thoughts as I go along or at the end, whichever I feel like doing. Here we go. Memoirs of an Invisible Man, movie number 9, I think. So I have a, I believe, Spanish Blu-ray of this. It has since been released in the UK, but it appears I have the German copy of the film. I'm guessing. I don't know. So I did check the audio is in English, although the default setting was Spanish. So yeah, I don't know if we have any subtitles. Just Spanish. Oh no, there's an English subtitle as well. So I don't know what that German title is all about. I really don't. Oh well, I'm sure I'll survive. But again, if it's the Spanish Blu-ray, why is there a German title? I have no idea.
Those holes put me at lunch, but don't worry about the dog and pony show, David. We got a case red priority.
Ned Ryerson! Okay, it is 4:30 in the afternoon. This thing isn't really rolling along that quickly, but that's okay. I'm finished with Memorias de un Hombre Invisible. Yeah. So apart from the German title at the beginning on a, again, Spanish release, I believe, the film was all in English. There was no problem. So what did I think of this film? I don't know what it is. I'm definitely a slave to looking into what other people think about movies, particularly on the website Letterboxd, where I rate and record and rank everything that I watch. So throughout this marathon, I've been adding in all the John Carpenter movies, and I rated this one, and I was very much in the minority with this film as far as my rating out of 5 for it. In fact, there are only 19 other people in the world who gave this film the same rating I did. So I certainly have a different opinion than most people, and I try not to let those things influence me, but I am interested in what other people think, specifically people who I'm friends with, whose opinions I trust, and I'll often look at their rating of a film that I'm about to rate, and I think, right, am I being too harsh on this film, or am I not being harsh enough? Ultimately, I end up settling with my gut reaction because I rate films on how much I enjoy them over anything else. And I would say this is a really good film. I think it's an underrated film. It's a good time, and it's very well made. And the performances are likable from the two main stars, Chevy Chase and Daryl Hannah. And it's a pretty good film. But me personally, I loved it. I really did. I mean, it's nowhere near the level of a movie of, say, Prince of Darkness or Starman or Christine, which all feel so accomplished within the type of story they're trying to tell. But at the same time, I would argue that this is accomplished in the story that it's trying to tell. From what I understand, John Carpenter didn't really love making this movie. It was another studio movie after he'd gone to do independent stuff with Prince of Darkness and They Live in the late 80s. After a couple of years, he came back with this, his first film in the 90s in 1992. He was brought in to replace Ivan Reitman, who was originally going to direct the film, which makes perfect sense to me. But apparently Reitman and Chevy Chase couldn't agree on the tone for the movie, and so John Carpenter was brought in. And I don't know... I mean, I read that John Carpenter said that working with Chevy Chase and Daryl Hannah was the stuff of nightmares, and it was almost impossible to direct a performance out of them, which I think almost makes it more impressive that I think they're both great in the film, and I really like their chemistry and their romance in the film, which becomes more complicated when our main character, played by Chevy Chase, becomes invisible. So there's an accident, and there's an incredible sequence when he's in this building where this scientific experiment is going on, and there's a kind of a freak accident, and he wakes up and he's invisible, but the whole building, like large sections of it, are invisible too. And like it's a full massive set from the outside. You can see that it's like a building that's been blown apart, but all the pieces remain in the same spot. But there's been no explosion, and they're just pieces are invisible. There's like the molecular structure of this thing has just gone haywire. And the camera really shows you the detail of these sets, like the walls ripped apart, like a clock cut in half, but like still framed on the wall. You know, really brilliant production design. This reminded me actually a lot of Ant-Man, because it deals with that kind of scientific, crazy stuff. It's set in San Francisco. And also the building in which this accident takes place looks very much like the building in Ant-Man and the Wasp, the one that Michael Douglas is able to kind of shrink down to like a carry case. So I was really strongly reminded of Ant-Man. I love the city of San Francisco. You get to see it a little bit in this film, and I just really enjoy that. There's a beautiful location in the middle of the film, this kind of summer house on the beach by the sea, and yeah, and also a really funny note is that Michael McKean in the film has a brother called Chuck, which is his character's name in Better Call Saul, the brother of Saul Goodman, aka Jimmy McGill. So it's just funny seeing Chuck going, oh yeah, Chuck. I don't know, one of those weird random things that I picked up. And we have Sam Neill playing this rather shady individual who gets right in on the action as soon as this accident takes place, and he's hunting down our main character, who is called Nick. So Nick is, he's become invisible, and he's, trying to run away from the people who are trying to perhaps test him, and they just seem untrustworthy from the very start. And I love how Sam Neill plays this kind of sleazy character where he's trying to say all the right things, but he just comes across as so hard to trust. And so I thought he was a good villain for the film. But, ultimately, it isn't great, I think Roger Ebert said that it's lazy, unconventional. I just read that online and all this. And I can kind of halfway meet you in the middle on that one. I don't think it says anything interesting or new. Sometimes you just don't need that, though. And even John Carpenter was saying that, studios, they like to make films for families. They don't like to kind of push the envelope, I'm paraphrasing here, and make a film that has something to say. So I'm sure he isn't really that fond or proud of this film, but it's an incredibly impressive film for the special effects. I think they did a wonderful job with the invisible effects, and there's a great homage to the original Claude Rains Invisible Man with the kind of outfit and the goggles, which was a really nice touch. But some of the just ingenious little moments. There's a great scene when Nick is trying to get a cab, but he's invisible. So there's this drunk guy on the street. So he punches him in the face or hits him with his briefcase and kind of holds him up and whistles for the cab. And he's like holding up the unconscious guy's arm saying, "Hey, taxi." And then he drags him across the street. And you see just this guy like kind of in a weird position getting dragged across the street. Really ingenious special effects. And for its time, I think, really holds up. And there's lots of different ways they play around with, especially when Nick reveals to Alice, played by Daryl Hannah, that he is invisible, that she comes up with these ways to kind of, help him, just get by and go to a restaurant and put makeup on his face. And there's a brilliant part where she's put makeup on his face, he's got goggles on, he's painted his teeth like super white, so he looks like a proper weird. And they're in the restaurant, and she's like, "See, no one's staring at you. No one's, thinks that you're invisible." And he's like, "Oh yeah." And he wipes his mouth, he dabs his mouth with the cloth, and you just see this hole in his face with these teeth, and it's just this horrific image. Like, I love all that stuff, and it's just a fun movie. It didn't feel like it was like bashing me over the head with, Chevy Chase, let's be funny. He's comedic, he's sarcastic at times, he has some funny moments, but it never feels like a straight comedy, and it never feels like it tries to get too serious at the same time. So I actually loved this film, and it's just one of those ones I'll watch again and again. Just a really entertaining, good time, hour and a half, hour and 35 minutes. I loved it. I really, really did, and I see that most people I know are really down on it, and I can understand, but I just, I think part of it as well is being a male, and finding Daryl Hannah incredibly attractive, and so her being the object of the romantic thrust of the film is very relatable and nice to watch. But I did find their relationship quite sweet, in where he talks about in the film that he feels like he's been invisible for a long time anyway, and it very briefly touches on that idea of how people can be invisible, and that's when you realize how vital it is that you are able to walk around and people can see you, and how it's a vital part of the human experience, I guess. It doesn't go too deep into it, but it is referenced a few times, and the fact that she is so willing and on board to stay with him and to help him, despite the fact that she can't see him, I think makes for an interesting and different type of romance, even though there's plenty of romance films where it's about, someone wanting to be with someone despite a great fault, and in this case it's a fault or a difference that is impossible, but regardless, there's a really funny scene with Michael McKean and his girlfriend or wife where they're on the beach kind of fooling around, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry. And he's like, give me 10 minutes, just look at the moon or something. Which just cracked me up. So that's just and I loved the kind of the final showdown between Nick and Sam Neill's, dastardly character. And I loved how this had a real kind of slight shade of film noir, because it's called Memoirs of an Invisible Man. The movie opens with him sat in a chair, talking to a video camera, telling the story of how he became invisible. So the whole movie has pieces of narration from Chevy Chase talking about, like, maybe if I hadn't met that girl and all this, and it feels like the kind of the film noir narration. So it kind of had that little tinge of film noir, like a little, like, kind of just dipped one toe into that as a homage, I think, and that I just really liked that. So yeah, I loved it. I really did. What can I say? And now we move on to another John Carpenter film starring Sam Neill. He now takes center stage in the 1994, I believe, film In the Mouth of Madness. Now this apparently closes out the loose, unofficial Apocalypse trilogy from John Carpenter. I believe he has kind of coined this term where The Thing, Prince of Darkness, and this are all stories that are apocalyptic in nature. They're about the end times. So that's really intriguing to me. And if it's anywhere near the kind of level of The Thing and Prince of Darkness, holy shit. Hello, I'm all over this movie. But I think Sam Neill plays an author. No, he doesn't. There's another character who plays an author whose newest novel is literally driving readers insane. And then he vanishes. Okay, and then a special investigator is sent to track him down. I think I've read like a different synopsis for this where it maybe spoils more than it should, but regardless, wow, okay, so Sam Neill plays special investigator John Trent to track down this author who wrote the book that makes people go insane, and it draws him to a town that only exists in the books of this author. So Sam Neill's character Trent crosses the barrier between fact and fiction and enters a terrifying world from which there is no escape, inspired by the tales of H.P. Lovecraft. This shocking story is, in the words of its acclaimed director, horror beyond description. Yeah, I'm kind of all in on this one, and this is kind of a really weird 1-2 punch of stories and tones, but I'm excited to dive into this one. Let's open it up and get ready to just jump straight into the next film. I did take a slight break to do some things on the computer, and again, it's really tough to drag myself away from that fucking computer, I tell you what. And we're now, this is day 4, isn't it? So I mean, it's just, oh my god, it is taking up most of my week off, this thing, which is both bad and incredibly awesome at the same time. So yeah, I mean, at this point, I was going to say earlier, I feel like this section of the marathon is really all just like, it's downhill from here, you know. Very vanilla, black disc in there. So I feel like we peaked with the third day with those three awesome films. So now I have no expectations at all. Like with Memoirs of an Invisible Man, no expectations, and that really won me over. And this whole thing has been about expectations being shattered, I think. You know, you go to ELVIS, I wasn't expecting it to be that emotionally resonant. You know, Someone's Watching Me, I wasn't expecting it to be so good. Dark Star was pretty much exactly what I expected. So that then Eyes of Laura Mars was a slight disappointment because it was really good, but I wanted it to be incredible. But from then on, like Christine, wow, you know, was not expecting it to be that good. Same with Starman, same with Prince of Darkness. Memoirs of an Invisible Man, you know, it ain't great, but it was so much more enjoyable than I thought it was going to be. And I just loved all the effects and the romance and the slight comedy. Just really enjoyed it. So hopefully my anticipation for this won't kind of make me disappointed. But the remaining films, I don't have high hopes for, really. I'm trying to kind of get excited about certain elements of them, but for now, I'm happy. If it ended here, I'd be completely happy. So this is just kind of like the bonus round now. I think these last few 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 movies. So let's get cracking. Exit light, enter night. After Never Never Land. This is fucking Enter Sandman.
He's clear that day. Right. Bring him in.
I hate sand. It's rough, coarse, irritating, and it gets everywhere. So, it is 9:33 at night, and I am finished with movie number 10, In the Mouth of Madness. Did this film take me into the mouth of madness? Not quite, but it definitely took our lead character into the mouth of madness. And once again, I need to actually check out his name, John Trent. So we have Sam Neill playing John Trent, who is an insurance investigator, set up at the beginning of the movie how he basically debunks these bogus insurance claims, and that's kind of his job, his calling. All the while in the background, there's this event, this intriguing and slow build-up of in the background, this author, Sutter Kane, who is a Stephen King-esque author who has released many popular horror novels. And there's an instant at the beginning where a crazed fan, it seems, smashes through a restaurant that John is sitting in and almost kills him. He gets shot before that happens. and it turns out he's actually the agent of Sutter Kane, who went mad upon reading his latest manuscript. So John is tasked with trying to figure out whether the disappearance of Sutter Kane, who hadn't delivered his final manuscript for his latest novel, has gone missing apparently. And John is trying to look into this to see if it's fake or not. Because if it is fake, then it's the publishers who are trying to make money off it and all that kind of stuff. So he takes the case, he's thinking about it, he starts reading the books, even though he thinks they're trash. And he starts getting kind of sucked in and absorbed and starts seeing things and having nightmares. And, we start to settle very quickly into this routine of his. He goes down the same alley multiple times and sees similar things and so on and so forth, until he deciphers a map in the covers of all of Sutter Kane's novels. And as he pieces them together, they lead to the fictional town. I forget what it was called now, Cobbs something. Regardless, fictional town that was created by the author apparently exists, but not on any map. So John, along with a woman from the publishing company, go along to try and find this fictional town, which they do. And they enter seemingly a world which has been solely created by the writer Sutter Kane. Now, John thinks that this is a very elaborate publicity stunt, that he's meant to see this town and believe that everyone in there are actors, and not to believe that they're actors, but to believe everything that he sees in the town and go back and say, wow, there's this, like, he's created this world. He thinks it's some big goof, some big hoax. And, and he doesn't buy it. He believes that they're all actors, that it's all very elaborate kind of, PR stuff going on. Obviously, we start to see things as an audience which don't hint towards that. And it is more of a Lovecraftian kind of horror story with monsters and all sorts of otherworldly beings, which you only really see glimpses of, which I quite like. They didn't dive and delve too much into that. It was more on the periphery, which I find more scary than when you just see something warts and all. It goes to the Alien kind of school of thinking when it comes to horror films. If Alien had been done and halfway through the movie you see the xenomorph in a fully lit corridor standing up straight, nowhere near the effect that it has in the film, where you never really see it in full body except for maybe the shot when it gets blown out of the airlock at the end of the movie. So I think that for me that kind of horror creature works at its best when you're only just seeing it, or you're just seeing parts of it. And it ties into this really weird and strange and, terrifying idea that someone could write a horror novel and then realize that what he's writing is coming true, and that there is even a grander purpose for this, and that it will drive everyone insane who reads it and cause about the end times. Basically, that's kind of the idea of the film. And I was confused when I read the synopsis before I watched the film, because I had read that Sam Neill's character John Trent is in an insane asylum and tells his story, which is what happens. They don't mention it on the back of the Blu-ray though, so I must have seen that on IMDb or something. So the film opens with him being thrown into a padded cell, and then we have I guess an investigator coming in to speak to him, and he tells the story of everything I just told you. And so that's the film, really. It's like a weird road movie once you get into this fictional town, and then it's this trapped in hell scenario, basically. And I think there's some really great moments of tension regarding to that, where he's seemingly stuck in this town and the weird things that go on in the town. And there's a very strange atmosphere there. It's sparse, it's empty a lot of the time, which can be even creepier than populating it with all these weird people. And there's a real sense of isolation and impending doom, I think. And it leads to a finale in which he gets out, he goes back to the quote-unquote real world, and things seem different. And this manuscript keeps haunting him. And it all leads to one hell of a final scene, which I thought was fantastic. I know people talk about the ending of this film. I can see why. It's an incredible way to end the film. I got maybe I shouldn't have gotten a chuckle out of it, but it made me laugh, and I thought it was an appropriately dark and deliciously meta way to end the film. And if you've seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about. So I actually thought that it was great. And it's interesting, I was talking about ranking and rating things on Letterboxd. When I put this one in just now, I gave it the exact same score as Memoirs of an Invisible Man, but I would say this is a far superior film than Memoirs of an Invisible Man. That's more down to enjoyment. This is more down to, I think, the actual craft of it as a horror story. I think it's one of those kind of spooky tales. You know, it felt like one of those stories that you get told as a kid, almost. Obviously a lot more complex than that, but it's just like a spooky tale, you know, but expanded into this feature-length movie and given a great kind of production budget as far as the creepier things that happen. Some of the sets and things are really cool, and then, you know, it is very much an apocalyptic story in that sense, because everyone who reads it goes insane, and then it just spreads, which is essentially, I guess, why Carpenter would put this, Prince of Darkness, and The Thing together as his kind of apocalypse trilogy, because they all deal with something that can spread and could essentially wipe out humanity by, you know, infection, basically. And it's strange that he's never really done, as far as I know, a zombie movie, because all three of them in that sense feel like that is kind of this infected undertone to everything. But it done in a much different way that I really appreciate, that they're not zombie movies. You know, the Thing is so wild and different in the way that it portrays that kind of an infection story. Same with Prince of Darkness, you know, like a liquid Satan, you know, and then with In the Mouth of Madness, you know, a book that drives you insane, and the idea of playing around with that narrative, and that everything is a narrative, and that, you know, what's being written actually happens, and things change, and I like that a lot. And I particularly liked the very meta ending to the film. It was very appropriate. So I thought it was really top-notch horror. Again, as someone who, I've said this many times before, not the biggest horror fan, but this is a kind of horror film I do like. And there's some good acting in here. You know, nothing too, you know, incredible. Sam Neill is brilliant in the film. This is one of his best performances. He really carries it to the next level, I feel like. We have some kind of very small part from Hayden Christensen, who I think I filmed a clip of, his first film role before he entered the world of Star Wars. And also we have playing the head of the publishing company, Charlton Heston. Oh my God. Which was great to see Charlton Heston, and kind of a shame that he didn't go into another monologue about the girl on Gordon Street, but regardless, In the Mouth of Madness, I'd say easily my least favorite of the so-called Apocalypse trilogy, but a really great horror film. Yeah, I got exactly out of this what I wanted, I think. And apparently the scene when he's dreaming and the author, Sutter Kane, says to him something about, I forget what the line is now, something about the color blue, and Sam Neill, John Trent, wakes up on a bus and everything's blue, and he starts screaming. Great moment. But apparently, whenever you see someone's eyes in close-up in the film, they're blue. But I just love the way that all the things are played with. The score's really good, and, you know, typical of John Carpenter. I believe he collaborated with someone on the score of this one. Doesn't say, yes, John Carpenter and Jim Lang. That opening track was was so Enter Sandman. I'm sorry. So, big thumbs up for this. Really enjoyed it. Next, we move on to the 11th movie in the marathon. It's The Village of the Damned. If you get that reference, you're alright by me. So I believe this is a remake, right? There was an original. Or is that, or am I thinking of Invasion of the Body Snatchers? Something is terribly wrong in the tiny village of Midwich. After an unseen force invades a quiet coastal town, 10 women mysteriously find themselves pregnant. So here we have Christopher Reeve, who I love. I love Christopher Reeve. Kirstie Alley, who I enjoyed quite a lot in the Look Who's Talking movies when I was a kid. Apparently Mark Hamill is in this as well, I'm assuming in a small role. And yeah, who wrote this one? It wasn't John Carpenter, I don't think. Apparently John Carpenter wrote a lot of his films and then gave himself a pen name. Did I already talk about that? I think I probably did. Anyway, you see, when you're filming all of this stuff over a very short period, you forget what you've actually talked about. But yeah, I'm mildly looking forward to this one. You know, I'm not going to lie. It seems like one that isn't really anywhere near his best or anything, doesn't get talked about. But hey, I've never heard anyone talk about Prince of Darkness, so who knows? But it would be foolish to have great expectations for any of these, I think, really. And that's what's really kept me in good stead throughout the whole thing, is not expecting too much. Now, there was one more thing that I just remembered as I was talking about this, about In the Mouth of Madness. Yes, so as I said, it's a Stephen King-esque author in Sutter Kane, and they actually referenced that at one point. They're like, Sutter Kane is like the biggest author in the world. He sold 1 billion copies. He's better than Stephen King. And also, it looked like the fictional town was in Maine, or near Maine anyway, New England, which is kind of like, you know, Stephen King's kind of stomping grounds as far as the location in which he sets a lot of his books. And also he's one of those authors who has kind of created fictional towns and things, so it very much felt like a Stephen King story, actually, to be honest, but obviously isn't. So yeah, and it was nice to see that John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, because that's another thing I've talked about, but a lot of his films have John Carpenter's and then the title of the movie, and then some of the studio films he wasn't allowed to do that, like Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Right, enough waffling, enough rambling. Village of the Damned, let's crack on. Okie doke, it is 1:54 a.m. I've taken my quilt back to the bedroom, I've brushed my teeth, I'm ready to jump right back into bed. Yeah, I really wanted to do one more film tonight, which was going to be the much anticipated, from my end, sequel, Escape from LA. And it really feels like a night movie as well, so I'm kind of annoyed that I'm not going to get to watch it. I could physically stay up, but I don't want to. It's going to run over to tomorrow anyway, so it is what it is. What happened was, I finished Village of the Damned, and thought, I want to learn a little bit more about this film, so I checked out the featurette on the Blu-ray, which is called It Takes a Village, the making of Village of the Damned, and I thought it'll be 10-15 minutes long, almost an hour. So I've spent the past 2.5 hours, even longer, with taking a break to go get another drink and things like that, for, yeah, over 2.5 hours. You just saw then my brain just ceasing to function right in front of you on camera. Yeah, over 2.5 hours. So yeah, it just took a lot longer than I thought, but it was one of those things where the longer I watched the documentary, the more time I'd invested in it, that I felt like I had to finish it. But I actually thoroughly loved it. Actually, the making of documentary was fantastic. Just pretty much everything covered, you know, obviously not everything, but, you know, as far as all the people in the film, the actors and everything, memories, recollections, a lot of people interviewed. John Carpenter himself, who, you know, actually was one of the people who had the least time in the documentary. But from what you read online, you know, in kind of short quotations, John Carpenter said that he didn't, this wasn't a passion project for him, and it was more of a contractual obligation than anything, a studio deal where they brought it to him, they wanted him to do it, and he's like, okay, I guess I can do that. If you actually watch the making of, he looks back a little bit more fondly than that and says he thinks that he's really happy with how it turned out. But it could have turned out better, you know. And there are other people who worked on the film who said that they feel like he was robbed, and that Universal stepped in and took out a lot of the film. And some actors were saying, where's the other like third of the movie? You know, there are things that were there to be set up for certain characters, now you don't care about them. So that's interesting to me. And some of the cast members talk about very specific scenes that weren't in the movie they were disappointed about. And I can kind of see that. It's an hour and a half, and I honestly would have loved another half an hour of development to some of those storylines and characters for sure. Now, let's get to the film itself, which is a remake from a 1960 British horror film, which I now really need to see, I think. And I think the central concept of these alien children, essentially, who are very creepy and devoid of all emotion, probably works a lot better with English child actors. I think that the English accent, I think, is probably going to make it even creepier. But regardless, this is set in a small town where this unexplained event happens, where everyone just goes unconscious for 6 hours. A few people die, and a lot of the women in the village become pregnant. And it's one of those things where, you know, some of the women are like happy about this, oh wow, and then there's some women who, you know, haven't even had sex yet. And there's one woman, in fact, whose husband has been away for a year and is devastated and thinks that she's cheated on him, even though off screen she must have insisted with him that she hadn't seen anyone. I like that, because you could piece together that story between those two characters without having lots of development and kind of backstory and scenes of all that stuff. You could just see it through the performances of both actors without them even saying anything. And there's a line later where she says something to the effect of, you know, he just won't believe me. And that's all you need to know. So I thought that was really, really well done. And while it might be easy to be deceived into thinking that this was, you know, for John Carpenter just a contractual obligation, there are people in the documentary who do say that he was so involved in every aspect of the making of this film and, you know, tried to do his best job, you know, that he could to make it a good film. Now, I don't think it's a great film. And I didn't even continue talking about the plot. So the women get pregnant, and they give birth, and they're given the option, you know, by I'm not even sure who Kirstie Alley's character really was. Was she a doctor? Was she with the government? I mean, I guess she was. I don't know. It's a bit hazy as to what exactly she was. And there's an awful line at the beginning where she says, "Hi, I'm Dr. Werner." It's like Turner, but with a V. Werner, then, like you just said, like just a completely like it's not funny. It's not informative, it's just a weird, bad line. So, Werner, at least it actually it stuck in my head enough that I actually remember her character's name, which I couldn't tell you for most of the other characters, which, you know, it can be said for many other films, but regardless, when you're watching film after film after film, that's just how it gets. But regardless, she, you know, is there to kind of monitor things. She gives the people in the village the option. If they want to get rid of the babies, they can. If they want to keep them and let them, you know, study the kids, then they'll be given money and so on and so forth. So everyone has their kids, and they are strange kids who all have this kind of shock white hair. It gives them a very alien-like appearance. Appearance? I'll leave that in for free. Appearance. And because of that, you know, they come across visually as very strange, but also the way they act. And it's not clear if they've aged very quickly, or if we are picking this up, you know, we're moving forward in the years. But regardless, they get to, looks to be the age of 8, 9, 10 almost, and they walk around the town almost in like a pack. You know, the boys on one side, the girls on the other. We learn later on that they're kind of almost mated to each other. And there's one boy, David, who his mother is played by Linda Kowalski, is it? Who was in the Crocodile Dundee films. Linda Kozlowski, I should say. So her son, David, is the odd one out because his chosen mate or partner among the alien children was stillborn, I think. See, I thought that Kirstie Alley had taken that stillborn child who was actually still alive and just whipped it out to the truck in the parking lot just to study one of them, you know, as a live baby. I thought this was really sinister was going on, and it still wasn't completely clear what happened with that child, with it being stillborn, but we do see it in some form, and I guess you can kind of put two and two together as to what happened. But so it's really about these kids and how intelligent they are, how they can read thoughts and read the minds of their parents and everyone around them. We have Christopher Reeve, who plays the Doc. He plays not that Doc, but he plays a Doc, who is the doctor of the town. And Christopher Reeve, I just love him. I really do. He just seemed like such a warm person by all accounts. He really was. And a great Superman, but so much more than that as well. And this was his last ever film as a mobile person. He had a horse accident and became, I don't want to say what he became because I don't know the correct term, but he was paralyzed. And it's just so tragic. I've watched documentaries with him as he tried to research everything he could, to do everything he could to kind of make anyone who had suffered the same thing that he had suffered better, and make their life better. He really did so much for campaigning, raising awareness, and for research until his death. And he did perform in a couple of films, and I think he did Smallville afterwards. But for all intents and purposes, his life as an actor, as a normal person who could walk around and be normal, was this film. Very close after this film, he was injured, unfortunately. But so it stands as his last kind of, I don't say proper performance, because he gives other performances after that, but you know what I mean. It's still very sad, and I think he gives a great performance in this. I think a really underrated performance, because this film is really seen as, no, this gets trashed. Again, I was looking at some of my friends' ratings, just like abysmal. People do not like this film at all. And I really enjoyed it, actually. I thought the concept was really interesting. It's difficult because if you've seen the original, which I'm sure must be a really good film, at least, then you're going to look at this unfavorably, or it's going to be, well, it's not the original, or I've seen this story before, Apparently that there are differences in this. As I was just saying, David is the one who's the odd one out, and he begins to almost, it appears, learn the concept of empathy, which the other children simply do not have, which just makes it a really interesting dynamic between these kids and the parents, where the kids have so much power, and they're able to do things with their mind. They're able to literally look at their parents or any other person and with their mind make them do anything, like kill themselves. It's a really, I don't want to say scary because it doesn't scare me, but it's a really chilling thought, And Mark Hamill plays the Reverend of the town, and I think his character could have been expanded upon so much more. Maybe there was stuff that was removed, and again, in the documentary, they say that, apparently that's what Universal does. They come in, they chop stuff out and whatever, and, that's a shame if that's really the case. I don't know if there's any deleted scenes on the Blu-ray. It doesn't seem like there is, unfortunately, but I feel like Mark Hamill's character could have really been expanded upon, because you see, once the children are fully grown, or at least as fully grown as they get in the film, his distrust for them. And you see this guy, who is a man of faith, become slowly disillusioned with it. And there's a scene where he, pulls a gun on one of them. And that scene when he kind of gets cornered by them, fantastic acting. I mean, Mark Hamill, to me, is one of my favorite actors, and he really shows his chops in this one in the very, very brief screen time he has. But I feel like that character and his kind of view of everything could have been, again, expanded upon so much more. I think Christopher Reeve gets kind of the lion's share of that stuff, where he at one point decides to try and teach the children. And I just think that he really conveys something, because he goes through a tragedy throughout the film, and that shows on his face. Like, afterwards, he never looks the same after that tragedy, and he does a really good, subtle job of conveying that. And the way he's just worn down by the end of the film is just so brilliantly etched onto his face. Great actor, really is. And he has a great little speech towards the end as well. So, and I love just kind of the moral quandary of, what do we do with these kids who are going to kill us, basically? Can we kill them back, which is, it's just a horrible thing to think of. But again, are they really children, or are they really an entity, a singular, almost functioning entity that look and appear to be human children? So it's a really tricky one. But overall, not a fantastic film. I think there are things here and there that perhaps drag a little bit. But I just really like the story and the concept, which, for me, it's my first go around with the Village of the Damned story. So it's easier for me, I think, to get into this and be entertained and intrigued by the story, really hooked in by this concept, like right from the get-go. Like the shots of everyone just passed out in the town was just like, wow, what the fuck? Like, where is this going? And even when we get to the kids and when they're all kind of, you know, as grown up as they get in the film, where's it going? I have no idea where it's going. And so that was really exciting to me. I liked the way that the film wrapped up. I loved the conclusion and the final shot, the ambiguity. I thought that was very nicely done. And one thing I did read online, even from, you know, certain people I know, one of the kind of big bugbears is the apparent awful acting of the children. I think most of the kids in the film don't really get much of a chance to really act, really. Not many of them have a lot of speaking parts, but there's two main ones, David, and Mara, I think, was the main girl who's kind of the leader and the most kind of, you know, the proper figurehead. And the actress who plays her had a lot of interesting things to say in the making of about how she really took her role seriously. She wanted to be a villain in a movie, and on set, you know, while making the movie, she was very bossy and kind of almost channeled that into her character and basically acted like a bit of a jerk. But I think it comes across on film. I think she did the best job by far, but I also think that the actor who played David, you know, yeah, you can look at some of the lines and go, oh, the acting's not great or whatever, but I think, you know, and this isn't me trying to make an excuse, I genuinely believe that the fact that they're not really human plays into this almost stilted delivery. And I'm not saying that's the intention, and I'm not saying that it's kind of like a cop-out to say, well, it's good acting, really. No, I'm not saying that, but I think it works. You know, I think that there is something slightly off about it, and that kind of only goes along with everything. And I loved that in my mind as a viewer, what's going to happen with David? Is he gonna move away from these kids these, you know, aliens, if you want to call them that? Is he going to move away from them, or is he going to stay with the collective? And there is a bit of a power play there and a challenging of David from the main girl. And, you know, I liked that. I liked that a lot. I thought that it was just really interesting. And yeah, and Christopher Reeve really makes the movie as far as the acting is concerned. I really like Linda, let me get it right, Kozlowski as well. I thought she was really good. And a really shocking tidbit, I think, from the documentary is Karen Khan, I believe, or Khan. She plays the girlfriend or wife, I suppose, of Christopher Reeve's character, Doc. And she seems to be of Asian, you know, origin, descent. You know, she's not, you know, white. And so when she was cast in the film, Universal, I guess, hadn't seen her. And because her name wasn't, you know, as is said in the documentary, ethnic, they didn't realize that she wasn't, you know, completely American white or whatever. And when they saw the dailies of her for the first time, they were, like, really pissed off. And I was stunned by that. Like, really? In 1994/1995, whenever this was made, 1996? That was an issue? Casting someone in a film, like, I couldn't believe that. Like, that was just shocking to me. Like, it really was. Like, there's something that would never enter my mind at all. Which, you know, comes across as me trying to, you know, oh, he's virtue signaling. No, I was stunned by that was even an issue. And they mentioned that in the documentary, and it's just like, wow. Even back then, it seems, I say back then as if it was a long time ago, it doesn't feel like that long ago to me. And then that's kind of my point, even, you know, not so far long back ago, that was an issue. Anyway, I've been rambling for far too long. Like, do you remember when I said at the beginning of all this I was going to do 10 minutes per movie, and I'd have a couple of Ridley Scott no in this, and it never panned out. It really didn't. I've just waffled on and on about every single film, so yeah, for better or worse, take it or leave it, that's the way this thing is going. So Village of the Damned, for me, actually really, really enjoyed it. I think it's a really good horror film. Some of the effects are pretty cool as well, and gorgeous kind of setting for the movie. I loved the landscapes and everything. The music wasn't as memorable, actually, for me, unfortunately, even though John Carpenter was involved. Also with someone else, I believe, doing the music. If I remember rightly, yes, by John Carpenter and Dave Davis, which is the name of my stepmom's dad. So there we go. That's an interesting one. So yeah, I really, really like this one. And I think the real test is, would I watch it again? And I definitely would. So, and I love the making of documentary. So this was a real surprise to me, because I had assumed it was going to be pretty, pretty average. And maybe for a lot of people it is, but I actually had I have a lot of time for this film. I think it was really, really good. So next will be tomorrow, kicking right off with day 5. It's kind of day 4.5, because day 1 was just 2 movies very late in the night on Saturday, but Escape from LA. I really like Escape from New York. I feel like I need to love it more. It just seemed like it was so almost made for me. Like, I love Kurt Russell. I love that kind of sci-fi story, that kind of the almost dystopia of it, and the concept of it going into like New York, and it's like a prison island. Like, fucking awesome concept, great music, but I didn't love it. There was something about it. I think I watched it in one of the 24-hour movie marathons. It might have been year 5, the Marathon Strikes Back. So I think I need to revisit Escape from New York. But regardless, I'm looking forward to seeing this sequel, which is much maligned. I think apparently there's a lot of really bad CGI in this, and it was made so many years after the original. Kurt Russell apparently really wanted to do it, and it took them a while to kind of get something that they were going to run with, an idea, a concept, and everything. But I'm kind of really excited to see it regardless. I love Kurt Russell. I'm going to enjoy it no matter what, but by all accounts this is pretty awful. But by all accounts, Village of the Damned is pretty awful as well. So I don't know. I almost feel like I'm coming across as such a shill for John Carpenter, which would make no sense whatsoever. Like, why I would be doing that, but it just is. I'm loving every film pretty much. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's speaking to John Carpenter's skill as a filmmaker, or whether it's just simply a very lucky run of movies. I don't know. So we have 3 more feature films to go, 1 hour-long episode of television, and we're done. So I'm looking forward to concluding this tomorrow, and finally, I will be able to say, after 1 more sleep, as the kids say, I've completed Carpenter. So I'm going to get off to bed now, and that's it. I'm going to bed. At this point, I'm just kind of like stuttering to a faltering start, finish. See, the brain, it just gets all mushy when you get this tired, and you've just been like, when you've spent all night kind of just ingesting movies? What the fuck am I saying? I'm going to bed. Good night. Why am I still here? It's me. I'm sat in front of the... Right, I'm sorry. That's it. Why am I doing this? I'm enjoying it so much, but it's so much talking over such a long period.
I just need some damn food. I gotta get away. I'm just so sick of everybody stealing all my damn ideas. I just need food. Well, I guess it's just me in this world now. Me in the forest. I guess I'll just sit here and see what happens. This is taking far too long.
Well, at least I'm enjoying it. An invisible man, a meta trip through hell, and strange telepathic children. Why the hell not, eh? Hello?
Hi, Luke. It's Sean.
Oh, wow. Hey, man. What's up?
Yeah, that's great. You're doing your Carpenter Marathon, right?
Yeah, I just got done watching Village of the Damned.
Yeah, that's great. I don't care. Anyway, I thought you'd probably want me to do a cameo for your thing, so, here it is.
I shouldn't be surprised at this point. I really shouldn't be surprised. If he wants to be a prick about it, though.
Yeah, fuck you too.
Okay, good afternoon. It is currently 2:57 p.m. and I've kind of had half my day already, and I'm ready now to start the 5th and final day of completing Carpenter. And would you believe it? Today is the birthday of John Carpenter, so happy birthday to the man, because you know, that just seems like a really weird coincidence that one, I wasn't supposed to finish the marathon on this day. Two, I had no idea when his birthday was. So how fitting that the final day of this thing, the day I can say that I've completed Carpenter, is actually his birthday. Pretty cool. So I have another steak slice for my lunch, which I'll be eating while I watch the next film, which is, of course, as I mentioned last night, Escape from LA, which I'm really looking forward to, despite all the faults everyone seems to have with it. I'll also be drinking some of this juicy water, which is really nice, raspberry and blackcurrant flavour. I really like this one. And I have a couple of little snacks for after the steak slice, some Kit Kats and whatnot. So I'm all stocked and ready to go, and I have actually written myself up kind of a schedule for the rest of the day to make sure I finish. So there are 4 more Blu-rays to go, and I've basically put down like, start this by this time, and then you've got like until that time to start the next movie. I should have done this from the beginning, and who knows if I'll even stick to it this time, but regardless, I need to start watching this at 3 o'clock, which is what I'm going to do now. Here we go, Escape from LA. Let's do this. This motion picture has been rated R for violence and some language. Well, I'm glad that there's some language in it, otherwise, you know, I think an action film like this would be quite boring with no dialogue. And that was a terrible joke. I really should file it, but we're gonna both suffer in its awfulness together. Okay. Oh yeah, we got the old John Carpenter font back. Nice. Look at that gorgeous typeface. Nice. Love that theme. Oh, Steve Buscemi. Peter Fonda, what the fuck? What is it with this cast? Pam Grier, oh my god, this is awesome. Did not know these people were in the movie. That's great. I'm quite looking forward to this now, I have to say. Curtains are drawn, I'm all set. Bruce Campbell, holy shit. This is an awesome cast. Even if this is awful, the cast are Cliff Robertson. Man, killer cast, honestly. Alright. Enough rambling on. Let's actually watch the damn thing. So, in this film, Los Angeles gets hit by a huge earthquake and is essentially sectioned off as its own island because of the sea coming in, tidal waves, all that kind of stuff. And the president forms a United States police force and has the Constitution amended so that he now will be the president for the rest of his life. Okay. And LA is turned into a deportation island that is separate from the United States, and there is no escape possible because of the Great Wall that has been built. Okay. Once an American loses their citizenship, they are deported to this island and they never come back. Okay. So I am about half an hour behind schedule already. It is 5:28 p.m. and I'm finished. I'm done with Escape from LA. Oh boy. This is just a preposterous mess. Like, it's boring, you know, the effects are awful, the sets are just terrible, you know, you just have weird performances, it seems to take itself too seriously, and at the same time, it's just so goofy, and it is just completely like the first film. You just swap out wrestling with basketball. It's the same plot, it's the same story, and honestly just like awful. According to everyone else in the world. So I've been looking at reviews and comments and thoughts for the past like 20 minutes and just kind of going, I guess I see it. Okay, yeah. No, I think people are way too harsh on this film. It isn't a great film, but I think it's a really good one. It isn't meant to be taken too seriously, but at the same time, I think there is some bitingly ahead of its time politics in the film, perhaps. You know, like I was saying earlier, like there's a deportation zone in America that the president has designated to ship off people who aren't US citizens, and Muslims, and transgenders. You know, and then he started the US police force, and I don't know, man. There's something really interesting about that. And we follow Snake Plissken. He's been brought in by the government again to go into this, you know, this kind of what would you even call it? It's like the Wild West. You know, the Los Angeles is just a complete, just open warfare zone, just like New York was in Escape from New York. And, you know, yeah, it's kind of a little bit convenient that we have another big, iconic, you know, city location in America that has been turned into this prison state. But, you know, I think I think it really worked the way they told it, with an earthquake hitting Los Angeles and it kind of being cut off by the ocean. And, you know, they go into how the US has become this completely strict and, you know, over the top country where, you know, smoking's illegal, you know, sleeping with women is illegal. I would imagine sleeping with men is illegal. Unless you're married, there's nothing can happen between a man and a woman. And, you know, you get taken in for just petty stuff, and that will have you deported off to Los Angeles. And so there is this kind of dystopian feel to it. For sure there is a dystopian feel to this. And we have Snake Plissken, played by Kurt Russell. He comes in, and he's been tasked to go into LA because the president's daughter thinks that her father is a madman and is, you know, evil. And so she's taken his black box, which contains this remote that is going to be key in, you know, the US kind of, you know, defending themselves and all this kind of stuff. And she goes to LA. There's a great scene at the beginning when Plisken's been brought in and he's speaking to like the guy who runs the military zone there at the deportation kind of way station, I guess, played by Stacy Keach. I mean, the cast is great in this. Cliff Robertson plays the president. I love Cliff Robertson, and he did a great job of being this kind of cold and sinister and yet out of his depth president. You know, I love how Stacy Keach's character was kind of constantly kind of overriding the president. That was a really fun interplay between those two characters. And they tell Pliskin, you know, that we want you to go and, you know, not retrieve the president's daughter. She can be wasted. Like, the president is just like, forget her. My daughter's gone. Kill her. Just bring back that black box. That's what I really care about. And they show Snake a video that was recorded on Air Force 3, I think it was, where the president's daughter kind of hijacked the plane and took the black box. And he's looking at this kind of, like, this small video disc goes into this remote, and then the screen just pops up in virtual space in the room. And then it turns into a virtual reality recording where, like, the whole, like, inside of the plane starts growing and stuff, and the chairs are moving, and then it pops into kind of this virtual space that Snake is able to look around and even see the camera woman who's filming it. And they're like, yeah, this is the VR. You know, and we're now in the age of where VR is becoming a thing. Obviously not to that degree, because it's complete science fiction, but it is fun the way they play around with stuff like that. Just how, like, haunting, actually, the idea of this this state that America is in this film, which is set in 2013. I believe Escape from New York was set in the 90s. Obviously, the film was released in the early 80s. So again, they jump ahead to 2013 for this film. And when Snake first gets brought into the deportation center, he's walking down the corridor, and there are people getting electrocuted in the chair because they've opted that death is better for them than going to LA, basically. They're given the option, like, well, if you want to kill yourself, we'll gladly do it for you. And you just see them getting electrocuted to death. It's just, I thought that stuff was really impactful. And then once you get to LA, you have, like, all the gangs, the different groups and everything, people who are trying to survive, the people who are trying to screw each other over. It felt believable to me in that sense, if things really got that bad. And I think a lot of the sets were awesome. Like, there's matte paintings, there's miniatures, there's lots of, like, practical sets, like these big, expansive sets. My favorite was probably, I'm not sure what the name of it is. Is it the LA Coliseum or the LA Memorial Stadium or something like that? But it's the iconic stadium in LA that has those big arches at the head of the arena. And they dressed the whole stadium for this kind of, admittedly small, but, you know, kind of almost war ground, where there's all these people who are fighting and, you know, fighting to the death. And there's these two basketball courts, or one basketball court where Snake is tasked with completing a certain amount of shots before he gets killed and executed. But, you know, the whole stadium, like when it opens up and the camera sees it, and, you know, I just thought that was really impressive. They actually used the stadium and hired it out and actually dressed it all. I mean, not elaborately so, but enough that it felt like that stadium was in this world, this really dystopian world of LA that just, it feels like hell, you know, like, and just some of the back roads and the alleyways and going onto the big ship near the end of the film was great. It's kind of an adventure movie. You see all these different locations, and it's fun as well. It is so fun, and we see Peter Fonda as this like surfer dude in his 50s, and there's this ridiculous scene where him and Snake get on the surfboards and ride a tsunami wave, and then Snake, like, uses it to catch up with Steve Buscemi's character, and it's just the most ridiculous but entertaining thing. I mean, it isn't taking itself that seriously, but at the same time it does again have that kind of biting edge to it, as far as the idea of this imagined dystopia in the future, and the, you know, the horrifying thought if, you know, things with the government got that kind of ironclad, I suppose. Anyway, some would say I'm talking out of my depth about that kind of thing, and I'm certainly someone who doesn't really have any knowledge of politics whatsoever, but just the general idea of things getting that oppressive certainly makes you think. But it's all tied into this adventure action movie, you know, that I thought was an absolute blast. Now, the special effects, as far as digital work, the worst effects I've ever seen in a movie that's pretty good. You know, there are movies that are just abysmal from start to finish, and there's no redeeming qualities about them whatsoever, and the effects are awful. I think this is a really good film, marred by some awful CGI. The way Snake gets into the island of Los Angeles, which has become an island at this point, is via a submarine. And that submarine, like, has no texturing on it whatsoever. It is just this flat digital creation, and it goes underwater, and there's like a shark that tries to bite it, and it just looks abysmal. It really does. And I think people would be tempted to say, oh, PlayStation 1 graphics are better than that. They're not, but it's almost, it's close to that. It's close to bad video game cutscene stuff. And it's a real shame. And even some stuff towards the end with the helicopter, not too bad though. I think that for the most part, that CGI isn't there enough to really ruin the film. But there are some ropey effects at times. And I just wish that this film had been popular enough that, you know, these days they would do like a Ridley Scott final cut where we just do those effects over again, and it would make the film so much better, and it wouldn't drag you out of it with like the laughably bad special effects. But again, thankfully they were few and far between, and I think a lot of the practical stuff was just really good, like just all these burnt cars, and there's a character who pops up in the film, and it seems like this character is going to be like one of the mainstays in the film. And then they get killed, and it's just like really surprising and kind of like, oh wow, you know, anything can happen. You know, I really loved that. Steve Buscemi was really entertaining as this guy who just seems to be almost a commentary on shady Hollywood types. You know, he's saying that he's selling a map to the stars in an LA that is completely leveled, which is kind of, you know, ironic and funny in its own right. But, you know, he's constantly just flip-flopping back and forth, whoever he can kind of be on the right side of, and just proper sticking the knife into anyone he can. Pam Grier turns up playing this transgender woman who used to be a man that Snake Plissken knew, and they kind of lowered her voice. I mean, it was just a fun kind of, you know, goofy performance, and the whole film, to me, just, again, the Peter Fonda character, I mean, just the surfing scene, I love it, I just loved it. And there were just some things in the film I really, really enjoyed and thought was really well done, honestly. And Kurt Russell is Kurt Russell, 45, and he looked like a badass, sounded like a badass, and there's some great stuff where he's like jumping onto cars and stuff and trying to get to this guy who had the black box. And then there's the moral dilemma of, does he kill the president's daughter like he's supposed to kill her? He's been injected with this virus that's going to kill him in 10 hours, so you're on the clock. And, you know, there was a moment in a sewer, which was a really cool set where like half of the floor had collapsed and stuff, and Snake has the black box, he's ready to go, and then the president's daughter turns up, and it's like, does he kill her? Does he save her? What does he try and do? He ultimately decides to just leave her and not kill her, and then Steve Buscemi turns up, and then like they're scrambling over the black box, and I'm like, oh god, what's gonna? And I was getting really frustrated and invested in that story. So for me, I loved it. I really did. I don't think it's a great film again, but I just was really entertained and captivated by the world that was created. I think they did a really good job on the practical side of things. And from what I read, Buena Vista or something like that, visual effects did the CGI for the film, and this was the first time they'd ever handled CGI effects. They didn't really know what they were doing. Boy, does it show. And I think that really hampers the film in some respect, but I thought the ending was fantastic. This is the only time Kurt Russell has been given a writing credit on anything. And from what I understand, he really wanted to bring this character back. He was the driving force of, let's do a sequel to Escape from New York. And age 45, he got back into shape and, you know, fit into the same outfit he wore in the first movie. And then, you know, he gets a new outfit. And the ending, I thought, was brilliant. I loved the ending, and people talk about it because it's very similar to The Last Jedi's ending with Luke Skywalker, which kind of spoils it. Or you could say The Last Jedi is similar to Escape from LA. And it is, and it isn't. It's a completely different situation, but it's one that I think just worked so well. And I loved the badass moment at the end. I loved the last shot. I just think it's a great ode to that character of Snake Plissken, and Kurt Russell carries it off with great badass aplomb, I think. So overall, loved it. I mean, I'm just baffled at this point that I haven't found a film that I've really disliked, or even disliked even slightly. I don't know what it is. It is goofy, like the hang gliding sequence as well. I mean, and the villain's fairly stock. But the idea of like the satellites around the world having an EMP device that could kind of wipe out everything electronically, was just a cool kind of, you know, again, almost ahead of the curve, relevant device in the film. I mean, if you take that idea now, it's even more relevant because we are so dependent on electricity that it would cripple the world right now if that were to happen. So I think that it's an ahead of its time plot. And again, Kurt Russell apparently wrote the entire ending of the film, and I think he did a great job. I thought the ending was fantastic. And most of my friends have given this like 1 star out of 5. I don't get it. I really don't, but that's okay. I don't need to. I don't need to when I love it. You know, it's just one of those things. I might even like this better than Escape from New York. And you can stop throwing your shoes at the screen right now because it's just my opinion and just the way that I received it. And as a great director once said, I can only ever make 50% of a movie. The other 50% is made in the person who's watching it. And I guess my 50% makes up a film that actually was something I will definitely go back to again and again. I just loved the style of it and everything. So without any further ado, let's get on to the next film, which is like the 12th movie in this marathon. It is now 5:42. This is from 1998. And I'm really intrigued by this one, again, based on the cast. And that is James Woods and Cheryl Lee. Now, James Woods I love in lots of different films, particularly The Hard Way with Michael J. Fox. I think he's awesome in that. It's a great, underrated, underseen comedy. And Cheryl Lee, who plays Laura Palmer in Twin Peaks. And I'm a huge Twin Peaks fan, and I haven't seen Cheryl Lee in anything else. So I'm really intrigued. I hope she has a big role, because I'd like to see how she can act as a character other than Laura Palmer, I have to say, and it is vampires. I remember some friends of mine years ago kind of raving about this film just based on like how quotable James Woods' character is in the film. So hopefully it'll be entertaining from that respect. This is a vampire movie, obviously. And I think I remember reading somewhere John Carpenter saying he wanted to do a vampire film that wasn't really interested in the mythology of it or something like that. So yeah, let's just stick it on. Let's get cracking on with vampires. We're near the end now on the home stretch. I just need to keep rolling, keep moving. And yeah, I'm just looking at the menu screen for Escape from LA and just, I don't know, I really need to revisit the first one now because I feel like I like this one more, and I feel like that's just like one of the worst things a John Carpenter fan could ever possibly say. So perhaps it is just like the kind of new goggles, you know, that's just, I really liked it. It must be better than the first one. Because, yeah, I was slightly disappointed when I watched Escape from New York, so maybe I need to revisit that, and hopefully it'll be better. But regardless, on with vampires, and there we go. Near the end now. Oh, one last thing about Escape from LA that I really liked was the Bruce Campbell cameo, really, as he played the Surgeon General of Beverly Hills. They turned Beverly Hills into, like, again, I thought like a really funny kind of satire on Beverly Hills, where there are all these people who have just had plastic surgery after plastic surgery, and they bring in live people and take their body parts and just keep adding to themselves, and they're just horrific, kind of mutated monsters. Horrifying sequence. And Snake and this other woman ends up being captured, and they're strung up, ready to kind of get hacked out and stuff. And Bruce Campbell turns up, and his face is all weird and whacked up and stuff, and all these what would you call them? Facelifts. I was gonna say face pulls, facelifts, and his eyebrows are all over the place. So I just thought that was a really fun Bruce Campbell cameo, but that whole sequence was horrifying, I thought. So really effective. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think it's a really good film that people are just sleeping on or disregarding, and maybe not giving it the credit I think it might deserve because of some of the awful special effects, maybe, I don't know. But I mean, yeah, it doesn't do anything new in relation to the first film. And apparently Ghosts of Mars was supposed to be Escape from Mars. Oh, that film would have been helped so much more by Kurt Russell. Anyway, on with vampires and the real home stretch of this thing. Alright, I'm actually finding myself getting a little bit amped up now by just this opening title sequence. Very red and kind of orange and hellish, I'm not the biggest kind of vampire movie person for sure, but anyway, I got 2 shots of Fireball here. Let's kick it up a notch as we head into this final few movies. Oh, should I do this? Should I do this? Bad idea. Bad idea. Oh, double whammy. Oh, Jesus Christ. I remember when I was telling my dad about this drink, the Fireball whiskey. I'm on the original, not the Jack Daniel's Fire. And my dad had never tasted it, and he had a swig of it, and he went, "That's some pretty fucking hardcore shit." Which, I mean, that's relative. I don't drink, really. I like this a lot. So I couldn't even tell you how it compares to other alcoholic beverages, but that really sits there. So we're now zooming in on a house in the middle of nowhere. It almost has like a Western vibe to it, just looking at the imagery and the booklet and stuff. And here's James Woods. So this thing's going. I'm going. Hopefully this will be a good one. I don't know why I say that, because everyone has been a good one so far, and I'm almost just waiting for a bad one at this point. A bad one that doesn't seem to be arriving. I think the ward's going to be shit, though. We'll get to that when we get to that, though, so I'm going to watch the movie. So I'm currently behind schedule, so clearly even keeping a written schedule doesn't help me that much at all. But I went to the shop because I was really craving more of this stuff, the juicy water. I also made some dinner, and I don't know if I mentioned, yesterday I had chicken chow mein, which was beautiful, and it felt so good after a few days of eating fried chicken and pizza to have something that felt a lot more healthy. And today I'm back to all the unhealthy shit, so I got 4 small chicken burgers here and some McCain's microwavable chips. These aren't great, but they're kind of nice, and they remind me of when I was a kid. I used to have these, not all the time, but every now and again, and you just pop them in the microwave, heat them up, stick some salt in, shake it up, and then in this case I won't be eating it right out of the box, I'll be dumping it on top of my other dinner. So yeah, some brown sauce, some mayonnaise. Let's continue. Vampires. So it is now 9:15, and I'm done with John Carpenter's Vampires. I enjoyed it. Yeah, no messing around. I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's a very gory movie. It's a beautifully shot movie. I think some of the cinematography in this, like some of the kind of cutaway shots, were just stunning, really. Some of the kind of shots of the sky when it's looking red and orange and on fire was so suited to the story that this was telling, which follows a team of vampire slayers led by James Woods' character, Jack Crow, I think his name was, or something like that. Crow, anyway, we'll call him Crow. His second name was definitely Crow. And he is kind of like the figurehead, like the master vampire slayer. The film opens with them taking out a house and, you know, stabbing the vampires and putting a stake through their heart and dragging them out with a winch into the sun, where they burn alive, and then they take off all their heads. And, you know, there's even a moment where James Wood just kind of lights a match off one of the skulls of the vampires they've killed and celebrates with a smoke. So that's kind of the basic setup. It's out in kind of like southwest America, you know, the kind of just the dusty desert, sand-ridden states somewhere, I guess. I'm not too good on my geography in America, but that's where not even the majority, the entirety of this film takes place. And James Woods' Crow, he works under a priest, and he kind of is instructing him what to do, and they're looking for the big one, the master vampire. They've dealt with masters before, but like they're talking about like the master vampire, and he pops up in this film. I said earlier that I'd read that John Carpenter wasn't interested in the mythology of vampires. I got that wrong. What he wasn't interested in was kind of doing a gothic vampire movie. You know, he wanted to do something a little bit more different, and to have his vampires more concerned with savagery and ripping people apart than they were brooding and being kind of moody about, you know, stuff. So I can definitely get that from this film. The vampires are ruthless, particularly the master vampire, who is over 600 years old and is after a cross that will allow him, once a ritual has been taken place, to walk in the sunlight, which will make him pretty much unstoppable. And right from the get-go, when we first meet this master vampire, it's set up very quickly just how ruthless and effective a killing machine he is. He knocks on the door of a motel they're all staying at, and one of the vampire slayers opens the door, and the master vampire sticks his hand straight through the guy's stomach and just pulls his hand up and just rips the guy in two. Like, his body falls to the ground and just opens up. There was at least 2 moments in the film where I just went, holy shit! Like, the neighbors must have heard, like, because it was just some of the practical gore. I think Greg Nicotero worked on this. Regardless, whoever did the effects, some top-notch gore. And I know that there are a lot of people who love horror movies, and to them the measure of a good horror movie is the kills. Are the kills any good? So if you're talking about like a movie with good kills, this is pretty much a masterpiece. There's some pretty gory, nasty shit going on. It's a very violent movie. Oh my god, is it a violent film? And it's just icky as well when James Woods goes back to kind of cut his friends up after they've been killed and to take their heads off, and really bloody, gory film. James Woods is kind of almost peak James Woods here. He's wisecracking, he's ruthless, he's a killing machine, he's a ruthless bastard, and he's always got something to say, he's always quipping, and he really gets into the role. Like, he makes you believe he's a legit vampire killer, when he's just stabbing these vampires through the chest. He's like, die, you motherfucker, die! Like, he gets so into it that it's almost a bit too believable. You wonder if he actually has a secret life as a vampire killer. And, that aspect of it was entertaining to me. I read also somewhere that someone was saying this film shows that John Carpenter clearly hates women, which I think is bullshit. But I can see, if you were to just look at this at face value without knowing anything about John Carpenter's other films, you would think, okay, yeah, the women are pretty much treated like dirt in this movie, and there's really only one female character who has anything of any substance in the film, and that is played by Cheryl Lee, Katrina, a prostitute who gets bitten by the master vampire, and so she's brought along for the ride when James Woods and the remaining members of his crew are trying to regroup and go back after the master vampire, and she is in the process of turning. And Cheryl Lee is a phenomenal actress. It was really hard for me to see her as anything but Laura Palmer, I have to admit, when I watched this. But as the film progressed, she really sold the idea that she was beginning this psychic link with the master vampire, and so she could see where he was, and she was essentially their kind of their guide as to where the master vampire was, so they could go and get him. Valak, I believe his name was. I keep saying master vampire, so we'll just say Valak from now on. And he was good. The actor who played him, he had an imposing physical presence to him, and served well as the villain of the piece. There's a really funny bit where James Woods kind of blows up this building, and he walks away from it with a cigarette in his mouth, and the building literally explodes behind him, and he just doesn't even flinch. Like, it's just one of those weird, like, macho bullshit moments where it's just like, why are we supposed to be impressed by something like that? Even though it is impressive that he didn't flinch when it literally blew up behind him, but it's just one of those tropes, isn't it? Like, just the cool walking away as the explosion goes off behind you. It's just like, I'd be like, Jesus Christ, no qualms about like, oh, I'm not going to look cool if I react to it, Anyway, that just made me laugh for its own particular reason. William Baldwin, I believe. Was it William Baldwin? There's so many Baldwin brothers. Daniel. William? Is there even a William Baldwin? At least as part of the Hollywood Baldwin brothers. I don't know. But it's Daniel Baldwin who plays one of the vampire slayers who is in the majority of the movie. I thought he did a good job too of at first showing his kind of contempt for Cheryl Lee's character, Katrina, and then eventually kind of warming to her. And I felt like his compassion towards her, while not entirely, it didn't make up for the fact that he was like slapping her around and stuff earlier on in the film, but it at least gave him something as a character that wasn't just like one note. And so I liked that progression, and his final scene was very good in the film. And so I really liked it. Very violent, very brutal. It's a western. It is actually it's a hitman western movie, but with vampires in it. And that's it, really. I mean, it's not one I go back to again and again, I don't think, and I think that's really the test of how much I like a film. So this is probably one of my least favorites, I think, and but even then, I did really like it quite a bit. So yeah, and some funny one-liners from James Woods, you know, some stupid jokes in there where he's like, there's a new father who comes along for the ride, and James Woods kind of slaps him around a bit and kicks him and stuff. And he's like, hey, father, when I was, you know, kicking you around back then, did you get any wood? You know? And it's just like, it's not funny, you know? And then they call back to it later on like it's this great kind of running gag. And it's just like, in fact, that ends the movie. And it's just like, okay, you know? It's like, I've been so used to really great, like, final shots, final moments in John Carpenter films over the past few days, like Starman, Prince of Darkness, In the Mouth of Madness, even Escape from LA has a killer final shot. And this is just, you know, yeah, so father, did you get any wood? Oh yeah, mahogany. It's like, it reminds me of Ghosts of Mars, where it ends on an awful joke. So yeah, I know maybe this is my kind of lesser John Carpenter period. It starts probably with this, I think. But, you know, I still enjoyed it quite a bit. I would watch it again, but I wouldn't rush to. That's the only thing. So, yeah, vampires. Good stuff. And is there anything... I feel like there was something else I was going to say about it that I've forgotten about, but there isn't really. I mean, I like that for me, anything where people are driving around, it's kind of a quasi-road movie as well. So I really enjoyed that element of it. I don't know, yeah, that's all I got to say, really. It's one that I don't feel particularly moved to be, like, excited about, for sure, but it's one that I really, really enjoyed, so, there. Next, we are going on to a episode of television, actually. This is from 2005, I believe, and it is from the Masters of Horror TV show, which I believe gathered together lots of great kind of horror directors. I think Joe Dante did one. I think, in fact, I'm not sure that there are quite a few big name horror directors, and I'm not even Joe Dante. I don't know if you'd really put him in the kind of horror pantheon. I suppose in a few of his films, but he's more of a genre director. There's lots of different things, but I remember reading the list and it was pretty impressive. I wonder if Tobe Hooper might have done one of these, but regardless, John Carpenter did a couple, and this is the one that I have on Blu-ray. It is Volume 1, Season 1, which includes the episode Cigarette Burns, which was directed by John Carpenter. So I'm looking forward to checking this out. It's only about an hour long, so it'll be a nice kind of shorter film to get through. And you can argue, is it a film? Was it an episode of TV? I don't care. I'm counting it as a film. Or even if I'm not, regardless, it's a John Carpenter directed piece. He did do another episode called Pro-Life, which I think had an individual DVD release, but I haven't been able to find it, and certainly not in time to do this. So this is really just a bonus thing to throw in there. The main thing I want to do was to watch all of his feature films, which I will complete in one more feature film's time. So I'm pretty much almost Carpenter complete. So we're going to do this first and get it out of the way and see what I think of Cigarette Burns. So this is totally me in about 15 years. Have you seen La Fin Absolue du Monde? Do you read Sutter Kane? Cigarette Burns. Done. That was fucked up. That was pretty disturbing, I have to say. It is 11:19 p.m. and that hour-long episode of television, or it really is its own hour-long film to me, and I think I would class that any episode of television that is a one-shot is, it's a film, it's just the medium in which it's shown is slightly different. But regardless, Cigarette Burns from John Carpenter follows Norman Reedus from The Walking Dead. Not the best actor in the world, I have to say, and he's not great here. He's pretty good. He's good in some moments, but he's more just a vessel for the story. I think that, his performance is certainly not the highlight of the story. And he plays a young, recovering heroin addict who's also a programmer at a theater. And he is called by this eccentric film collector to come and speak to him about something, and it's about finding a lost movie called, I believe, La Fin Absolue du Monde. And when they first start talking about it, my first reaction was, ooh, is this like a real lost movie? Of course it isn't. But I got so wrapped up in the mythology of it, and I'm actually looking up the film on IMDb now because I want to talk about the actor who plays the eccentric old film collector. I I recognize him from Ace Ventura, but I'm sure he is given much better performances than that, including this one. So Udo Kier is the actor who plays the old film collector, who is obsessed with this movie that was made 30 years ago and was only screened once. And Norman Reedus' character Kirby recalls the story that there was a big riot in the cinema, and the director tried to take the film out of the country, and the authorities stopped him, and the government destroyed the film, not realizing it was the only print of the film. So it's a completely lost film. But this old film collector says, no, the film still exists, and I want you to find it for me. And money is no object. I'll pay all your expenses. I'll give you $100,000 in return for bringing me this film. I'm ill, and I don't have many days left, and I can't die without having seen this film. I've done really bad things in my life, and before I see hell, I want a glimpse at heaven. And so immediately right off the get-go, this really drew me in as a story of a lost movie, a quest to find it, and a foreboding sense of dread as Kirby gets closer and closer to the film. He travels to Paris, to Canada, in search on the trail. And there are a couple of things I didn't like. There's one moment where he meets a private collector who, the setup is just like a warehouse, and it just seemed very stereotypical, like just heavies standing around in a big, wide open space. It felt cheap, It didn't seem to fit the actual... I don't know, something about it which just seemed a bit off. And then this collector kills someone in front of Norman Reedus' character, Kirby. And then he's got Kirby and he's like rubbing blood all over his face and stuff and going on about his art that he creates. And then there's just a flash. And then suddenly I think everyone's dead. And Kirby has the better hand and he is standing over him. And it's never explained how that happens at all. And it just seemed like a really cheap, how do we get our main character out of this mortal peril? We'll do another one of those cigarette burn flashes and then he's okay. And he's, punching the other guy and then he leaves and we'll never talk about it again. So I thought that was a bit of a weak element. And I don't know who wrote the actual episode. I'm not sure if it was John Carpenter. No, it was written by Drew McQueenie and Scott Swan. The music was done by John Carpenter's son, Cody, which is interesting. Yeah, so that was one thing I didn't like. And I don't love the kind of over-the-top gore when trying to draw a reaction out of the audience, but it really worked for this story, I think. And it was, for me, it was like just imagining what this film is. Its power, how it turns people homicidal. Homicidal? Yeah, that is a word, and that works in the context of the sentence I just said. It turns people homicidal, and Kirby begins to learn that there wasn't just a riot in the cinema when it was first shown. People were killing each other. The cinema was just bathed in blood, and so the closer he gets to it, the more it starts affecting him. It becomes a presence more than a physical roll of film, and of course he tracks it down. And then we move to the finale, in which he is able to give this collector this film reel. And then what happens there is a very fucked up finale, for sure. And also dealing with that, Kirby's girlfriend had killed herself. They were both doing heroin, and her father gave him the money to kind of, I guess, take over the cinema. So the father, who is obviously grieving the loss of his daughter, is on Kirby's case to pay him back the money that he loaned him to open, or at least to take over the theater. That's why Kirby so desperately needs to take the job to find this lost film. And I love the steps along the way, the kind of detective element of it to a degree. He meets a film critic who is still trying to write this one review, and his room is filled with hundreds of thousands of pages, all stacked around. I just love the little kind of details like that. And the idea of obsession and hunting something and searching for perfection and also searching for something that reaches higher than everything else in the medium. In the context of a film, not to make just a film that's a good film, but a film that transcends being a film that affects people beyond being a normal film, and the obsession of kind of hunting for that kind of an excellent. And as I say, hunting, the cats are now hunting each other. Oh, and they've backed off. It's been neutralized. Keep walking. Go on. Hey, move. Where was I? Yeah, so the idea that people are being driven to obsession to create something that is bigger than the art form, to something that will just truly, again, transcend. And that's an interesting and, spiraling idea that someone could get completely lost in, which is basically the story of this film. And there's a really intriguing extra element to this, which I won't go into, and it kind of explains why the film Le Film Absolu du Monde has its power. And I thought that was a really interesting idea, actually, very simply explained. And then when you get to the actual showing of the film, again, disturbing, under the skin, unnerving, really something. And I don't usually like that kind of stuff. I'm not saying I liked it here, but I thought it was very effective and was just like, wow. And there's one moment where a character stabs himself in the face and it looked so real, I almost jumped out of my seat. I don't know how they did it, but that was really creepy. And yeah, so Kirby's girlfriend who killed herself, the father is like, after Kirby for the money, but he's also kind of going a bit mental himself because this man was responsible, he believes, for the death of his daughter. And the actor who played him, I felt, wasn't that good, especially towards the end. It just, yeah. So it's a flawed but brilliant horror piece, I think. I really, people call John Carpenter the master of horror. I would say he's more of a master filmmaker in general, I would say, actually. Having now seen almost all of his films, I would say that he is a fantastic filmmaker, and it isn't just simply a great horror director. I think he has a lot more to say with characters and stories than he does with scaring an audience, but he certainly is a master of horror as well. But that's not, I don't think, the term that should define his entire career as a filmmaker. But regardless, this certainly goes some way into supporting that very bold moniker, Master of Horror. And I didn't realize that as I'm saying that and using that phrase, it is, of course, the title of the damn show, Masters of Horror. So there we go. Yeah, I was really quite impressed by that. For some reason, my TV turned on the motion smoothing. So I thought it was just the fact that it was shot on like video or something, that it just looked really like, soap opera-ish, and I was like, oh no, but I realized the TV had somehow automatically turned that off. But I love ideas, I love stories of lost movies, and taking that and transposing it into like, what if this movie drove people nuts? And it very much is a cool companion piece to In the Mouth of Madness, I thought. So now we're on to the final film. Film number 15, or 14, if you don't want to count that as an episode of television, Graham. So this is The Ward. Yeah, I know, everyone says it's shit. What are you going to do? This is one of those awkward US Blu-rays that have the bloody white tag on the top. It's like it's been lifted right out of Walmart or something. So, it's his last film, 2010. He stopped making films after Ghosts of Mars in 2001. Was disillusioned with the Hollywood system, I guess, with making movies in general. He wasn't enjoying it anymore. I think I read that he really liked getting back to filmmaking with the Masters of Horror series, and perhaps that sparked his not interest, but willingness to come back and do one more movie with The Ward. I don't know if in his head he felt like it was just one more movie. I don't know if he went into this film considering it to be his final film or just doing another film after a few years. And I also don't know how he feels about making another one. I would assume at this point in his life he probably isn't interested. We just had the new Halloween movie, which he did the music for, but didn't write or direct. But was, he was a producer, I think. So I mean, who knows? Maybe he might get the bug again. But I think he's happier kind of doing his own thing, playing his music shows, which apparently are very, very entertaining. I'd love to go to one of them if he comes back to Europe and the timeline works out for me. But for now, I'm going to finish off this epic marathon. I'm very tired at the moment. I think that it would have been better for me to do this in 3 full days. 3 wall-out days. No, 3 balls to the wall, all-out days of movies, rather than doing 5 days and kind of really stretching it out. But that's just kind of my procrastination coming through. So here we go. It's the final one. It's the final countdown. I'm about to be John Carpenter complete in approximately 88 minutes. So with that being said, let's throw this in. Let's bring this one home. I'm ready to take this blanket into the bedroom and to go to sleep. Also, 2 more things before we get, because I want to do this before we get to the next and final movie. There are a couple of things I wanted to mention about some of the previous films, okay? Sorry. Number 1, Escape from LA, the sequence in the LA stadium where Snake Plissken is tasked with sinking, like, I think it's 5 basketballs through hoops on either side of the court. I read that Kurt Russell practiced to do all of those shots himself, including the one where he has no time but to throw the ball from one end of the court to the other, and it's a fucking phenomenal shot. It's this massive, overarching, straight through, nothing but net. Awesome. Like, I literally went, holy shit. It reminded me of Alien Resurrection when Sigourney Weaver did the backwards one, where they were going to rig up a machine to kind of drop it because the ball goes out of camera. But she did it for real. And Ron Perlman's like, holy shit, and kind of almost ruined the take, but they used that in the film. And it's almost like it went out of camera shot. It was probably faked, but it was done for real. But that Kurt Russell one is, you can see it all in camera. I'm so glad they used like a wide shot to really show you the awesome. Love that so much. Badass moment there from Kurt Russell. He is the man and one of my favorite actors. And then also there is a line in Vampires where James Woods says to someone, I'm going to hunt you down, I will find you, and I will kill you. It is just, I'm telling you, it's Taken. Whoever wrote Taken, fucking watch Vampires, because it's almost like the same delivery. I don't know. So that was just 2 little random things I wanted to throw in there. On with the ward. We're about to do this. We're about to finish this. One last time. The CGI of this glass breaking apart in the title sequence is better than any of the digital effects in Escape from LA. Just saying. I really wish they'd just go back and redo the effects on that movie. And I just saw Greg Nicotero was involved in this. He was also involved in Cigarette Burns, which really shows, because those gore practical effects were pretty damn impressive.
Stop it, you're gonna make my ears bleed. I say boom, 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 then everybody say way-ho. Way-ho.
What is it? What is it, Lily? She's perturbed by the fox outside, howling. It's okay. Yeah, there's been some howling going on outside. It sounded like a dog, a pack of dogs. So I just poked my head out of the window, but through the curtains to look out to the street, and there's this fox running up and down the street going, "Ruff, ruff, ruff. Ruff, ruff, ruff." So the cats are a little bit weirded out. I was a little bit weirded out, to be honest. A bit of a creepy ending to the marathon there. And I'm done. I am John Carpenter complete. The Ward. Woof. I'm glad that I finally found a John Carpenter film that I don't like very much. It was starting to get a little bit ridiculous where I was loving everything. And this kind of wall I was expecting to hit once we got to the 90s movies just never materialized. And then, boom, this was the wall right here. Yeah, just replace the R and the D with the double L, and that's kind of what this was for me. I just was very uninterested in it. It was a boring film. I think that it's made well. I think the story's okay. It's very familiar. Woman gets taken into a mental institution with other women, other young women. She doesn't know why she's there. The therapy is experimental. It's the 60s. There's some of that kind of electroshock stuff going on. And our main character, what was her name? Kristen, played by Amber Heard. Seen, not heard. She is you know, she doesn't know why she's there. That's like, can you tell how tired I am? She doesn't know why she's there. And the other girls there are kind of very odd, as you would imagine. And it's about her trying to find answers, trying to escape. And there's a ghost haunting the ward. And all that stuff just didn't interest me, didn't scare me, you know. We kept seeing this ghost. Is it a ghost? Is it real? I don't know. It just felt, the design of it felt very typical, and ooh, she's dead. You know, ooh, her face is all blackened and stuff. Yeah, it felt very routine, and for a John Carpenter film, quite disappointing. But at the same time, I had heard that this wasn't very good. But then I'd heard that Memoirs of an Invisible Man was awful, and that Escape from LA was a horrendous mess, and you know, I loved those films. So I don't know, part of me kind of maybe hoped that it would still be pretty good, and it has its plus sides. I think Amber Heard is a pretty good actress, and she's pretty good in this as well. We have Jared Harris, who I think is a really good actor, and he's good in this as a kind of frustrating presence. He is the doctor of the facility, and he appears to be a very compassionate and empathetic character who wants only the best for these women and is trying his best to do that. But again, his character is very frustrating because he provides very little, if any, answers to any of the questions that our main character has. And it really is only in the last few minutes of the film, when we get this grand explanation, that a lot of it begins to make a bit more sense. Because for me, the opening is about, you know, Kristen out on the run. She burns down a house. The police pick her up. They take her to the ward. And I'm thinking, okay, what's her backstory? And we never really get into it until the very end for an obvious reason. I will say, hell of a twist. I did enjoy the twist ending. It kind of made up for how uninterested I was in most of the film. Like, I wasn't caring about what was going on, you know. And you could say it's because I'm tired, but I just think that it wasn't gripping, wasn't captivating, unfortunately. And it's just one of those stories I've seen before, and it felt to me, and this is probably the worst thing, it just felt to me like a run-of-the-mill horror movie that any old director can slap together, you know. And it is well made. I think there are some nice choices there with some of the editing and some of the cinematography, and the acting is pretty good. But overall, I think that perhaps you looked at the script and the story, which weren't John Carpenter's, and you just find something that is very rote, really. It's been treaded. Those waters have been treaded far too often for me to really be interested in this one. You know, I've just seen so many stories of people who are in, you know, an insane asylum, and they feel like they're wrongly in there, and they try to escape, and they get oppressed by the orderlies, and like the nurse just looked straight out of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So they didn't even try to kind of make her look even any different. And yeah, so not a great film. An okay film, okay-ish, but for me, just not one that, no, yeah, unfortunate, but you know, hey, you're not going to hit a winner out of the park for your entire career. I did actually listen to a little bit of the audio commentary from John Carpenter and Jared Harris for the last few minutes of the film, after I'd seen the end of the film, of course. And it seemed like a really fun, lively one where they're both enjoying chatting with each other. And Jared was like, I'm a big fan of yours. I remember going to see Assault on Precinct 13. Like, what did you think of the remake on Assault on Precinct 13? Carpenter's like, no, it's pretty good, you know. So that might be actually a much more fun way to watch this film, was with that commentary. But I don't know when I would ever revisit this one. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's it really. We're done now. That's Carpenter completed. I've seen all of his films. Perhaps tomorrow I will look at all of the films now and re-rank them, and we'll end on that. But for now, that is it. The Ward. Easily, I think, my least favourite, because even with Dark Star, some of it was interesting. You know, there were some bits that were boring, but there were interesting bits. This was pretty much just until the last few minutes, in which, you know, the twist I thought was very well done and made sense, and at least made the film stand out a bit, actually, I thought. But it just, to kind of wade through that hour and 15 minutes to get to that point was a little bit of a chore, unfortunately. So yeah, so that's it. 15 movies, 5 days, no questions asked. And you know what? It ain't over till it's over. I'm not done yet. No. Now, don't worry, I'm not done yet. No, it is 1:44 a.m. But I had a feeling, a sneaking suspicion, that The Ward, with me working chronologically, was not going to be the best way to end this marathon. So we enact the Jack Burton initiative. You know where I'm going with this. Big Trouble in Little Motherfucking China. I'm going to finish this marathon off with a film I've already seen. I've already completed Carpenter. This is the bonus round here. This is a film that I grew up seeing bits of when I was a young kid, and my cousin Jamie and my dad were watching it, and I was terrified of Lopan, is it? And then later on in life, about 4 years ago, I got this Blu-ray and watched it and thought it was pretty fantastic. But it was a bad day to watch it. Me and Connie had a bit of an argument, and so we stopped the film, and then it was a bit of a, you know, stop and start, and then she didn't finish watching it with me, so I kind of felt like it was half an experience. So I'm going to watch this again, revisit it, and end on a more positive note. Now, hopefully, I'll keep alert for this one, but I kind of had it in my head the whole time to finish on this one, but I didn't think it would take this many days to finish the marathon. But I'm determined to end on this. And also, with The Ward, I have now watched 25 hours of movies. So if I hadn't included Cigarette Burns, all 14 feature films would have been 24 hours almost on the dot, which is just perfect. You know, it seemed like it was meant to be, along with today being John Carpenter's birthday. So The Ward closes out completing Carpenter, but for the bonus round, I'm going to check out Big Trouble in Little China, and hopefully have a blast with this, and not fall asleep, and yeah, and then I'll give you my thoughts on revisiting this one. Why the hell not? I've already put out a video asking people what they think about the length of this video, whether I should split it up into a series, release it as one video like I always do, or cut down stuff, and it's very split. A lot of people want a series, a lot of people want the full marathon in one video. Some people have rightly pointed out that it doesn't really matter because it's the same amount of content and you can just stop and start a long video if you want. But the unanimous consensus from my viewers has been uncut, or don't condense it, don't cut stuff out, give us everything. Specifically, and this ties into the movie, Daisuke Beppu, who is a friend I've made over the past year or so on YouTube over in Japan, and he is a huge fan of this, and this is also why I'm watching it. Not for him, but because of him. I was listening to one of his videos about 6 months ago now, I think it's been that long, and he was talking about how this is one of his favorite films and his favorite John Carpenter film, and talked about all the memories he has of the film, how many times he's seen it over and over again, and his enthusiasm and his passion for it got me so excited to watch it again. But I thought, I'm going to wait till I do my John Carpenter marathon because it would be the perfect way to close it out. So Daisuke, this one is because of you, but also it's for you as well, I think. I think you'd be intrigued to hear my thoughts on this one as well. So, and he's been very supportive of this John Carpenter marathon and pushing me to kind of say, release all of it, the longer the better. So, yeah, this is kind of a little mini tribute to Daisuke to watch this and close out the marathon with it. And really, his extreme praise and love for the film really have amped me up to watch it again. And also, Prince of Darkness featured two actors, Victor Wong and Dennis Dunn, I believe, who were in this film as well. So I recognize them from Big Trouble in Little China, so I'm kind of looking forward to seeing them again. I kind of got the Kurt Russell bug after watching Escape from LA, so this feels like the perfect way to close out this thing. For real this time. There'll be no more and another one after this. This is the total complete end. And maybe I won't have to go into a whole review on this one, but regardless, I figured this thing has gotten to be probably the longest 24-hour movie marathon ever, so why not make it another 20 minutes longer? So here we go. Let's finish this thing with movie number 16. Holy shit. Hey. Alright, all ready to go. The sleepy Lily is not helping my state of awareness right now, but I've had this can of Coke in my fridge for about 6 weeks. Again, I'm really cutting back on this stuff. I've done amazingly well, though out of necessity. And that cinnamon Coke Zero, I wasn't digging it, so I didn't have any more of it after the first glass. But I poured this one out. It's my Blade Runner glass, and I'm gonna hopefully enjoy it. Maybe be one of those things where it isn't the same anymore after so long. But I'm gonna try and enjoy that along with a Milky Bar. This one's on me. And yeah, enough waffling. Film. Just get to the film before I fall asleep completely. I'm excited. The menu screen is getting me amped up. So yeah, I see a lot of this I've already forgotten. So it almost is going to be like watching it for the first time. Not quite, but yeah, let's get on with it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time as it stands right now is bang on 5 a.m. So this really feels like a movie marathon now. And I think most days I got to 3 movies. Today I did 5, if we're counting Cigarette Burns as a movie, which I am. So, Big Trouble Little China. Holy moly. I love this film. I absolutely love it. And watching it again just reconfirmed all the things I remember loving about it before. I love Kurt Russell in anything ever, really. But I particularly love him in this film because he's playing so against type. Particularly in the John Carpenter sense. Because, you know, Escape from New York, Snake Plissken, McCready, is it, in The Thing? You know, he's a really kind of strong, cool, badass character. Here, he's cool, but he ain't really a badass, and he ain't really strong. He's got guts, he's got absolute balls of steel, but Jack Burton is fairly inept. I said that recently in a video, and someone was like, "He's not inept. He's the hero of the movie," and it's like, no, he's kind of the sidekick of the movie who thinks he's the hero, and Wang is kind of the true hero of the movie, and then of course there's Egg Shen as well, but. I just love how this is such a different kind of film because it very much, you know, proposes Kurt Russell as the hero, but doesn't really deliver on that in a very fun and entertaining way that doesn't take itself too seriously in the slightest. It is a fun, wacky, wild action adventure comedy, and I love every second of it. I really do. Just down to the location of San Francisco, which I always love in films, to the atmosphere when they're in the restaurant and it's raining outside and all this stuff is going on, and the almost claustrophobic feel you get of the movie when the majority of it takes place like in the bowels of San Francisco underneath Chinatown, in all these kind of labyrinthian passageways and caves and sewers and rooms full of all sorts of weird things, whether it's a grand kind of hallway filled with all these statues, or whether it's just a grimy like circular room with like skeletons and stuff. It's just, there's a world of wonder, and we follow these characters through one mishap after another, where this ancient force called Lopan, played by, I want to get his name, surely he should be credited, he isn't on the back here unfortunately. He's just like unbelievable character actor, James Hong, I want to say. That's what's jumping at me. I'm going to check on IMDb just so I can be totally positive on that one. But he, Lopan, he needs a woman with green eyes to marry him so that he can return to a body of flesh, basically. And for 2,000 years, he has been looking for a woman with green eyes with whom to marry, so he can then make some sort of blood sacrifice and become whole again. And it's even a part where Kurt Russell's just like, really? You're telling me in like 2,000 years you still haven't found a woman like that? And then they kind of make a joke that it's just like, well, men and women, you know, men always seem to kind of pick the wrong woman. And like, yeah, James Hong, it was James Hong. And, you know, the humor's really funny. It's never beating you over the head with it. It's always the right amount. And there are just moments that really crack me up. You know, there's a moment where the girlfriend of Wang is kidnapped by this gang at the airport, and they speed past Jack Burton and Wang. They dive out of the way of the car, and what's it he says? Because it's just the way he delivers the line. I actually wrote it down, and I just burst out laughing. And if you know me in real life, in person, I don't laugh out loud too much at movies. And there we go. Son of a bitch must pay. That's the line that he threw out there. And the other thing I noted down on my phone was there's a female character. I'd forget her name. She's a reporter. And kind of towards the third act of the film, they've kind of escaped from the whole kind of, again, labyrinth of underground passageways and rooms and all that kind of stuff. But they need to go back. And she says, this is like some kind of radical Alice in Wonderland. And it really is. The film is kind of self-aware in that sense. And there's a lot of the kind of Chinese mysticism and the Chinese black magic and things like that that tie into the martial arts element. And this is like a martial arts action movie, which is fantastic. And it just has so many elements that I enjoy about films, from kind of humor that comes out of characters that you like and enjoy seeing on screen, but you know, they try their best. In the case of Jack Burton, he's always trying to be the hero, but things keep going wrong, and it's always him getting saved by someone else for the most part. And I just find that to be such an endearing quality that Kurt Russell plays just pitch perfectly. Like, I think this might be one of my favorite characters now in film, because there's just something so, every moment he's on screen is entertaining in some way, shape or form. Kim Cattrall is great and just looks beautiful in this film, but also she has a great sense of comedic timing. You know, her dialogue is really snappy and she delivers it perfectly. And then we have, you know, Victor Wong, I believe, and then Dennis Dunn. They're great in their roles. I love the kind of Lopan Egg Shen showdown at the end. Far too short for my liking, actually. I would have liked to have seen more between those two characters. But yeah, I love it. I really do. It's going to be one of those ones that I need to watch more and more and more, because I just enjoyed every second of it. And I love how the way it ends. It doesn't kind of tie itself up neatly as you might expect. And I love how Jack Burton kind of stays true to his own character, which makes a lot of sense, but isn't the done thing. And this film was really a bomb, you know, at least, you know, critically. And I actually watched the interview with John Carpenter on this disc. I've already seen it, but I really enjoyed it last time, so I watched it again, because I just felt like it, and I thought, screw it, it's like 4:20 in the morning, I'm going to watch some of the special features, because I was still jazzed up about the film. And there's a great, well, I would say a great bit, but there's a bit that just makes me laugh, the way that he says it in the interview. John Carpenter, he's talking about how critics panned it, you know, they trashed Kurt Russell's performance, which he never understood. And he says that there was a lot of people in the Asian community who really tried to blackball the movie, which he never understood either. And he said he never forgets there was one guy from San Francisco who said, well, this is a white man's movie, never forget that. And John Carpenter in the interview just says, what a piece of shit. Fuck him. That's the way he says it, just cracks me up. And then also he says that, yeah, you know, the film didn't do too well when it came out, and then once home video came along, people started cottoning onto it, and then they would come up to me and say, wow, I love the movie. And I'm thinking, well, that's great. Where the fuck were you when it came out? But, you know, it's John Carpenter. He has that kind of sense of humor, and it just seems a shame, actually. This seems almost emblematic of the trouble that he has had in his career of making great movies that just don't seem to be released at the right time, and that people, you know, the audience isn't there immediately. It gets accumulated over time. The Thing was panned, I think, or at least was not a big success, and now is one of the most revered, I think, horror films of all time. And he mentions in the interview as well that he had just come off doing Starman when he was about to make this, and it seemed to him that the studios thought, oh, okay, he can still be a bankable director, because they didn't want him to make anything, you know, awful like The Thing again. And then, of course, he had trouble with this movie. They didn't like the humor. They didn't like the fact that the white male lead was not really the true hero of the movie. They didn't appreciate that. They tried to edit out all of the jokes in the film, and then they previewed it and decided they want the jokes put back in. They forced him to film the prologue where Egg Shen is like, oh no, Jack Burton, he you know, we owe everything to Jack Burton. Like, that was a studio mandated prologue. I think it's a really good scene. I love the way that he, you know, acts that scene, especially the moment where he's like, that's nothing, but that's how these things always start. It's a very quotable film, but I haven't seen it nearly enough to really have those quotes ingrained in me. But there's a lot of Jack Burton lines in there that I think over the years are going to be a part of my regular lexicon. So Big Trouble in Little China, fantastic film. It's just one of those unique, one-of-a-kind movies that had never existed in this form before. I mean, it takes a lot from those kind of kung fu movies of, you know, the 70s and things, where lots of wild stuff happens. And I can even think of ones in the 80s, like A Chinese Ghost Story, which came after this, which, you know, I don't know if it had been done before, but blending in all this, the magic and the sorcery, it must have been done before that, with the martial arts and everything. And I love how at one point, really, Jack Burton kind of isn't really believing all this stuff. And so the three guys with the three kind of elemental or the storm warriors, I don't know what they're called, they turn up and they're flying around all over the place. And afterwards, Jack is like, you know, oh, there was these guys and they're flying around on wires, you know. You know, he hasn't quite bought into it yet. The scene when he goes to hire a prostitute and he's got his hair like slicked back and stuff, just brilliant. He's so funny, and it's just, like I said, one of a kind movie that was never really done in this form before, and will never really be done again until they decide to remake it, which they already have with The Rock playing Jack Burton. See, the thing is, I can kind of see that half working, but just no. Just leave it. Make your own movie, you know, do something different, you know, stop trying to, you know, I don't know. Anyway, Big Trouble Little China, fantastic way to end the marathon. And I'd probably say now this is my second favorite John Carpenter film. Huge fan of this, and it is one I'm going to just rinse throughout the rest of my life and watch it more and more and more. And I need to show Connie this in full, because she missed out on the second half of it a few years ago when we watched it. The Unstoppable Three Storms, there we go. So as he battles through Lopan's dark domain, yeah, I just loved all the inventiveness of the sets and the world deep down underneath Chinatown. Just, I don't know, there's just something so fun about it. And just every scene there's something happening that's snappy and fun, whether it's the dialogue, whether it's the action, and yeah, so there we go. I'll leave it there for that. And that is the end of completing Carpenter. I did say I was going to give you an updated ranking of mine for all of his films, now that I've seen every single one of them. What I'm going to do is right now I'm going to give you a ranking very quickly, without too much kind of explanation, all the films I watched in this marathon, except for Big Trouble in Little China, because I've already seen that. We'll just leave that as the bonus movie. So the other 15, I'm going to quickly show you the order in which I enjoyed them all, from my least favorite to my favorite. And then tomorrow, I'm going to sit down and give you my complete John Carpenter ranking, including all of his movies, just to kind of neatly tie everything up. That'll be a fairly short segment, and that'll be the official end of the video. So, without any further ado, my least favorite would be The Ward. So we just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Why do we do that? I've said that before in a video. Like, when you count, you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, why do we feel the need to do that? I don't know. So 15 of them. So number 15 is The Ward. Just, you know, uninteresting for the most part. Number 14 is Dark Star. It just is what it is. I appreciated elements of it. Number 13 is actually Vampires. I thought this was really good. I enjoyed it quite a lot, but I don't see myself revisiting it that often. Number 12 is Eyes of Laura Mars, which again, not really a John Carpenter film, but I'm including it for this. I won't include it for my list of all John Carpenter's films tomorrow, but yeah, I really like this, but I feel like the last 5 minutes was so much better than everything else that had come before it. 15, 14, 13, this is like gone 5 in the morning. Give me a break. 15, 14, 13, 12. Number 11, Assault on Precinct 13. I know, oh my god, this is like criminal. I know people love this film, and it is great. But this is where it sits in my ranking, I guess. So, yeah. Number 10, Village of the Damned. Which, again, I could imagine people being just absolutely astonished that I would put this above Assault on Precinct 13. But again, always worth reiterating the fact that these are my favourites, not what I think are the best films. And then from there we have number 9, I believe. Cigarette Burns. Really, really great stuff. Love the story of that. Number 8, Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Loved this so much. So entertaining. Really, really enjoyed that so much. And then number 7 is In the Mouth of Madness. I think this is one of the best ones, actually, but I don't see myself going back to it again and again like some of the other ones. Number 6 is Elvis, the most emotional film of the whole bunch, as you saw, if you've seen everything. I'm assuming you have if you got this far. Maybe you skipped through it, but this film moved me quite a bit. And that's actually, I would just say, like, you know, Elvis, In the Mouth of Madness, this is a much more accomplished film. You know, in like an hour and a half, it really does a lot. And in this one, again, I still think there's a little bit long in places, but regardless, I would probably want to watch this more. Well, actually, I want to watch this more because it's shorter, and it's more of a kind of, I don't know. But I don't know, I think I was impressed by more things in this strongly, even if the whole overall package wasn't as solid. And the top 5 now, and I think you might be able to hear Lily digging around in the litter box because she's just had a shit that I can smell. But what doesn't smell is my number 5. Someone's Watching Me. Probably the biggest surprise of the whole marathon, because I thought this was just going to be an okay thriller, but I thought this was fantastic. Number 4, and this again is probably going to be really controversial, and I wouldn't say it's anywhere near as good a film as, you know, Assault on Precinct 13, Eyes of Laura Mars, or In the Mouth of Madness, or Elvis, or Someone's Watching Me, but I loved it, and it is Escape from LA. Actually, when I was finishing up the Big Trouble in Little China watching, I actually went to like the last 10 minutes of the film and watched it with the Kurt Russell John Carpenter commentary, which I'm probably going to watch in full tomorrow, but I won't talk about that in the marathon because there's only so much. And that's one thing, there's so many special features on all of these that I still have to dive into. Obviously, I did the Village of the Damned, like almost like hour-long documentary, but there's loads of commentaries. I love the John Carpenter, Kurt Russell commentaries, and I haven't listened to that one in full. But in that one, at the end, you know, they're talking about how, you know, Big Trouble in Little China didn't do too well when it came out and stuff, and that people come up to them now and say how much they loved it and everything, and they appreciate that. And Kurt Russell says that, you know, he doesn't feel like this film was marketed properly by 20th Century Fox. And John Carpenter says, yep, I agree. And Kurt says, but even if they had marketed it properly, I still don't think it would have made a difference. And they both start cracking up laughing. But where was I going with this? He also says, Kurt Russell, in the commentary for this movie, that he loves the now, which would have been, they probably recorded the commentary like 10, 15 years ago. People come up to him and say that they really liked Escape from LA and that he was really happy about that because to him it seemed like it took a while for people to catch on as to, you know, why they made this and all that kind of stuff. So I'm glad that it seems like Kurt Russell and John Carpenter are happy with how this turned out regardless, because I really love this one. And now the top three, which are all films from the same day, which was day 3 of the marathon, and it was just like the best 3-movie run, I think, of any marathon I've done. Number 3, Christine. Fantastic. Absolutely loved it. And number 2, and this one was really difficult, but I would put my preference for number 1 over this one based on just the genre, but I think that Prince of Darkness is my number 2. Phenomenal horror movie. Does so much with not so little, but there's so many other horror films that have so much more that they're working with. This is mainly one location, and it just, I don't know, I still keep going back to the last character death in this film, and that image that is just like beautifully horrific, I think. And so, of course, my number 1 is actually Starman. And I think my preference for kind of science fiction and romance stories definitely makes it kind of my favorite. I think this was awesome. Really, really loved it. So there we go. That's my rankings of all the films I've watched during this marathon. Again, tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon at this rate, Jesus Christ, I will give you my complete John Carpenter filmography ranking in a similarly brief fashion, and then we'll end this thing. And I'll leave my thank yous until that portion. But for now, it is time to go to bed. Time to get some much deserved and earned and looked forward to sleep. Yes. Is that a right thing to say? Looked forward to? I don't know. You're getting this shit warts and all, guys. I'm sorry. What can I say? I have loved doing this. I really, really have, but I'm looking forward to not having to watch movies all the time. But even then, I procrastinated and, you know, was lazy about it. But it's good to be lazy sometimes. It's nice to have the time to lounge around and be lazy. But I'm impressed with myself for actually doing 5 movies today. So yeah, but I'm looking forward to the next 24-hour movie marathon in which Connie will be joining me, and she can give me a good kick up the arse to get things going and do it in, you know, around 3 days, not 5 and, you know, 4.5, whatever it took to do this one. So that is it. And good night for a few seconds, because you'll be seeing me in the next clip, so on with that. Alright, so it is now 3 days since I finished completing Carpenter. Since I completed completing Carpenter. And I needed a few days, I think, to unwind. And I'm still finding it kind of odd to be in that space where I'm not watching John Carpenter film. I'm actually feeling like I'm grieving, mourning the loss of watching, you know, 3 to 4 John Carpenter films a night. And I almost feel like going and watching all of his other films and maybe adding that to this video, but I'm not going to be that crazy. And actually, I've totted up all the footage, and actually, it's not the longest 24-hour movie marathon. There's just under 6 hours of footage. But then again, who knows? With Skits, it might push past the 6.5 hour record held by Marathon 5. I'm going to end this now, like I said, with my complete ranking of all of John Carpenter's films, including Cigarette Burns and Someone's Watching Me and Elvis, even though their TV works, but not pro-life. So this isn't like a super complete. There's still one more that kind of is eluding me. But as far as his theatrically released feature films, they're all included. And this is in order of my favorites. This might shock you, particularly some of the placements in this list, but we're going to go from my least favorite to my favorite. And I think once we get past the first three from the bottom, I really like, the films from that point onwards. So, I love his films so much. It's really hard to decide. And there are a couple in there, namely, I would say Escape from New York and The Fog, that I need to see again and really reevaluate. But right now, my memory of them is placing them in surprising places. So we'll get right into this. I won't spend too much time talking about each one, as you've already heard me talking about a lot of these already. At the bottom, we have The Ward. Just uninteresting, and you've already heard me talk about that, so it is what it is. Next, after that, and I don't really... We won't bother numbering these because I don't know how many there are, and I'll just get lost again like I did in the last section. After that, we have Dark Star. I would say The Ward is a better film, but this one at least interests me more. There's more for me to kind of get engaged with Dark Star than The Ward. And then after that, we have Ghosts of Mars. I haven't seen this in a long time, but I remember thinking it's not a very good film, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. I love films that take place on trains, and there's a few sections on a train in this film, which, being on Mars, was even cooler to me. And, I like the cast and, some of the kind of production design, but for the most part, not a very good film. So I need to revisit that one just for a laugh, I think. There's an amazingly funny bit in it where someone's, I think, thumb gets cut off, but again, I'll leave that for another time to talk about. After that, we go to Vampires, which I really like. I really like this film. It just ultimately is just a lot of violence and a lot of just like James Woods being James Woods, which is fun, but not too much to hook onto, which is not a pun that I'm intending to shoehorn in there because there's a lot of hooking onto vampires and dragging them out of buildings into burning hot sunlight where they burst into flames and die. Vampires. After that, we go to Village of the Damned, which, again, not a very good film, but I really, really like this, more than I think a lot of other people do. And watching the almost hour-long making of really added to my enjoyment of it, actually. It was a really enjoyable movie, and one I would definitely go back to, obviously, more than those other four. After that, I go to Assault on Precinct 13, which is a really strong film, especially for that early in his career, and given how low budget it was and things like that. So I really appreciate that film on that level, but I also think it's a very well executed film and very well done, and has some memorable performances from actors who never really went on to be huge names, at least. After that, I would put Cigarette Burns in my ranking. Part of my ranking it in this spot is that I enjoy it and think that it's a better film than those I just talked about, but it's not any higher because it is just an hour-long episode of television. It's kind of difficult, but I think that it's a really well-done horror piece, and I highly enjoyed it, and it was very disturbing, which usually when I get disturbed by a horror film, it's for all the wrong reasons, and this one actually was fairly on the right level. After that, we have... I'm kind of scared to even say this. I'm not scared, but trepidatious. Halloween. Yep, not even in my top 15. I was really not impressed by this when I first saw it. Every time I've seen it since, I've really enjoyed it more. And I think it is a very good, if not great film. But to me, I still don't see the hype with it being this, masterpiece of horror, In a way, yes. In another way, not so much. It's just the way that I've always perceived it. But again, maybe the next time I see it, my appreciation will grow even further for Michael Myers and Laurie Strode. And after that, we have Escape from New York. I really like this one quite a bit. It disappointed me a little when I first saw it, but I love the concept, I love Kurt Russell, and I really, really like this film. That's all I got to say. Above Escape from New York, Memoirs of an Invisible Man. I love this film, I really do. It's so enjoyable. That's all there is to say. I've already talked about it. Well, you know, I'm not going to defend myself too much here. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, we're into the top 12. At number 12, Someone's Watching Me. I thought this was really, really, really good. No, I think this is great. This is a great film that I think needs to be seen by more people. I really, really enjoyed this one. Number 11, we have The Fog, which is another one I was quasi-disappointed with, but I love the mood of this film. Oh, I love the mood and the atmosphere and the tone of this is just so... love it. So I'm sure when I watch this again, I'm going to kind of get reacquainted with it, obviously, but also I think I'm going to find a new appreciation for it. It might even jump up into my top 10. And now we're in the top 10, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, we are. This one, again, I think people would say, this isn't a John Carpenter film. What are you talking about? My number 10 is Body Bags. So this is technically John Carpenter Presents Body Bags. He directed 2/3 of this film with the segments The Gas Station and Hair, starring Stacy Keach and Alex Datcher. In the opposite order. Alex Datcher is in The Gas Station and Stacy Keach is in Hair. And then the third segment is Mark Hamill in I, which I believe was directed by Tobe Hooper. Yes. So we have, essentially 2/3 of a 95-minute film directed by John Carpenter. He also stars as this kind of, I think he's like a morgue owner who's also kind of dead, and he kind of is the host of proceedings, and he's just so fun and goofy and over the top, and I love it. I love this film so much. So it's my number 10 for sure. It's a John Carpenter film to me. Number 9, we have Elvis. And you also, or you should have seen if you're watching this far and haven't skimmed through everything, that this film had quite the emotional impact on me. But I think it's a great film about the life of Elvis, even if it is looking at it with rose-tinted glasses just a little bit too much. But again, you have to consider this was made and released, within a couple of years of Elvis dying. And then my number 8 is In the Mouth of Madness. I think that the last 3 minutes of the film I love so much, and the rest of it I think is a really damn good horror film. So the ending really puts it to the next notch for me as far as how much I enjoy it and would rank it as a favorite. Number 8, Escape from LA. What can I say? I adored this one. I loved everything about it. Well, not everything about it. Didn't like the CGI. There was some CGI at the beginning that was pretty good actually, and like some of the buildings collapsing. Some of the matte paintings are really sketchy, but the digital effects, like the worst I've probably ever seen in a film that's otherwise really good. Like the production design and everything. The basketball scene when he throws that thing across the court, amazing. But I loved the story, and I really enjoyed what they... And it's... I think I already talked about it? Did I already talk about it? Yeah, when I was talking about the Big Trouble in Little China commentary, and they're saying that like people seem to get what they were going for with this. I get it. I get what they were going for with this, and I think I do enjoy it more than the original. So, sue me. Number 6, almost to the top 5, is Christine. This was a huge surprise. I was expecting to enjoy it, and it would be like a fun kind of Stephen King, adaptation. But I think this is a genuinely fantastic film. All right, show me. Love this film. And then the top 5. My top 5 favorite John Carpenter films at the end of completing Carpenter, having seen his entire filmography. Although I do feel that this ranking does suffer from me not having revisited some of those films. But regardless, my number 5, and I was saying at the very beginning of this, in this very room, will any of the films that I watched in completing Carpenter make it into my top 5? Certainly looks like. Number 5 is Prince of Darkness. I think this is one of the best horror films I've ever seen. I'm still thinking about that final character death in this film. I thought it was just, I've already talked about it, so I'm not going to just waffle on, but Prince of Darkness, man, phenomenal. Loved it. Number 4, an old favorite, and will remain an old favorite for a very long time. For a very long time? Probably forever. I don't see why it wouldn't be a favorite for the rest of my life. They Live. Roddy Piper, John Carpenter, awesome. Fight scene in the alley, awesome. Concept, awesome. The music, awesome. Roddy Piper, awesome. It's a pretty good film. My number 3. Starman. Yes. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. In fact, I just ripped the Blu-ray of this into my computer so I could get some stills for this very video and stuff. And I was listening to the score and the end credits and just, the score just really gets me. It evokes all the memories of watching the film again. I love road movies. This is a John Carpenter romance, sci-fi road movie. I feel like this movie was made for me. I absolutely love it. And then my top 2 are, I think, unchanged from the beginning, I believe. Number 2, we have Big Trouble in Little China, which, or maybe this went up, actually, because when I rewatched it, I fell in love with it all over again. And I've been going back and watching it with the commentary from the beginning. And it's funny because Carpenter was talking about how the 20th Century Fox didn't give him much money to promote the film, to advertise it. And he's kind of complaining about that. And Kurt Russell is like, isn't it great that you can talk about that shit now? You know, because they're recording the commentary like 15 years after the movie. And they're just laughing and having a great time. Really enjoyable. But regardless, the film itself is something I think is just one of those one-of-a-kind movies that had never quite been done in this way before and will never be done in this way again. And it stands the test of time. It's just its own weird, wacky, wonderful kaleidoscope of genre, tone, and ultimately somehow completely works seamlessly and is a brilliant, entertaining, I would probably say masterpiece. But speaking of real masterpieces, we have The Thing at number 1, which, you know, it's always going to be John Carpenter's best film, I think, and my favourite. I think that it's just a masterpiece. This is one I'd put in my top 50 favourite films of all time. And I don't know if any of his other ones would fit into that, but regardless, The Thing, you can't really beat it. Phenomenal movie, and that is my John Carpenter ranking. So thank you very much for watching this extremely long journey through more than half of his filmography. I've certainly gained a new appreciation for John Carpenter's films, and am now lamenting the fact that he decided to essentially retire from the filmmaking industry, because, you know, there's so many years in which he could have been making more films. He could have done something else with Kurt Russell. He could have, you know, done something completely different. And I think that the movie-going world is certainly missing something unique without his films. But at the same time, I think he put in a lot of work and made a lot of great films and deserves to do whatever the fuck he wants for the rest of his life. And so I'm just glad that we have those movies. And I'm also really glad, having watched all these now, and how many of them that I watched in this marathon that were considered failures, that were flops, that didn't do too well with the critics, that didn't make much money, and yet he was still able to make film after film after film. Whether it was going to different studios, whether it was doing it independently, he kept going and finding a way to keep making movies. And often it would be, you know, in a situation where he wasn't that passionate about the project. But, you know, when he is passionate about the project, and when he is putting in like his absolute best, he creates this kind of movie magic that is just amazing to watch. And I experienced that at least a few times during this marathon. And all of the other films that weren't quite the kind of Carpenter classics, I still really, really enjoyed. And there was only a couple that I didn't, you know, love. So I think that's a pretty damn good record, and I would now say pretty comfortably that John Carpenter is now one of my all-time favorite directors, probably top 10 material actually, which is a bold thing to say because there's so many great directors out there who have made arguably much better films than he has ever made. But I just think that entertainment-wise, you know, the things that I like, the things I enjoy, even though I'm not the biggest horror fan, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Halloween, which seems to be most John Carpenter fans, Halloween, like that's their favorite. That's like the horror masterpiece. I don't have very strong feelings about it, but his other films, They Live, The Thing, Big Trouble in Little China, now Starman, Prince of Darkness, Escape from LA, different things that he's done outside of the horror genre, like Memoirs of an Invisible Man. You know, I wouldn't call it one of his best by a long shot, but I love that film. And you know, ELVIS, you know, these kind of just out of the box things that, regardless of how they came to be, whether it was because he really wanted to make it or not, in a case like, you know, Village of the Damned, which is a project he wasn't apparently too keen on or passionate about, but he made it his own, and he made it into, I think, a really good film and an entertaining film. So yeah, I'll leave it there. I could just waffle on forever about his films, as you have seen completely in this preceding number of hours. I've loved doing this. It was difficult to do it on my own without Connie, I have to say, and you've seen how long it bloody took me to do the thing, but I love doing these 24-hour movie marathons, and I've loved doing a specific theme and kind of knocking out a complete director's filmography, or filling in, because obviously I'd seen a bunch of his films before. It was just really cool, and I'd like to do it again, but it is a lot of work. I don't know how often I could realistically do something like this, especially as I move on into my 30s, but as life becomes more hectic and adult-like. But in a way, I almost feel like this is my last hurrah of kind of, just having a week off completely to myself and just watching a bunch of movies, doing a movie marathon with the camera and kind of recording that and capturing that. But I'm sure no matter what happens, I'm going to continue to kind of do movie marathons and 24-hour movie marathons, and I don't want to do these 24-hour movie marathon spin-offs too often. I want them to feel as special as or at least somewhat as special as the main series. So I won't want to overdo it, but I think this has been a great choice for me personally, and I've had some of my best movie watching experiences in this marathon by kind of going through all these films that, for the most part, I just kept loving. Like, I really was expecting something to be like, and there was a couple. But when you're talking 16 movies, and almost all of them I've really enjoyed or loved, that's a pretty damn good 5 days at the office for a movie watcher. So with that, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I'm sure I'll see you in the next 24-hour movie marathon. Hi, Sean. Look, it's Luke. I'm sorry that I'm calling you. Just don't even say anything. I just need to get this off my chest to someone who might understand it. I'm looking through the website for my local cinema, and they have a listing for next week for my John Carpenter Marathon video. Now, I didn't approve this. I didn't contact them. This isn't some big ego stroke. I have no idea where they've got this information, where they've got that image. I haven't even finished editing the video yet. I don't even know how this is possible. Have you ever had anything like that happen to you during your time on YouTube? Because nothing like this has ever happened to me before, and I'm pretty sure I'm awake right now and it's some weird dream. I don't know what to do. What should I do?
I don't know, Luke. Why don't we just sit here for a while? See what happens.
Hello, and welcome to 24-hour movie marathon completing Carpenter. I thought now energized, now that I'm here and I'm talking about these films, and I particularly liked the very meta ending to the films, very appropriate. So, it's time. It's time. It's reality. It's time. Time. It's time. This is not reality. This is not reality. This is not reality.
This is not reality.
It's already gone. Awful. Awful CGI. And I certainly err on the side of not so spiritual. Can I speak to him? Can he speak to me? What would he have been like? That's what... I'm gonna cry. Why am I doing this? This is not reality.
Not reality. This is not reality.
Son of a bitch must pay.